leaders in parliament, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your honor and favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important tasks in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we shall treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order, members. I order that the Sergeant at Arms rings the bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the first chairperson of the Speaker's panel, Honorable Martha Wangari, has just directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. This is according to the standing orders, of course, at the commencement of House business. If the quorum of the House has not been achieved, then the bell will be rung for 10 minutes. Of course, this is to allow the members who are yet to get into the chambers to be able to walk in and take their seats and participate in the House business for that particular sitting. So currently is a 10-minute quorum bell, and members will be expected to walk into the chambers. The order of business is various motions that are lined up in the order paper for consideration. The motion by the Honorable Member for Konoin, Honorable Brighton Yegon, on the development and implementation of a child care program for children whose mothers are in lawful custody is one of those motions that are lined up for consideration on the floor of the National Assembly this morning. But of course, we'll be expecting members to walk in and enable the House attain its requisite quorum of 50 members. But looking at what this motion seeks to resolve on, the member says, aware that Article 53 of the Constitution provides for the rights of children, including the right to free and compulsory basic education. Further aware that Section 22 of the Persons Deprived of Liberty Act and the Child Care Policy provides for the care of a child whose mother is deprived of liberty until the child attains the age of 4 years. Again, recognizing that children above the age of 4 years still require parental support. Again, further recognizing that majority of these children often suffer from emotional distress, social stigma, and economic hardships. Again, cognizant of the fact that all children should be accorded a means of maintaining their relationship with their incarcerated parents, and noting that children have restricted economic resources available for their support, which in turn negatively impacts their lives. The member seeks to have the House resolve or urge the government through the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs to develop and implement a program for the child for the care of children above the age of 4 years whose mothers are under lawful custody. That is a motion by the Konoin Member of Parliament, Honorable Brighton Yegon. That is one of the motions that are lined up for consideration on the floor of the National Assembly this morning sitting. As you can see, more members are slowly trickling into the chambers. Currently is a 10-minute quorum bell to allow the members to get into the chambers before the House commences its business. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42A, Sub-Article 5, a number of members will be asking questions for reply before specified departmental committees. And this morning, the member for Maragua, Honorable Mary Wamaua, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation to explain why Muranga South Water and Sanitation Company, commonly referred to as MUSWASCO, is the sole authorized distributor of water in Maragua, Kigumo, Kandara and Gatanga constituency, yet the company has no capacity to meet the demand for water by all households in the 4 constituencies. The member will also be posing a question to the Cabinet Secretary for Water and Sanitation and Irrigation to provide the basis upon which the Water Services Regulatory Board, WASREB, prohibited Muranga Water and Sanitation Company, MUWASCO, from distributing water to residents of Kambiti Maragua Ridge area of Maragua constituency, yet MUWASCO is unable to handle the water demand in Maragua. This question by the Honorable Member for Maragua, Honorable Mary Wamowa, will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation. The member for Kaloleni, Honorable Paul Katana, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action to explain the criteria used by the ministry to categorize and gazette areas as hardship zones in the country, and the reasons why Kaloleni has not been gazetted as a hardship zone despite the adverse conditions in most parts of the constituency. Remember, currently is a quorum bell. It has not been achieved yet. And according to Standing Order 34, is that a 10-minute quorum bell will be rung for members to be able to get into the chambers to enable the House achieve its requisite number before the commencement of the House business once the chair takes position. And at the lapse of the 10 minutes, then a further 5-minute quorum bell will be rung. If a 5-minute quorum bell lapses, then the speaker will or may call. All right, let's listen in.
Other members, we've had some technological challenges. The members who had logged in, kindly do that again. Remove your card and put it back as we await the requisite numbers.
Well, as directed there is that members are expected to log in their cards. Of course, we understand that the quorum has not yet been achieved, and the quorum bell is still on. Members are expected to walk into the chambers for this morning sitting, and once the quorum is achieved, then we will allow you to this live broadcast, or of course the Sagittar terms will signal that the quorum has been achieved and the House can commence its business.
Order members, you do not exit when the bell is ringing. Member for Narok, you do not exit when the bell is ringing. Standing orders.
Well, members, remember currently is a quorum bell that is calling for members to walk into the chambers, so the members who are already in the chambers are not expected to walk out. Remember, the House is on a 10-minute quorum bell to enable the House achieve its quorum, or rather requisite quorum, and of course the members who are in are expected not to walk out to allow the number to be attained and of course give way to the House to commence its business. So the chairperson of the first chairperson to the speakers panel has just directed that members who are already in the chambers should not walk out as the quorum bell is on. Remember, the quorum bell is just to alert members who are yet to be in the chambers to walk to the chambers and enable the House achieve its requisite quorum. So the member for Kaloleni, Honorable Paul Katana, will this morning be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action whether she could explain, or the member will want to understand, when does the ministry intend to classify Kaloleni constituency as a hardship. Well, as you can see, that's the sergeant at arms who has signaled that the quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast.
To transact the business of the day. Order number 1.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, morning sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the improvement of drinking water and sanitation systems in Mombasa, Mwache Project AFD Credit Facility number CKE 11001C, Coast Waterworks Development Agency for the year ended 30th June 2022, 2021, and 2022, and the certificates therein. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements on NGCDF for Alego Usoga constituency for the year ended 30th June 2021, and the certificates therein. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein. A. Tana and Athi Rivers Development Authority, TARDA, Tana Waterworks Development Agency, Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Kenya Slum Upgrading, Low Cost Housing and Infrastructure Trust Fund, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA, Lake Victoria Water Supply and Sanitation Program, Phase 2 Project number PZI Z1 EAO 004 ADF grant number 210015501967, Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Authority. EPS turnkey construction of 5 footbridges and Timol flyover on Mombasa and Langata Road, project loan credit number 001-001-19, and Ken 02001-19, Kenya National Highways Authority. Nairobi Thika Highway Improvement Project Lot 3, Government Concessional Loan Agreement number 2009-39, total number in brackets 290, Kenya National Highways Authority Water Sector Development Program, Lake Victoria South, Kericho, Kisii, Nyamira, and Litian, loan number BMZ 2010-65861, and grant number BMZ 2010-70457, Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Agency. Kenya Town Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation Program, CR number PKE E00011, AFDB loan number 200020000501, Central Rift Water Works Development Agency. Transforming Health Systems for Universal Health Care, THSCS Project Grant IDA credit number 5836, KETFOA 2561, TFOA 2792, and CRP 152394, Ministry of Health. African Environmental Health and Pollution Management Project, AHPMP, National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, and Safe Roads Usalama Barabarani Program, EU grant number, that National Transport and Safety Authority, and lastly, Eastern African Regional Transport Trade and Development Facilitation Project, credit number 5638, KEIDA, State Department for Infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, I lay the paper.
The next will be the Vice Chair for Health Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 22nd March 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, HALMA. Beg to lay, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, AMA, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 22nd March 2023, pursuant to the provision of Section 8.4 of the Treaty, making a Ratification Act 2012, approve the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kandui, Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice of the following motion, that aware that according to the National Protocol for Treatment of Substance Use Disorders in Kenya by the Ministry of Health, drug abuse has been increasing in Kenya, especially among the youth, with statistics indicating that more than half of the drug users are aged between 10 and 19 years. Further aware that research released by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Drug Abuse, NACADA, in December 2022, placed Western Region as the leading region in alcohol and substance abuse at 23.8%, followed by the Coast region at 13.9%, and the Central region at 11.9%. Recognizing that the high level of drug abuse in Western region is attributable to illegal entry points from neighboring countries and unlicensed establishments, especially in Bungoma and Busia counties, with statistics indicating that 2 out of every 5 establishments in Bungoma operate illegally, further recognizing that a majority of the consumers of illegal substances are school-going children who end up dropping out of school, cognizant of the fact that the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010 established Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, whose purpose is to, among other things, facilitate the dissemination of information on alcoholic drinks and promote rehabilitation programs in the country. This House urges the government to institute intensive programs for the dissemination of information on alcohol and substance abuse in line with the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010, and to increase the number of rehabilitation centers across the counties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The first question by the Honorable Member for Maragua, Honorable Mary Wamaua, would be deferred. She's bereaved having lost her mother, so it will be deferred to the next sitting. Next question will be by the Member for Kaloleni, Honorable Paul Katana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question 058 to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used by the Ministry to categorize and gazette areas as hardship zones in the country, and the reasons why Kaloleni has not been gazetted as a hardship zone despite the advised conditions in most parts of the constituency? When does the Ministry intend to classify Kaloleni constituency as a hardship area in order to compensate public servants who serve in the region under advised conditions? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next question will be by the Member for Kandui. This question by Honorable Katana will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Labor.
Thank you.
The next question will be by the Member for Kandui, Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask this question to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and National Planning. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether the government ever released the sum of Kenya shillings 21,782,366,530 and a further Kenya shillings 908,878,470 towards the restructuring of Nzoia Sugar Company as per the recommendation of the sessional paper number 12 of 2012 adopted by the National Assembly on the 9th of January 2013. B, provide evidence indicating when the funds were released and whether the dates were written off. 3, provide details of the current annual status of the balance sheet of Nzoia Sugar Company Limited. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Next question by the Member for Turkana Central, Honorable Joseph Emathe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 42A5 to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Defense as follows. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, explain the circumstances under which the government deployed the Kenya Defense Forces to Turkana, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, and Samburu counties pursuant to Article 241, Sub-Article 3B, and note Article 241, Sub-Article 3C of the Constitution. 2, provide a report on the effectiveness, if any, of the operations so far, given the scope and
nature of deployment contemplated under Article 243, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, and whether any perpetrators of insecurity have been apprehended. 3. Urgently consider deployment of the Kenya Defence Forces Turkana, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, and Samburu counties in the manner provided for in Article 241, Sub-Article 3C of the Constitution, in order to give the forces appropriate authority, mandate, and command to restore security in the affected counties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. The next question by the MP for Kuresoi South, Honorable Joseph Tonui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question number 061 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the terms under which construction of the Olengurwan Stadium, which was being undertaken by the national government through the Ministry of Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development, was transferred from the national government to the county government of Nakuru? Next, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the details of the contract sum for the named project, the amount that was paid out at the time of transfer, the outstanding balance, and clarify whether the corresponding contract sum was transferred to the county? Next, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the reasons why the contractor for the Olengurwan Stadium project deserted the site despite having been paid funds to start the works? Could the Cabinet Secretary state the plans that the ministry put in place to ensure that the abandoned Olengurwan Stadium is completed, ensure that no funds are lost, and specify when the construction works will resume? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works. Honorable members, I have a communication to recognize a delegation from the Parliament of Namibia. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of the Parliament of Namibia who are seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises members of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Implementation and Coordination, and they are as follows. Number 1, the Honorable Victoria M. Kauma, MP, leader of the delegation. Number 2, the Honorable John Likando, MP, member. Number 3, the Honorable Peter Kazongominja, MP. Number 4, the Honorable Melania Nzago, MP. Number 5, the Honorable Hans Nambodi, MP. Number 6, the Honorable Alphaeus Abraham, MP. And finally, the Honorable Olivia T. Hanguo, MP. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by 3 parliamentary officers, Mr. Bani Karuombe, Ms. Mono Matengu, and Mr. Bernard Muira. The delegation is on a visit to benchmark with their counterpart committee in the National Assembly. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them that they will have fruitful discussions and engagements during their stay in the country. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the National Youth Council Act. Order number 9. Hoja. Kupiga marufuku uzungumziaji, uchapishaji na usambazaji wa taarifa zinazokuza mahusiano ya jinsia moja.
Honorable Mbaya, what's your point of order?
My point of order, Honorable Speaker, is on the leadership in the House. As a parliament, we have minority and majority. And Honorable Speaker, Parliament, the National Assembly is comprised by both minority and majority. This Parliament takes care of the leadership of both sides. But for the whole of this week, we have noted that one side has been permanently absent. And very important bills are coming, and we have passed the Division of Revenue Bill. We have passed several very important legislation that affect the country going forward, especially on the economic front. But the minority has not been doing their job. The minority has not been in this Parliament. As I
Honorable Mbaya. Honorable Mbaya. We have the quorum in this House. We are well constituted to transact business. And I think the leadership, you know where we meet with the two sides of the alley. Please. Let us go to the next order. Haya. Mswada ulioko kwenye ukumbi huu uliowasilishwa na Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali, zimesalia dakika 17 za mswada huo. Mheshimiwa wa Turkana alikuwa kwenye kipasa sauti, amebakisha dakika 6 kama anataka kuzitumia. Kama hataki kuzitumia, kuna dakika 7 ambazo zitakuwa kwa mswada huu, alafu tutampatia mwenye kuwasilisha kuweza kujibu. Vile vile ninaona kwamba kuna watu wengi wanataka kuzungumza. Ni vizuri nijulishwe kama unataka kuongelea mswada huu, unijulishe kwenye hoja ya nidhamu ama intervention. Mheshimiwa wa Kaloleni, Mheshimiwa Kahindi Katana.
Asante Madam Speaker. Nasimama kuunga mkono hoja hii kupiga marufuku uzungumzaji, uchapishaji, usambazaji wa taarifa zinazohusiana na mapenzi ya jinsia moja. Madam Speaker, sisi kama Afrika tuna utamaduni wetu, desturi yetu na mila zetu ambazo hazihusiani na jinsia moja, yani wanaume waoane wanaume na mwanamke aoane mwanamke. Madam Speaker, nchi hii ina sheria zake na kanuni zake ambazo ziko katika ndani ya katiba. Haya mambo ambayo yanazungumziwa kuhusu mambo ya ushoga na mambo ya usagaji yanaenda kinyume na mila na tamaduni zetu kama Afrika. Ile tunataka kuzungumzia, Madam Speaker, ni kwamba tunapinga vikali kiini ama njia yoyote ile ambayo inaweza kuleta mahusiano ya mwanamume kwa mwanamume. Hata shetani mwenyewe alipokuwa anamjaribu Hawa, hakuenda kwa Adamu, alijua ndoa ni ya mwanamke na mwanamume. Na hii, Madam Speaker, ni njia ambayo mataifa ya kigeni yanataka kutumia ili kuhakikisha kwamba ongezeko la wananchi katika bara la Afrika inapungua kwa kiwango kikubwa. Kwa hivyo ni lazima kama wa Kenya kupinga vikali, na wale wote ambao wanatumika kueneza haya mambo ni lazima wachukuliwe hatua kali. Tunajua mbinu na njama, hii ni desturi za watu wa nje kule Amerika na katika nchi za Jumuiya ya Madola. Kama wanataka kufanya ushoga, wafanye kwa Ulaya na Amerika, watuache sisi wa Afrika tuendelee na mila zetu, dini zetu na desturi zetu. Hatuwezi kukubali mambo ya ushoga na mambo ya usagaji katika taifa letu. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And maybe to the visiting Namibian delegation is to notify them that we have 3 languages in this house: English, Kiswahili, which is the local language that is being used now, or sign language. Nafasi hii nitaweza kumpatia mbunge wa Rabai.
Asante sana Madam Speaker. Mimi nami nasimama kuunga mkono hoja hii ambayo iliweza kuletwa na Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali, hoja ambayo kwa hakika ni hoja ambayo tunasimama kidete kupinga masuala ya mambo ya ushoga. Mheshimiwa Spika, taifa letu la Kenya ni taifa ambalo tuko na misingi ya kidini. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, dini zote ndani ya taifa la Kenya halikubaliani na masuala ya mambo ya mashoga na usagaji. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka niunge mkono nikisema kwamba ninapinga kikamilifu. Sisi kama Wakenya ni watu ambao tunatii dini. Na kama nilivyotangulia kusema Mheshimiwa Spika, dini hairuhusu masuala ya ushoga wala usagaji. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka niunge mkono mswada huu, na bunge hili la kitaifa linapopitisha mswada huu tuhakikishe kwamba sheria kali inatolewa kwa wale ambao watakuwa na matendo ya ushoga ama usagaji. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama kuunga hoja hii nikilaani vikali sana masuala ya ushoga na usagaji katika taifa letu la Kenya. Asante sana, na nimshukuru pia Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka kumshukuru Rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kwa sababu amekuwa mstari wa mbele kupinga ile uamuzi ambao ulitolewa na mahakama, uamuzi ambao ulikuwa unasema kwamba ushoga uweze kuendelea. Kwa hiyo nataka nisimame hapa kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais wetu kwa kuwa mstari wa mbele kupinga masuala ya ushoga ndani ya Kenya yetu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana Mohamed Ali kwa kuja na mswada. Asante.
Muda wa hoja hii unaendelea kuyoyoma. Tuko na dakika moja peke yake. Mheshimiwa Hilary Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion, Madam Speaker, that the West, especially America, has been engaged in a serious re-engineering of the world order. They brought us Christianity, and when they realized that Africans have taken up Christianity and Islam, and that they are going to heaven, right now they are bringing us another new program of gays and lesbians to re-engineer the world to take them back to hell. Madam Speaker, we will not accept gays, we will not accept lesbians in our society, Madam Speaker, and we have to stand firm as the African society and be counted in the world stage as a continent that fears God and as a people who respect culture and marriage as ordained in the holy books of Christianity and Quran. Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Najua wengi wangetaka kuchangia, lakini muda umetupa kisogo. Sasa tutampa aliyewasilisha mswada huu, Mheshimiwa Wanyali, Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali, aweze kujibu. Uko na dakika 10.
Shukrani sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningelipenda kuwasilisha hoja hii, na kwanza kabisa kuanza kwa kuwapongeza wabunge la taifa kwa kujitokeza na kuweza kuunga mkono mswada huu wa kupinga matendo ya kishetani, ya kupinga matendo ya wazungu yanayojaribu kuletwa na wazungu katika taifa hili letu. na mimi nitaendelea kusimama kidete na kusema ya kwamba hatutakubali kamwe nchi hii tabia za Wamarekani ziletwe hapa ili mashoga na wasagaji waweze kutawala nchi hii. Na nataka kumwambia balozi wa Marekani humu nchini B. Meg Whitman, ya kwao ya Marekani ayafanye Marekani, na ya Kenya aachie wa Kenya wafanye ya Kikenya. Mambo ya kutuletea mambo ya ushoga na usagaji na hata kutumia pesa kufikia viongozi mbalimbali, kutumia misaada haramu ili kuweza kuleta hii tabia mbovu hapa nchini Kenya, hatutakubali. Na kama wewe munajiona kama kiranja wa dunia, ifahamike ya kwamba mkuu wa hii dunia ni Mwenyezi Mungu, na katika dini ya Kikristo na dini ya Kiislamu na dini zingine zote Mwenyezi Mungu ameikataa. Pia nataka kuchukua fursa hii niweze kumpongeza sana Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Mungu akupe afya na akuongezee umri, kwa sababu jana ulitia sahihi ya kuhakikisha mashoga na wasagaji kule hawatambi na hawatapewa nafasi. Pia nataka nimpongeze Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Daktari William Samoei Ruto kwa kusimama kidete na kumwambia Attorney General aangalie maamuzi yale yaliyofanywa na Mahakama Kuu na kuhakikisha ya kwamba hayo maneno yamebatilishwa na yaende vile ambavyo Wakenya wanataka, vile ambavyo katiba ya Kenya inataka, na vile ambavyo dini ya Mwenyezi Mungu inataka. Kumbuka wiki iliyopita nilikuwa hapa katika bunge hili na nikaweza kutoa vitabu vitakatifu, nikakuja na Biblia na nikakuja na Qurani. Kwa wale ambao hawakuwa, nilitoa hata aya katika Biblia na katika Qurani. Katika Biblia tumeonywa, Walawi 20:13 mnaambiwa, Mwenyezi Mungu anasema, kama mwanaume yote akilala na mwanaume mwenzake kana kwamba ni mwanamke, basi wote wawili ni lazima wauawe. Sio mimi nasema, ni Mwenyezi Mungu. Sikilizeni maandiko vizuri. Kwani wamefanya jambo lililo chukizo, watawajibika kwa umwagikaji wa damu yao wenyewe. Ukifanya ushoga, ukifanya usagaji, na Mungu anasema muuawe. Hatutabembelezana nchi, tutafuata katiba ya Mungu sisi. Quran An-Nisa sura ya 16 inasema, na wale wanaume wawili wanaofanya uchafu, yaani wanaume kwa wanaume, miongoni mwenyu waadhibuni wote. Kwa lugha ya Kimombo, discipline them. Eti Marekani inakuja kusema demokrasia wanaume wapandane kama mbuzi, demokrasia wanawake wapandane. Hiyo si demokrasia, hiyo ni ushetani. Na nyinyi viongozi msiogope. Mimi nimewaambia mkitaka mchukue visa yangu. Visa tunaotafuta duniani ni visa ya ufalme wa mbinguni. Tusiogope hizi vijikaratasi vidogo, tusiogope hizi sheria zao. Wazungu walikuja hapa Afrika, wakatutoa katika utamaduni wetu, wakatudhulumu, wakatufanya wakimbizi wa ndani kwa ndani, wakaua wazee wetu, wakawanyang'anya ardhi, wakawatesa, hata wakawafanya kama slaves na kuwauza kama mifugo katika mataifa ya nje, ili Waafrika waende wafanye kazi chafu chafu. Leo hata mfano ikitolewa katika sinema, eti watu weupe ndio malaika, watu weusi ni mashetani. Hata katika vitabu, jamani, fungueni macho nyinyi wa Afrika, fungueni macho. Shetani, alama ya shetani ni mweusi. Hakuna siku utaona shetani mweupe. Hata katika sinema, mwizi, muuaji, mbakaji, mtu mbaya ni Mwafrika. Hawezi eka mwizi mzungu, hawezi eka shetani mzungu. Ni kwa sababu wamedharau hata ngozi yetu. Ukienda saa hii kule kwao, wanabagua wa Afrika, munaitwa monkeys, munaitwa kila aina ya majina, gorilla, chimpanzee, na mnacheka hapa mnasema wazungu wazungu. Eti mzungu akishuta ni marashi, Mwafrika akishuta ni uchafu. Amkeni, kumekucha, mukatae haya ya wazungu, na wazungu muwaite kwa majina yao. Mimi leo namtaja balozi wa Marekani, wiki iliyopita alifanya mikutano na mashoga na masagaji, na anasema na lugha ya Kimombo eti talking about their democracy. and the human rights. Hakuna human rights. Muende musiagane huko kwenyu, muwapatie visa, muwapatie green card, chukueni hawa mashoga, muwapatie hizo haki za binadamu katika mataifa yenu. Nchi hii ya Marekani imeharibu dunia nzima. Imeharibu milki za Kiarabu kwa vita za mafuta. Imeharibu mataifa mengine kwa sababu ya minerals. Imeharibu kila nchi.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, what is your point of order? Order, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, while I agree with a lot of things that the Honorable Member is saying, is it in order for him to make statements that imply hostility towards a friendly country, the United States? Is he in order?
What is that standing order, Webe?
Without a substantive motion.
Honorable Mohammed Ali, I would want you to also be careful, because don't go against our standing orders, that you're not supposed to expressly discuss matters pertaining to an elected official, president. Let us adhere to that in mind.
Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua Marekani ikitajwa kuna watu matumbo yanawaingia moto. Mimi sizungumzii wa Marekani kwa jumla. Mimi nazungumzia anaye taja, kwa sababu yule balozi ameita mashoga wa Kenya, hajaita mashoga wa Marekani. Amezungumzia swala linalotuhusu sisi wa Kenya. Na kwa hivyo, kwa sababu ya diplomasia na heshima ya mataifa, tutaheshimiana. Lakini ukienda kinyume na katiba ya nchi yetu, hatutaheshimiana. Kwa hivyo mimi, Mheshimiwa Spika, sijamtaja kwa njia mbaya, nimemtaja kwa sababu yeye anajaribu kufanya mambo kinyume na katiba ya nchi. Sisi tunaheshimu katiba yao, na wao waheshimu katiba yetu, waheshimu dini zetu, waheshimu utamaduni wetu, na waheshimu Uafrika na Ukenya ndani yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, naona muda unanipa kisogo, wabunge wanataka kuchangia, na Mheshimiwa Spika, nitamwachia dakika zilizosalia dada yangu hapa aweze kuchangia, lakini ningeliomba pia uwape muda kidogo hao wangwana waweze kuzungumzia haya maswala. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na naomba bunge hili lipitishe mswada huu tukisubiri bill ya Mheshimiwa Kaluma. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Yangu ya mwisho labda tu ni kuomba wanabunge waweze kupasisha mswada huu na kuhakikisha ya kwamba hizi tabia haziwezi kukaribia watoto wetu, kizazi chetu kijazo. Wahakikishe ya kwamba uchapishaji wa vitabu katika runinga kuonyesha machafu, ambapo wanaume kwa wanaume ama wanawake kwa wanawake katika vipindi, haya yote yameweza kuzuiliwa na serikali ya Kenya ili tulinde kizazi kijazo. Kwa hivyo mimi nawasilisha hoja na kusema wabunge muweze kupitisha mswada huu tukisubiri ile ya Mheshimiwa Kaluma ambaye itapelekewa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aitie kidole ili tusahau haya mambo mara moja na tulinde vizazi vyetu. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
St. Angela Kiriaini Girls from Mathioya constituency, Murang'a County. On my own behalf and of the Assembly, we welcome you to observe the deliberations of the House. I will indulge the member for Mathioya for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome St. Angela Kirene Girls to Parliament. Indeed, this is the first school from Manyora constituency that has visited the Parliament since August 9th, 2022. Kirene Girls is one of the best performing schools in Murang'a County and Manyora. And what I would ask the girls is not to disappoint Manyora, to try and to continue working hard. And a word of advice to the girls and indeed to the rest of the schools is one, as girls, equip yourself with knowledge, wisdom, with obedience and so forth. Number two, search for yourself away from damaging habits, from damaging relationships and so forth. And lastly, live as yourselves. Make sure you don't live outside your means, work hard, and I think, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Order number 10, motion, reduction of cost of electricity in the country.
Member for Laikipia, Honorable Jane Kagiri. We have issues with our system. Walk to the front at the dispatch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, aware that the cost of electricity has been at an all-time high, affecting the cost of living and doing business, acknowledging that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, a public limited company, in brackets Kenya Power, procures electricity from Kenya Electricity Generating Company, another public limited company, in brackets KenGen, a government-owned company, and from different independent power producers, in brackets IPPs, recognizing that Kenya Power has entered into power purchase agreements, in brackets PPAs, with both KenGen and IPPs, and procures power from them at unregulated rates. Noting that there is need to regulate all IPPs in the country and publicize their locations, stakeholders, directors, management, and their addresses and agreements entered into with Kenya Power. Cognizant that recommendations from past task force reports relating to power purchase and rates have not been implemented, deeply concerned that Kenya Power has in the past procured a larger quantity of power from the IPPs at a greater cost rather than from KenGen, leading to higher cost of power, cognizant of the fact that there is need to put in place policies, strategies, and regulatory measures for better planning to moderate the cost of electricity and enable access to energy by all, particularly in the manufacturing sector, to ease the cost of production and doing business. This House therefore resolves that the Departmental Committee on Energy undertakes an inquiry into the operations of Kenya Power in relation to agreements entered into with IPPs, factors affecting the cost of electricity, including over-reliance on IPPs against available renewable and other energy sources, and measures to reduce it, and submit a report to the House within 120 days. In the meantime, the Ministry and Kenya Power should not enter into new contracts with any IPPs until the House makes a resolution on the matter. Informed by the reports of previous task forces on the matter, the Ministry engages in negotiations with power producers with a view to reducing the cost of power, and the Ministry and Kenya Power to develop suitable strategies for engagements with the IPPs in order to provide relief for electricity consumers and ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of the energy sector. Honorable Speaker, according to world best practices, any business or enterprise allows an acceptable loss of between 2 and 6%. That means the average is 4%. Honorable Speaker, if I would put it in a better example, a woman who buys cabbages from Marikiti Market and buys a sack of cabbages would give herself an acceptable loss of between 1 or 2 cabbages, that one of them could be rotten or 2 of them could be rotten. A greater example is a boda person who delivers trays of eggs in a local town and uses his boda to deliver them. Honorable Speaker, this boda rider would give himself an acceptable loss of around 1 tray or 10 eggs would crack in between the delivery of the eggs to the customer. Honorable Speaker, according to the global best practices in the energy sector, the acceptable loss is 13.5%. However, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company has an acceptable loss of 25%. Honorable Speaker, to put it in the simpler terms, it means that in every 4 units Kenya Power and Lighting Company purchases, 1 is lost. Honorable Speaker, in the year 2022, Kenya Power and Lighting encountered a loss of 22.43%. Looking at those figures, Honorable Speaker, you'd assume that is a small percentage. Kenya Power and Lighting Company went ahead and requested EPRA, which is the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority, to allow it to pass on 19.9% of that loss to the consumers. This was up from 14.5% in the previous year. Honorable Speaker, the 22.43% we are talking about translates to around 35.7 billion per year lost at KPLC. Again, this is a figure that we need to put into perspective. Honorable Speaker, recently in this House, we approved the budget estimates, and it's good to take this Honorable House through what 35.7 billion can do for us. In the State Department of Early Learning, Basic Education and TVET, this Honorable House approved for them a budget of 33 billion. The State Department of Correctional Services, that is what involves all the prisons we have in this country, we approved for them a budget of 32 billion. The State Department of Social Protection, which includes the 1.183 million elderly persons who are under the cash transfer program, and then we approved for them 33 billion. This means 35.7 billion is money that would have been enough to run a state department in this country and run it successfully and even give us change to keep. Honorable Speaker, as a country, when we compare ourselves to our neighbors, Kenya's electricity tariff remains very expensive. In Kenya, we pay 23 shillings per unit. In Uganda, they are paying 20 shillings per unit for electricity. In Tanzania, they are paying 12 shillings per unit for electricity. In Ethiopia, they are doing much better and paying 6 shillings per unit for electricity. When we look at Egypt, Egypt is at 3.75 shillings per unit for electricity. This tells us that our country, Kenya, is charging 7 times the cost of electricity as compared to a country like Egypt. Honorable Speaker, this remains a very heavy outcry from our consumers, businesses, and even individuals in this country on the high cost of electricity. There has been 4 task forces created in the last 4 years to try and solve this issue. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, it's still not been concluded. It is my hope and prayer that this motion is the one that is going to help us resolve this issue for the rest of our time as Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we cannot speak about the cost of electricity without seeing the challenges Kenya Power and Lighting Company encounters. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is KenGen and independent power producers were supposed to be generators of electricity. KETRACO was supposed to be the transmitter of that electricity. And KPLC is supposed to be the distributor of that electricity. As it stands today, Kenya Power and Lighting Company is a distributor as well as a transmitter of electricity. Honorable Speaker, if we are reminded of the losses that I have just mentioned earlier, when we look at the current situation, it would be very difficult to tell if it is KETRACO or Kenya Power and Lighting Company which needs to take responsibility for the losses that we're encountering in transmission. Honorable Speaker, it is important to also note that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company handles a very high budget burden. This burden has been caused by high operational costs, low collection efficiency, significant increase of power purchase costs, investment in political pet projects like the last mile connectivity, which eventually became commercially inviable, This Honorable Speaker has contributed greatly to KPLC not being able to upgrade its infrastructure, and its infrastructure that is causing losses, and losses which are later on transferred to the consumer. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to speak on KPLC's billing system. And when we speak about the billing system, it's important to note that KPLC still does the manual reading of meters and bill approximation. Honorable Speaker, this is highly inefficient and is prone to inaccurate approximations of bills, and in turn, when losses are counted, this is transferred to the consumers at that wrong approximation. On this note, Madam Speaker, I would want to remind this Honorable House that when I was a young girl growing up, we had a company called Kenya National Assurance, and we had another one called Telcom. These were great giants in this country, and nobody thought that they would ever be felled by anybody. Today, we no longer speak about Kenya National Assurance, and we don't also speak about Telcom Kenya. I would want to remind Kenya Power and Lighting Company that it is not a giant big enough that it cannot be felled. Currently, we are having complaints of underserved clients, we are having complaints of frustrated demand, we are having complaints of unreliable supply, and all these will force our consumers to look for a more reliable alternative. Madam Speaker, let me speak on Kenya Power's generation of electricity. Unfortunately, Kenya Power highly depends on thermal producers for its production of electricity. This, we must remember, is something that is affected by global fluctuations, and in turn, when market prices change, the effect is still felt by our consumers, who feel it very greatly. Honorable Speaker, at this point I would want to mention, in the year 2020, Kenya Power and Lighting Company paid 44 billion to IPPs. These IPPs only produced 25% of the electricity in this country. Kenya Power and Lighting Company went ahead and paid 38 billion to KenGen, and KenGen had produced 72% of the electricity in this country. What, Madam Speaker, this goes to explain to us is the high cost we are having to incur for us to buy electricity from these IPPs. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move on to the IPP factor and mention that IPP generates electricity using various technologies. The first one is geothermal, hydro, solar, and wind power. They enter into long-term contracts with Kenya Power Lighting Company, where the contracts run from 20 to 30 years. The single off-taker, who is KPLC, is mandated by law through the agreements to take or pay for the capacity of the power plant. Madam Speaker, when I say take or pay, it means whether we take, we have to pay. If we don't take, we still have to pay. Madam Speaker, my further research moved me to realize the prices that we're getting from KenGen and from the IPPs. This was a shocker to learn that at KenGen, we buy 1 unit of electricity at 5 shillings and 30 cents. The IPPs, on the other hand, and especially the thermal producing ones, are selling to us a unit of electricity at Kenya shillings 195 per unit. This, Madam Speaker, answers the cost of our electricity bills. Madam Speaker, let me further explain about the fixed agreements that Kenya Power and Lighting Company has with the IPPs. KPLC has to buy a fixed amount of power from these IPPs. These contracts often have fixed costs, not affected by demand or the market. This forces KPLC to pay for power.
Order members, Honorable Member for Mathioya, you do not just cross the floor. You know the standing orders.
This, Madam Speaker, forces KPLC to pay for energy that it does not need, which contributes further to the consumer paying for higher electricity bills. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the dominance of IPPs has equally affected us because that limits competition. Number 2, it also makes it difficult for KPLC to negotiate prices. Number 3, lack of competition also gives them the higher bargaining power, and we have to go by their terms, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also have to speak of a regulator whom we call EPRA, the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority, which ensures tariffs reflect the cost of providing electricity to the consumer. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this is not the case because EPRA also seems to be moved by the political situation in the country and eventually does not do as expected. Honorable Speaker, it has been it's in this precedence that we find KPLC transferring the high cost of electricity to the consumers, and in turn, everybody has to pay a very high electricity bill. Honorable Speaker, For electricity bills to come down in this country, it is in my humble opinion that we need to create a negotiation commission. A commission that will competitively procure and negotiate with these power producing companies on behalf of KPLC and change the IPP agreement from take or pay to take and pay, meaning we need to only pay for what we take. The second thing, Madam Speaker, we must lower the acceptable system losses at KPLC, and somebody has to take responsibility for anything that is lost above the acceptable loss given by the country. Madam Speaker, this will reduce inefficiencies at KPLC, and it's also going to make sure we reduce on the losses at KPLC. Madam Speaker, my third point would be we need to allow KETRACO to wholly handle transmission and leave KPLC to handle distribution, marketing, as well as billing. Madam Speaker, we need to create an IPP office which will be self-sustaining. And this office will have its stakeholders, will be the engineers, will be the developers, will be the investors, will be the lenders, will be the legal minds, and who can decide on the lowest cost, monitor output, oversight the fidelity of all these agreements, and eventually the consumer is going to get a better deal for what they offer, from what KPLC will be offering. Madam Speaker, I think we have also come of age as a country to realize what global warming is causing us. Of course, thermal production of electricity is a high contributor to that. Madam Speaker, we need to reduce the thermal production of electricity and make it to be on standby and not our mainstream source of energy production. Madam Speaker, procuring cheaper and renewable energy is also going to be a positive effect to the consumer, and it's going to reflect on the bill. Honorable Speaker, every Kenyan is yearning for a country that we can make better for ourselves and even future generations. But Madam Speaker, for Kenya to become a globally competitive country, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for our country to become an industrial hub and not just the gateway to Africa, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for our country to become a middle-income country by the year 2030, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for our food prices to come down, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for His Excellency the President and our Kenya Kwanza government to achieve our promise on employment for young people, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for the cost of production to come down, Kenya Power has to lower the cost of electricity. And finally, Madam Speaker, for us to make ease of doing business better in this country, Kenya Power has to lower the cost of electricity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move and request Honorable Karoli Omondi to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karoli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion and with a lot of pleasure. But let me begin by invoking the words of an African-American writer, and maybe paraphrasing him, James Baldwin, those who know him. He once said, ignorance allied with power is the most ferocious enemy of justice. But I want to paraphrase him to say, beauty allied with brain, as the fine lady from Laikipia has just demonstrated, is probably what the doctor ordered for Kenya's economic problems today. Madam Speaker, there's something called state capture. State capture is where decision-making authority is appropriated by individuals and exercised by them, not for public gain, but for private interest. And I think the issue of power supply in Kenya is a classical case of state capture. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about two things: problems of the PPAs, power purchase agreements, and also recommend some solutions as we discuss this important matter. I think the greatest problem today that we face in Kenya with respect to PPAs or power purchase agreements is what we call conflict of interest. The decision makers who have been awarding these PPAs are actually the beneficial owners of the entities that have been given the contracts to supply power. So there is no arm's length in the transactions. There are no, we cannot clearly say that there's fair dealings on these matters. There's no transparency because those who are making the decision are the ones who are benefiting. And they are not serving the public interest, but private interest. Madam Speaker, bribery and corruption are very apparent in the PPAs that we have signed as a Republic of Kenya. And I speak from historical experience as the person who actually wrote the law that separated Kenya Power from Kenya KPLC and all that, set up the EPRA and the rest. I was the first CEO actually of EPRA, and I have a bit of deep domain knowledge on these matters. But Madam Speaker, the procurement processes, yes, have not been competitive. We have something called feed-in tariff in Kenya, where you just walk in, you negotiate a deal, and you are given a contract to supply power. It is not based on competition. Yeah, it is a good thing to indicate what the tariffs will be, but it must be competitive to get competent suppliers. That is not the case. And there is no competition in most of these things. So we have very expensive sources of fuel instead of using very cheap alternatives like LNG, which I think should have been procured over the years. There are some things that we may not understand because we are laymen, like the long-term nature of PPAs. If you get it wrong at the beginning, you will pay very dearly. There's something called capacity charge or take or pay principle. Those are normal and they are not bad. Yeah? But the problem is we are not matching the demand, established demand, with the supply. So what we have is we have excess supply and limited demand, but we still have to pay the capacity charge. The reason is when somebody puts up a power plant, you must guarantee that their power will be consumed. But if you mismatch your demand with supply, then you will be paying for power that you are not consuming. Those are the problems. Let me go to the solutions. Madam Speaker, I think it is established that there is conflict of interest and corruption in the way the PPAs have been procured over the years. And we have a very classical case in this country, the duty-free case, where a gentleman came and set up duty-free. And then he was kicked out, and then he went to something called ICSID, International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, which is a World Bank entity. Nasir Ibrahim Ali, that was his name, went there and pleaded that he bribed a former president. He gave him a briefcase full of maize. The maize was $3 million. ICSID said, which is the correct position in law, that because your contract was tainted with corruption, we cannot enforce it. But we acknowledge that you are unfairly terminated. I think it is time that this inquiry looks into the PPAs and finds out where there is corruption or conflict of interest. We should vitiate those PPAs and walk away from them. Yes, Kenya cannot be burdened to pay all these expensive PPAs when we know clearly, and it is demonstrable, that there was corruption and conflict of interest. We should also retire the fuel-fired PPAs, like the one in Quorum, which is the most expensive in the Republic of Kenya. We should retire it, because to continue supplying power from there at very expensive tariffs is simply to burden industries and the local consumers. Madam Speaker, 20 years ago, we tried to separate transmission from distribution. And that is how KETRACO was conceived. KETRACO was not just supposed to build power lines. KETRACO was supposed to be the transmitter of electricity. And KETRACO was supposed to be in charge of the National Dispatch Center. So that if you separate transmission from distribution and generation, you give the customers the opportunity to select their supplier, where the cheapest power is dispatched first and the most expensive power is dispatched last. So we should enhance or deepen the reforms and make KETRACO what it was supposed to be, not for rural electrification, but for controlling central dispatch system, and then we dispatch power on something called economic merit order. We also need to deal with legacy issues in this sector. We have problems of overstaffing, overstocking, corruption, all those kind of things. We need to deal with this. And finally, Madam Speaker, I think it is time now to look for a strategic investor into KPLC, the way we did with Kenya Airways when it was working, and the way we did with Safaricom, which is still working. Kenya Airways, 20 years ago, when I was a young lawyer, we wrote off 4.5 billion, brought KLM as a strategic investor. And the next 10 years, under the able leadership of the late Ndegwa and Mzee Okero, they made so much money that when Okero retired, Kenya Airways actually had 4.5 billion cash in the accounts, because KLM was able to stabilize the operations of Kenya Airways. I think it is time we got a strategic investor to stabilize the operations of KPLC. You can see Safaricom is making a lot of money because we have Vodafone bringing in the best experience and the best expertise. I think that is the way forward. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the motion. Thank you very much. I second the motion. Thank you very much.
Before I propose the motion, allow me to recognize a delegation from the County Assembly of Homabay, which has been seated at the Speaker's gallery. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the County Assembly of Homabay, comprising of 6 members of the Committee of Social Welfare and Equal Opportunity and 3 members of staff who are at the Speaker's gallery. Join me in welcoming them to the National Assembly to observe the deliberations. Thank you, members. I now propose the motion that, aware that the cost of electricity has been at an all-time high, affecting the cost of living and doing business, acknowledging that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, or Kenya Power, procures electricity from the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, PLC Kengen, a government-owned company, and from independent power producers, IPPs, recognizing that Kenya Power has entered into power purchase agreements, PPAs, with both Kengen and the IPPs, and procures power from them at unregulated rates, noting that there is need to regulate all IPPs in the country and publicize their locations, stakeholders, directors, management, and their addresses, and agreements entered into with Kenya Power, cognizant that recommendations from the past task force reports relating to power purchase and rates have not been implemented, deeply concerned that Kenya Power has in the past procured a larger quantity of power from the IPPs at a greater cost rather than from Kengen, leading to higher cost of power, cognizant of the fact that there is need to put in place policies, strategies, and regulatory measures for better planning to moderate the cost of electricity and enable access to energy by all, particularly in the manufacturing sector, to ensure the cost of production and doing business. This House therefore resolves that, number 1, the Departmental Committee on Energy undertakes an inquiry into the operations of Kenya Power in relation to agreements entered into with IPPs, factors affecting the cost of electricity, including over-reliance of IPPs against available renewable and other energy sources, and measures to reduce it, and submits a report to the House within 120 days. Number 2, in the meantime, the Ministry on Kenya Power should not enter into new contracts with any IPPs until the House makes a resolution on the matter. Number 3, informed by the report of previous task force on the matter, the Ministry engages in negotiations with power producers with a view to reducing the cost of power. And finally, the Ministry and Kenya Power to develop suitable strategies for engagements with the IPPs in order to provide relief for electricity consumers and ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of the energy sector. Honorable members, I would actually think that our machines are back. I would hope that from our technical team that our machines are now working, and I will give the first chance to the chair of Energy Committee, Honorable Vincent Kawaya from Wala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. I want to first thank the Honorable Member, Honorable Jane. This particular motion touches the hearts of Kenyans in so many ways. Madam Speaker, when you look at even the agenda of the Kenya Kwanza government, part of the agenda is accelerating agricultural production and manufacturing for value addition. And unless we tame the cost of energy in general, which includes both petroleum and electricity, then it is going to be a tall order for us to be able to achieve this particular goal. However, Madam Speaker, it is important for all of us to, from the onset, understand what really constitutes a power bill. The power bill you see monthly constitutes of a component that comes out of a charge relating to a generation, which is charged by the person selling the power as the feed-in tariff. There is a component of evacuating that power, which is the transmission, largely now done by Ketraco. There is the component in distribution of this particular power, which is done by REREC and Kenya Power. There are taxes, and then you get your final bill at the last mile. Madam Speaker, the problem of energy costs is a very complicated one. And it is not just about the IPPs. It is about a well-calculated and even tried to use all possible means to frustrate the process of getting affordable power. We have a generator like Kengen, and to give you quick statistics, 1 year sampled, I think last year, but one, the total power produced by Kengen was 72% of the total power that was bought by Kenya Power. 25% of the total power bought by Kenya Power was from other IPPs or independent power producers. Now the interesting math is that this 72% bought from Kengen was actually the same cost in terms of how much Kenya Power paid Kengen. It was the same cost as the 25% that was sold to the same Kenya Power by independent power producers. Now, the cartel system is such that if today these IPPs we are talking about were to switch off, I will want to guarantee you that we would not have power in the country, in as much as it's very little power supply they are providing us, because they have refined the system to hold us hostage. And how? We need to understand power. It's not about generation. The most important thing we need to put into consideration is how to evacuate the power that we produce. The cartels have devised a way to ensure that we do not succeed in evacuating cheap power. to Kenyans, because that is where now the main issue is. And I want to give you an example. If you go to the dispatcher one evening when we have the highest peaking demand, you will notice that we only have about 5% to play around with. We are almost using every other power that we can be able to access. You will notice that there are many a times when we have idle power at KenGen that we are not using, and at the same time we are buying very, very expensive power by thermal power producers. And then you ask yourself why. Now we have what we call on-grid and off-grid connections. There are Kenyans who are not yet connected as part of the main grid. And these Kenyans need access to power. Now, there has been a deliberate effort to frustrate connecting these Kenyans to the national grid by frustrating such connections by KETRACO that would otherwise evacuate this power and then relieve or retire the expensive power connections. And therefore, while KenGen is selling power to us at a cost of 6 US cents per kilowatt hour, we are forced at times to buy power at over 52 US cents per kilowatt hour, while we still have surplus at KenGen because we can't evacuate this power from KenGen to where it is needed. Now, when I looked at the BPS, for instance, I saw a deliberate effort to ensure that we take longer in doing projects that are low-hanging fruits that will quickly evacuate power, this cheap power, so that Kenyans can access cheaper power. And then you will find that there has been a strategy to deny funding to this kind of projects that evacuate this power. And one of those projects, for instance, I want to give you an example. We are buying power at 52 US cents per kilowatt hour from Moroni gas. Moroni gas is the most expensive IPP in the country. Now, Moroni gas can be retired. For instance, if we complete the homabay, Sondu-Homabay Awendo line, if we complete Lesos-Nakuru line, Bomet line, then we actually evacuate geothermal to otherwise the same places that are served currently by Moroni gas and otherwise. But what will the cartels do? The cartels will ensure that they use forces to ensure that you don't complete these lines so that they continue selling expensive power. When you look at, for instance, largely bigger part of cost has been surviving on Kipevu until now we got a connection from Suswa, which was still not enough to evacuate enough power from Mombasa region. Now we have done the Suswa-Mariakani line. Look at how much we would require to evacuate power from Mariakani to parts of Mombasa, Dogokundu, and others. Then we find that it is a small component. But that component, in many of the budgets that we are receiving, you find that that particular component has not been prioritized for funding because there are, of course, thermal producers who would want to navigate their way to ensure that they continue selling expensive power. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to understand that there are various components that contribute to our power bill, the biggest being the cartels under the IPP arrangement. Again, ourselves, allowing ourselves to be blackmailed by these cartels, the process of signing contracts that are skewed to continue fleecing Kenyans. Madam Speaker, the committee takes this particular motion very serious. The resolution proposed that the committee should undertake a complete inquiry into this particular matter. I want to commit on behalf of the committee that we are going to give this particular exercise or particular motion the particular priority that it requires, and we'll report to this House. And you can expect that there is going to be heads rolling on this particular matter of energy cost. It's so huge that it can't be handled in a day, in a matter of minutes, but we are going to come up with a comprehensive report. We understand that.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, allow me to recognize 2 delegations in our galleries. One delegation seated at the speaker's gallery, Kerwa Secondary School from Kikuyu constituency, Kiambu County, and another delegation from Makwiny University Students Association from Makwiny, seated in the public gallery. Join me in welcoming them to the National Assembly. The next speaker will be Honorable John Waluke of Sirisia. Not in the House. Honorable Harrison Kombe from Magarini. Honorable Doris Donya Toto from Kisii.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion because when our country has power, we have health improving, because even in hospitals they use power. We have comfort in our homes. Sometimes we go to the village, and when there is no power, you feel that you don't have life. When we move to our schools, if there is power, the teachers will have extra tuition for our students. It will basically improve our economy. When there is enough power, even our productivity goes high. Madam Speaker, we will have our business people extending time for opening their doors because they are assured of security. Power is security. When any company has a monopoly, I remember sometimes back when we could go queue and make a phone call from those common booths, you could see how inconveniencing it was, till the time when now we have several companies providing these services. We enjoy making our calls from home, choosing any network that you want to. This is what we want to happen with our power in this country, so that we have more supply. When a company has a monopoly, these monopolistic firms set higher prices than the marginal costs, and the consumer supply is significantly less than it could be a perfectly competitive market. We want competition. There is a limit supply of power, Madam Speaker, in our country. You will even be told you will have power for 2 days, other 3 days there will be no power because we are doing this and that, there will be maintenance. But if we had many companies competing for the same, when this other company is doing the repairs and all kind of stuff, the other companies will be offering the same, and there will be competition. None will be wishing to close down the business because they know their competitors will be milking from that precious commodity. So we need access. We also need access to modern energy, which is very essential in provision of clean water. Madam Speaker, move to the village. Our women are trekking long distances in search of water. When we have power, power is everything. I can even tell you, power is life. So we need this with us so that our lives can improve. I stand to support and share my minutes to other members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the MP for Kiambaa, Honorable John Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this very important issue that affect our people all the way. I think when it comes to talk about power and how the Kenya power has been learned, probably most of the time, is because of that issue of monopoly. When there is issue of demand and supply, you realize that Kenya Power doesn't have, even the zeal to push itself to make sure that their product and whatever they're trying to move is that because of the lack of competition within the market. And therefore, they have really increased the cost of power, and the cost of power affects so many issues. Especially now because even of the dry season that we have been having and relying probably on borehole water, especially for so many people within the city. You realize that even the boreholes, the water companies are not able to supply water because of the cost of the power. And therefore, it also affects the livelihood of our people in one way or the other. We must reintroduce, even as the government and the Kenya Kwanza, we must make sure that we detach and we deny Kenya Power the monopoly of supplying. We must introduce other companies. We must make sure that other companies are brought in on book so that at least the people and the cartels that has been controlling Kenya Power can be dealt with once and for all. If they have the majority shareholding, they are the same people who are benefiting from this high cost of living. And sometimes you wonder what is happening around our nation today. Some people saying that the cost of living has really skyrocketed. Some of these costs of the Kenya Power is what was making life difficult and hard. And I want to support the motion because the cost of the Kenya Power is making the cost of living unattainable. Manufacturers are closing down, going to other countries whereby the power of production is low. They can be able to maximize their profit. If you compare the cost of the tariffs from our country to Tanzania, to Uganda, and even to Ethiopia, you realize that major industrialists, people are closing down from our country and taking business to other countries. And that affects our country in a huge way. Lack of employment is a serious issue. Lack of taxation, because when the companies close and go to other countries, even the amount of money that they are paying for taxes to our country, they are not able to pay because now they will take that money to other countries. These industries produces goods within our localities. Therefore, we are able to employ as many people as we can within our country. So this issue must be dealt with once and for all. The issue of cartels, if you are not able to control, as Kenya Kwanza government, the cartels in Kenya Power, the issue of corruption, you wonder how a company that has monopoly of business, charging people huge bills, it's making losses. And sometimes you try to think that, we live in a different world. And these companies, no one is arrested. You are told that Kenya Power made a loss of about 34 billion. They are the only people who are competing against themselves. They are not able even to make sure that, because even they are doing some of the issues like direct procurement even without following the law. So therefore, I urge this House to support this motion, and we make sure that we come up with a policy. And we support this motion to make sure that Kenya Power has been denied the monopoly of doing business. This PP, the cost of living cannot be dealt with without dealing with Kenya Power, Madam Speaker. And therefore, you realize that the issue of electricity affects the economy. And if you are not able to produce, if you are not able to support manufacturers, if you are not able to even irrigate, because when we talk about the food production, we are talking about irrigations. And for us to irrigate even our farms, because we can no longer rely on rain season, we now have to think of a way to make sure that we plant season, we irrigate our farms so that we can be able to produce food, so that we can also be able to sell and sustain the people within the country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if we don't deal with the issue of Kenya Power, it is going to bring this country down. And that is what is happening. We have seen people going to Maandamano on Monday, and now they're saying they'll be doing it again on Thursday because of the high cost of living. This issue, if it will have to be dealt with,
And even us as Kenya Kwanza, we must make sure we deal with the issue of demand and supply. We must deal with the issue of monopoly of Kenya Power. We must streamline Kenya Power, whether it is to bring new board and make sure that those people who have been brought on book have the interest of people at heart. If we are not able to do that, then we open the issue of making sure that we diversify and give other companies an opportunity so that the issue of competition can be able to be blessed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I stand to support.
Thank you. Next member will be member for Westlands, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to contribute to this motion. Madam Speaker, the cost of electricity is a big hindrance to our investors. People want to invest in this country, in industry. The cost of electricity is proving too expensive because, Madam Speaker, the production becomes expensive and everything else, Madam Speaker, will not be. What we need to do as a country, Madam Speaker, is to invest in a cheaper alternative energy, Madam Speaker. Other countries have done it. We are still relying on hydroelectricity, which is the most expensive. And Madam Speaker, unless we start working and finding alternatives, we will be doing a great service in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also want to look at, Madam Speaker, to introduce other players in the market so that we, so that we, Mr. Speaker, we start liberalizing the market so that the consumer now will benefit from that. Once we still have Kenya Power with its inefficiency, because we have more blackouts than we have the light. So we must look at how we can liberalize the market and allow other players to enter the market, Mr. Speaker, and the consumers will benefit from that because just not long ago, Mr. Speaker, we had even Mumias before it collapsed. Mumias used to have to produce some electricity which they could not, Mr. Speaker, with the load currently, they have only to download it to the national grid so that the Kenya Power can supply. And also we find that Kengen, which is the ones who produce electricity, Mr. Speaker, and gave it to Kenya Power to supply. You find they are selling to Kenya Power at cheaper rates, and the Kenya Power is selling to consumers at a very expensive, at a very high rates, Mr. Speaker. We don't know what is going on between there and because both of them are companies that belong to the government, and I don't know why the one will have to put high markup on the cost of supply. We know very well that sometimes Kenya Power entrailed in corruption. So much has gone on, Mr. Speaker. We are told that even the company is in financial problems, so it cannot even give the supply that we need. Mr. Speaker, we just need now to step up and liberalize the market, invest in cheap alternatives, and that's the only way we bring down the cost of electricity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. This chance goes to the Honorable Ruko of Mbeere North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the competitiveness of any nation when it comes to the economic performance within the region and within the group is determined by the cost of energy, and the cost of energy determines whether the nation is able to do manufacturing of different goods within its economy. Kenya has been competitive as far as manufacturing is concerned compared to the region or within the region of this, the East Africa region. You realize that, Mr. Speaker, many investors have often to go to Ethiopia and other nations within the region to set up their manufacturing plant because of the cost of energy in this country. This House, Mr. Speaker, must stand with the people so that we can be able to improve the economic performance or the economic development of the nation. For this to happen, we must do all what is possible within the powers of this House to ensure the cost of energy comes down. What has been proposed by this motion is very genuine, is the interest of the nation, is the interest of the people of Kenya, to see to it that not only the household which will be paying less power, less cost of power, but also the businesses we have and the businesses which want to set up the plant in this nation. The cartels which have milked this country through different ventures, and more so in this venture of energy, must be fought by all legal means. And one of the legal means to fight these cartels is what we are doing at the moment in this House, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there are those businessmen and those families which are known for thermal production, very expensive forms of producing power, and signing very PPAs, which are not well thought, to ensure that the government must continue paying money for the power which is not in use. At this age and time, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow to continue production of thermal energy within our national grid. When many nations across the world are moving to renewable energy, we are still having a huge contribution to the national grid on thermal production method of power. This motion, the way it has been articulated by the mover, is very good for this country. We need to put all the necessary structures in place so that we can lower the cost of energy, Mr. Speaker. With this, I support. Thank you.
Member for Trans Nzoia.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kunipa nafasi hii ili niweze kuchangia hii mjadala wa siku ya leo, na nataka niseme ya kuwa hii mambo ya monopoly imetuumiza kama nchi, kwa sababu kuna vile wafanyabiashara wanaumia, na hata kama wanaumia malalamishi yao hayawezi yakachukuliwa kwa nguvu, kwa sababu ni ile tu shirika moja ambalo linahusika na mambo ya supply ya stima. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ninasimama nikisema mimi pia nataka ni support hii motion, nikisema cost inatakana ipunguzwe, na pia ikiwezekana KenGen ikiwa moja wapo ya wale ambao wana supply umeme waweze kupewa ile fursa ya pia wao kuparticipate kupeana mambo ya supply umeme. Ninasema hivi kwa sababu mimi kama mkazi wa Trans Nzoia na mimi kama Mkenya nimegundua ya kuwa watu wengi sana Bwana Spika wanaumia na mambo haya. Kwa sasa ukinunua token, zile token ambayo unapatiwa utapata wakati huu umenunua ya 1000 utapewa idadi tofauti. Ukinunua kwa mara ya pili tena idadi ile ambayo unapewa ni tofauti. So unashindwa ni njia ipi ile ambayo wanatumia kupatiana zile token, kwa sababu pesa ni zile zile, na tunatarajia kuwa pia ile nini inapeanwa token iwe ni ile idadi ile ambayo ulikuwa umenunua wakati ule. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, nataka pia niseme mimi kama mwana Trans Nzoia kuna wakati ambapo nilikuwa nime-apply kupewa umeme, na wakati huo nikaambiwa ya kuwa transformer ile ambayo ilikuwa pale haiwezi ikaweza kusupport umeme ya nyumba kadhaa.
Don't remember for Tanzania.
Yes.
You got to choose which language you're going to use to contribute. You either do Kiswahili or English.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to speak in Kiswahili so that my people can understand what I'm saying, but it's a little bit difficult. So, you could have allowed me to continue that way because I understand the language.
You shall continue in Swahili the way you started.
Okay.
But ensure that you use Swahili.
Sometimes in Swahili is so difficult. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me continue in English in that case. So, Mr. Speaker, I also stand to support this motion by saying that we need to improve.
I would just to encourage you to proceed in Swahili the way you started. That is what
terminology zikinishinda niendelee pia na
you will contribute in Swahili the way you started.
Asante bwana Speaker.
And members, just to clarify that when you start in Swahili, you have to continue in Swahili to the end. You start in English, you end in English. Thank you, and proceed.
Thank you. Asante. Bwana Speaker, vile nilikuwa nakueleza ya kuwa mimi kama mkaazi wa Trans Nzoia, kuna wakati ambapo nilikuwa apply stima, nilikuwa nimeomba stima. Assist me applies. Kuna wakati ambapo nilikuwa nimeomba umeme, na wakati ambapo niliomba umeme huo nikaambiwa ya kuwa transformer haiwezi ikapeanwa kwa idadi, inaweza ikapeanwa kwa idadi ya nyumba kadhaa. Na wakati huo nikapatiwa bajeti ya shilingi 1.8 ni milioni 1.3. Na swali langu kwa shirika lile lilikuwa ni hii transformer ambayo ninalipia milioni 1.3, wakati ambapo nitakuwa nimeiweka, ni mimi nitakuwa naishughulikia ama itakuwa ni yangu peke yangu ama itakuwa namna gani? Na nikapata shida sana Bwana Speaker, kwa sababu ya kukua na hii mambo ya monopoly. Inakuwa vigumu zaidi kwa sababu hauna mahali pengine unaweza ukakimbilia ili kuweza kupata umeme. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme Bwana Speaker, ni vyema kama tutakubalia pia KenGen, kwa sababu tunaona wao wanapeana kwa bei ya nafuu, wanauza kwa bei ya nafuu kwa Kenya Power, na Kenya Power wanatuuzia kwa bei ya juu zaidi. Ningependa kuomba Bwana Speaker ya kuwa pia tuweze kuwaruhusu KenGen wawe mmoja ya wale ambao watakuwa wanasupply umeme kwa wananchi wa jimbo letu la Kenya ama jimbo la Trans Nzoia. Na nataka niongeze nikisema gharama ya maisha imeenda juu sana. Na sababu ya gharama ya maisha kwenda juu, sababu moja ni kwa sababu ya umeme. Ukiangalia katika nchi yetu, umeme ndio ni kama inatumika kwa kila kitu ambacho tunafanya. Biashara imeharibika kwa sababu kila kitu kinatumia stima, na hiyo umeme bei yake imeenda juu sana. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wanaumia na hata biashara zimeanguka, kwa sababu wale ambao wangependa kwenda kufanya labda kutengeneza nywele ama kusiaga ama kufanya kitu fulani, utapata wameacha kuenda kwa sababu bei ya bidhaa imeenda juu. Kwa hivyo nataka niombe Bwana Speaker ya kuwa sisi kama watetezi wa Wakenya tukiwa katika bunge hili Bwana Speaker, tuweze kushughulikia masuala haya kuhakikisha ya kuwa hatukui na monopoly, jambo la kwanza. Na jambo la pili, bei ya bidhaa ama bei ya umeme iwe kwa bei ya nafuu ambayo watu wanaweza kuwa na uwezo wa kuafford. Na jambo la tatu Bwana Speaker, pia ningependa kusema ya kuwa Kenya Power wamekuwa wakitumia wamekuwa wakipeana kandarasi kwa watu ambao wanatakana kuja kusupply umeme, ambayo ilikuja pia kuharibu uchumi, kwa sababu wale watu waligeuka kuwa watapeli.
kuna watu ambao waliweza kukonektiwa umeme kule Trans Nzoia na baadaye wakaja kuambiwa Bwana Spika ya kuwa connection yao sio halali, na wameumia sana kwa sababu ilibidi waweze kulipia kwa mara ya pili ili waweze kupatiwa connection kwa mara ya pili, na ili hali walikuwa wameshawekewa umeme. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, nina support motion ambayo imeletwa na Bi Jane Kagiri ili tuweze kusaidia watu wetu katika nchi yetu kuhakikisha bei ya umeme imerudi chini. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Honorable Babu. No, this isn't that, it's not done that way. I got a list I'm following and I'll follow it. I know you are friends, but this has to be followed. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, power is everything. Whether it is in industry, agriculture, health, communication, whether it is e-communication, IT, there's nothing you can do without power. So power is development. If the cost of it is high, forget about development. But Mr. Speaker, from what we know, we have 5 major problems with the cost of power in this country. One is the structure we have. We have KPL, we have KenGen, we have Ketraco. One is supposed to produce, the other one to market and control the prices, and the other one is to transmit. Are all these 3 institutions working in harmony? The evidence we have, it is not. It has created inefficiency, which of course is a big problem. The next thing, Mr. Speaker, number 2, is the issue of IPP, Independent Power Producers, and Power Purchase Agreement. Mr. Speaker, this is the killer. Mr. Speaker, these agreements ensure, they have only one purpose, these PPAs, they have only one purpose, to ensure that the producers make a profit, and a huge profit at that, without regard completely for the cost to the consumers. Look at what they have, take-off pay, that if they produce, whether you take it off and use it, you will still pay them. Then look at the capacity cost. It means you must pay for their capacity, whether they use that capacity or not. Mr. Speaker, they also have a higher cost. We have been told here that per unit, KenGen is paid 5 shillings, and then they are paid 52 shillings. Why would we get into an agreement of that nature, Mr. Speaker? We are killing our own people. And then some of them are using the most expensive means, like the ones in Quorum, Moroni. It only produces about 35,000 kilowatt hours, and it's supposed to apply the Western Kenya and Kisumu, which needs over 200. It cannot produce that. And then, Mr. Speaker, all these, like all private institutions, whenever they interact with the public institutions, they actually ensure that they incapacitate public institutions. We have been told that they make sure there's no evacuation. I know, like the one in Koru and Moroni, whichever the place it is, we have to use it because we have no power line. We have been told all the areas of homabay and so on, but the biggest one was from Lesos, Kisumu. This line cannot just be done. It was paid for. I was told it was done. It cannot be done. So these independent producers actually sabotage power evacuation so that they're the only people whose power are produced. I remember, I think either it was KenGen or KPL, when the CEO said that if they were to produce all the power, and they seem to say they have the capacity, the cost of the power will be 4 times lower. Why are we still having this? And Mr. Speaker, the third thing that is really worrying is that all these costs are transferred to the consumer. So they don't care whether you are inefficient, whether you produce with a very high mode of production of power. Whatever happens, you transfer the cost to the consumer. And Mr. Speaker, why is it possible? Because we have a regulator, EPRA, and this is a weak regulator. It is not independent. It is subject to political manipulation. And so the private sector, the IPPs, literally with their small production of 20%, they are controlling the whole industry or power to the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this is where we have. And this regulator is not only in power, in oil, take EPRA. You people should have noticed that the small oil marketers are actually disappearing. You are only remaining with the big ones. You have the Total, you have Rubis, you have Shell. But you can remember, many years back, these were there, but there are other small. The EPRA regulations has made it impossible for the small people to actually market oil. They have the cost for landing, they have the cost at the pump, and then the small marketers buy from them. There is no price in the middle for the reseller, so that these people, they produce, they import, and then they also sell at the pump, and they sell to the resellers. What do they do to the resellers? They sell to them at their pump prices. How can those people compete with them? So they are all moving the whole thing to foreigners in oil. IPPs are doing the same. So, Mr. Speaker, all these KPL, KenGen, Ketraco, IPPs, all these people are out to exploit Kenyans. How can you have IPPs competing with KenGen? Mr. Speaker, I've had experience that whenever the private sector gets to work side by side with the public sector loses out. I'll tell you, there was a time Kenyatta Hostel, I say what I know, was able to produce its own intravenous fluids. It was a production unit. It was said, oh, this is not its commandate, it should treat people. And then that unit was actually stopped, and we started buying these fluids outside. They were so expensive. When there was an attempt to go back to that, you find that the private sector then actually sabotages that. The same has been with oxygen until COVID came. Then people realized that the private sector, we have to be careful. I know we have the public-private agreements, but we have to be very careful. So, Mr. Speaker, in my view, the issue is the IPPs and the public power purchase agreements and the structuring of the three organs that produce power. Unless we look at that, Mr. Speaker, we are not going anywhere. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about corruption in this country, the assumption is that it is in the public sector. It is like a tango. It takes two to dance. The giver is as guilty as the taker. And let me tell you, all our war against corruption in this country has gone the wrong way. We have actually targeted the public sector, who is mainly the taker. We have done nothing absolutely about the private sector, which is the giver. Until we address that issue, we are going nowhere. We can't we can't think we are going to clean one side of the coin, and that coin will work if the other side is not clean. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this. And when this is resolved and Parliament resolved, it should be implemented. The implementation committee should make sure that this, of all the resolutions we make, is implemented. It is in the interest of Kenya Kwanza anyway, because we just added to our Monday demands that it should be done. But if they brought a thing that is practical like this, and they do it, we will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, members. I wish to welcome students from Raila Primary School in Dagoretti North, Nairobi County. They are welcome to follow the proceedings of the House this morning. And I will use discretion this morning to allow, that school has parents in the House today, the Honorable Otiende and the Honorable Ruku. I'll give Honorable Ruku 30 seconds to welcome them to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As directed, it is for me to welcome the Yara School. You are most welcome to the National Assembly. And please, when you're in school, you must work hard. I know it's class 8, you are sitting on, or you are sitting for your KCPE examination this year. Please work hard. Your parents are paying fees for you and taking care of you. You must work hard so that you can be able to come and build this nation. The Republic of Kenya, the future of this republic is in your hands. So welcome, and you must work hard. Work hard pays at the end of the day. And we look forward to you occupying these seats in the future. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. This chance goes to Honorable Farah Malim.
Mr. Speaker, this motion is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, in this country, the problem we have is we have what you call an elite capture of the economy of the country itself. And the elite I'm talking about is none other than the political elite from the word go. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Power used to be a government parastatal, KPLC, and did such a fantastic job initially, fully owned by the government, with a few others, very, very few strategic investors at some stage. But later on, the political elite who basically controlled this country opened it up for privatization in line with what was called the SAPs, the Structural Adjustment Program, some time back. And the architects of the Structural Adjustment Programs were basically what you call the first world and the donor community. The idea was that when the continent got independence and the African did not have the capital necessary for the black people in this continent to engage in business, and all these things were controlled by foreigners, the government had to create the parastatals that were going to protect both the consumers as well as protect the system of the day. When they brought in the structural adjustment programs, was basically to try and take back all these corporations so that we become dependent on them and the multinationals can come to our countries and take over our economies. Our elite was even smarter than that. They began taking over those strategic companies themselves. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the UK, the British telephone BT can never be privatized. It's always government owned. The British Railways is always government owned. You cannot take away such strategic institutions or sectors of the economy as power, as what they call the railroad, as telephone communications, and privatize it. Those are supposed to be run by government parastatals. Now that we privatized it, the elite went further. And they began now bringing in what you call the independent power producers to be able to deal with the demand for more power, for industrialization, and other economic developments we needed in the country. And they got into these contracts with Kenya Power. And these contracts are one-sided. They are determined, they are dictated, and they are forced by the leaders of this country, the political leaders of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you want to go into politics in the US, you take your property and wealth into a blind trust and you are not allowed to do business anymore. Anywhere in the world, there's something called conflict of interest. This is the only country where you have a minister for finance who also owns a bank or has an interest in bank. This is the only country where you can find somebody in the telecommunications, what they call on the mobile sector, an investor, but also is a regulator in the Ministry of Telecommunications, the Communications Authority. This is the only country where you find people are in a sector which is so critical to the livelihoods of Kenyans that they have the investors in the milling corporations, which is our staple food in the country. The investors in the milk sector, and they also run the country, they control the country. Mr. Speaker, this has got to stop. And none of us knows who owns these IPPs, what they call the independent power producers. That is how Kenya Airways was destroyed. We had what was called the East African Airways, The political elite destroyed the East African community, not because they wanted something more for Kenyans, but they wanted something more for themselves. And we remember those political elites of those days. Most of you are very young people and can't remember, but I remember myself in 1997 because I was a grown-up person there. 77. Mr. Speaker, we have to take back our country and give it back to Kenyans. We don't have to liberate ourselves and get independence from a foreigner. We have to get independence from the state capture by the political elite from day one who have taken over this country. I know you are a member of the so-called hustler movement in this country. If you don't do some of these things, if you don't deal with these things very firmly and effectively, if you don't come to this house and this country with a proper land reforms, we have 20 million acres of land that were grabbed by the political elite of the day that can be given now to 10 million Kenyans or 5 million Kenyans, and that can be a very powerful means of production. It is not there. It is not there. If you are not going to do that, you're going to say that they just needed this so that they can capture power and go back to business as usual. And Kenyans of yesterday and the Kenyans of today are different. If you don't tame these people, you don't tame right now, go back to Kenya KQ, find out how Kenya KQ was bankrupted the way it is. And tell us so and so, who was a minister, who was the deputy president, who was the president, who God knows whatever he was, is the one responsible for this, what do you call, a mess in the place. And we go back as Kenyans and say, bring back that money. The same thing also with the IPPs. How do you contract IPPs? And the only thing they are supposed to do is that you are not paying them for consumption, you are paying them for capacity. You are paying them for capacity. Mr. Speaker, this country, I was a young man when the East African community was coming down, and we were told Kenya is a man-eat-man society. We have been a man-eat-man society for far too long, for over 60 years. If we're not careful, those people out there, those Kenyans, 67% of them who cannot get 3 square meals in a day. The poor Kenyans who are professionals, who are technocrats, who are working in all the sectors in this country, but cannot afford to pay for the power today. They can't send their children to good schools. Because we privatized everything. The elite went into education. I grew up in this country when the best schools were the government schools. Today, we don't have that. Because the political elite of the day invested in education, destroyed the public sector, improved what they call the private sector. I grew up in this country when my own dad in 1966, when this place was called King George, just changed the name that time, Kenyatta National Hospital, had an accident and he stayed there for 3 months. And it was one of the best, literally the best medical facility in the country. The political elite went into the health sector. They have gone into the health sector. Because they went into the health sector, that's why we have problems in the public sector in terms of health. Until such a time that the individual Kenyan can get, Mr. Speaker, can I plead with you to give me just 2 more minutes? Okay, thank you very much. Until such a time that you can go into a public health sector and get better services than Nairobi Hospital, Arrogance Hospital, MP Shah, until such a time that we do not have any meaningful independence in this country. Go to the US, UK. Go to UK today. The NHS is the best health facility in that country. The National Health Services, financed and owned by the British government. Every person, every Brit, and I want to report that part of the every Briton, regardless of what the state is able to get services as good as the minister in the House of Commons gets. Oh, this thing has gone bad.
But a small issue with the system today, so it isn't that you've been cut off.
You want me to come here? I used to use this when I was in the 10th Parliament. This day is no longer there. Now, how do you do this now? How, somebody help me. Okay. Yeah, it's just too short. This is the problem with this place. You haven't taken into consideration Maasais and Somalis there. Mr. Speaker, and Luz, of course. Mr. Speaker, an ordinary Briton gets this. An ordinary Briton gets the same services as the minister in the House of Commons gets. That country is richer than us. They have a GDP that is, God knows how many times, 100 times, 150 times bigger than our own GDP. We are a poor country. If our children can't get education, poor children can't get education. We can't get health. We can't get food. What is this country going to be? J.M. Kariuki said Kenya is a country of 10 millionaires and 10 million poor people. Mr. Speaker, we must deal with all this. We must deal with every sector of this country that affects our economy. A country cannot develop unless there are four fundamental things. Power, cheap power. Water and sanitation that is available to everybody and cheap. And a transport network. We don't have any of those ones. We might have achieved something, but we are way below the capacity. When countries like Singapore were poorer than us, when South Korea came to beg us here, Mr. Speaker, it is my humble. Let us save this country from
what is the fourth one?
The fourth one. I said power, water and sanitation, and transport network.
Water and sanitation and water are one.
Yeah, no. And our people are using flying toilets. You know, you go now to the Babu Owino knows where he comes from and where he represents. People use plastics to become toilets and throw them away. We have a health problem. Our children, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for our children. All of us are feeding on sewers. Our rivers are dead. This is a nation that is on a deathbed. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to say this, but we must tame this. This has got to be tamed, and every sector, the banking sector, finance sector, what do you call the energy sector, the water sector, every sector, the road sector, education in this country must be saved and must be given back to Kenyans. Otherwise, we'll end up with a revolution one day.
Thank you, Honorable Farah. This chance goes to the member for Kirinyaga. Members on this side, I've just given 3 in a row from this side. So don't put pressure on me at all. I'll follow what I have here. I've given 3 in a row from this side. So this side will get their chance of 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion by the Honorable Member for Laikipia County, Jane Kagiri. And I must commend her for a very well-detailed presentation before this House. Mr. Speaker, there has been propositions to review electricity tariffs as we speak, Mr. Speaker. If the energy regulator approves the new tariffs, Mr. Speaker, the cost of electricity will go up by 78%, Mr. Speaker. These will be the first upward review by EPRA since 2018, putting further pressure on consumers. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the domestic lifeline of 30 kilowatts is currently at Kenya shillings 621 and will go up to Kenya shillings 840. If implemented, Mr. Speaker, the proposed increase will hurt household budgets and put further strain on the cost of production. Mr. Speaker, with inflation in this nation currently at 9.1%, increase in electricity costs will only have an upsurge on the cost of services and commodities. Mr. Speaker, at a time when we need to focus on total connectivity in rural areas and invest in manufacturing, the conversation should be lowering the cost of electricity, not increasing it. Mr. Speaker, Goal 7 of the SDGs pertains to ensuring access to clean and affordable energy.
This is Honorable Chonga. What's out of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I am aware that the member who is contributing is new. And as far as the standing orders are concerned, I think she's supposed to present and not to read. What the honorable member is doing is literally reading.
I am referring to my notes.
I did notice that. Member for Kenyaga, I know you're a very sharp lawyer and you know the rules. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Goal 7 of the SDGs pertains to ensuring that we have access to clean and affordable energy. Mr. Speaker, this correlates to improvement and development in agriculture, education, healthcare, and other sectors in Kenya. We must therefore ensure that we harmonize the approach that we have, and the discussions on this floor are very robust and welcome to ensure that we have thoroughly investigated KPLC and any agreements entered into the same on behalf of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, monopolies fuel abuse. They leave people with limited and little choice. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Power is a monopoly. It is a behemoth that we must deal with and deal with urgently. Mr. Speaker, the 1997 Act led to unbundling of the Integrated Utility Program and Company. However, Mr. Speaker, despite subsequent legislation in the energy sector, we have seen that bulk transmission is still undertaken by Kenya Power. Mr. Speaker, I speak on this floor that we must open up electricity distribution competition. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well done. Member for Kiambu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Anne Muratha, the Woman Rep Kiambu County. I stand to strongly support the Woman Rep Laikipia for the motion that she has tabled today in this Parliament. And it's even a surprise that we are talking about the supply of electricity in Kenya in the 21st century. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to, as many speakers have just said, that the monopoly of Kenya Power is what has brought us where we are. Because once monopoly is the way to go, then all of us have to bow to the monopoly, and all of us have to now go the way they want to take us. And you see, monopoly many a times will make all...
Is it a point of order or a point of contribution? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Monopoly will always create pride and unquestionable issues such that we have no other choice but to follow what Kenya Power does. Sometimes you buy the tokens from the Kenya Power and you wonder, when you look at the taxes and the amount of money that you have paid on that very little electricity that you have bought, sometimes Kenyans feel like crying over what is happening. And you see now, electricity now is calling for everything in this country. Whether you are a cook, whether it is about washing, whether it is cooking, or any minor thing that we do in this country, it just calls for electricity to keep doing the work. So it's actually a very, very basic need that every Kenyan is supposed to be supplied with. And now what we are looking at, just as the speakers have said, all we need to do is look into Kenya Power and see what we can do to remove this monopoly of Kenya Power so that we can change everything in this country. And I am sure, Mr. Speaker, when we sort the issue of electricity in this country, we will have sorted so many other problems. We will have sorted even the issues that are there in our politics today. We will have sorted the problems that are all over in this country. And even when we tell our people that we have no employment, they should start creating jobs for themselves. When we give them electricity even in the rural areas, then we are assured that everybody can be able to stand on themselves when we are able to supply all this. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion by the woman rep for Laikipia, and I stand with her, and I agree with her 100% that this is the way to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. Member for Madeira.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First of all, I start to support this motion by the Honorable Member for Laikipia. In fact, as my colleague said, SDG 7 about affordable and clean energy interlinks with all the other SDGs. Without clean and affordable energy, we cannot end poverty in this country. We cannot also solve the issue of hunger. We cannot solve also the issue of insecurity. And also we cannot solve also the issue of piecemeal access to education in all parts of this country. Mr. Speaker, I think the issues that are here, one is the price of electricity, and number two is the affordability or the access to this electricity. If you look at this country, I think there are almost 40% of this country still cannot access electricity. And this is something that the government needs to look at. I remember in the last government there was a last mile connectivity, which still leaves 40% of this country without power. So the government needs to move with speed to ensure at least everybody in this country has a right to be connected with electricity. Mr. Speaker, Kenya, we are lucky that 85% of the energy in this Kenya, for this country, is clean energy. That is hydro and geothermal. 15% is non-renewable energy. But still, if you compare Kenya with a country like South Africa, if you try to divide the total megawatts that are supplied in this country with the number of inhabitants in this country, you will find that each inhabitant will have around 50 watts per person. But if you go to South Africa and they are relying on coal, that is non-renewable, each South African will have 1,500. So, of course, we commend the government. We know, we have seen that they are trying to buy power from Ethiopia and other countries so that we can boost energy. Mr. Speaker, you know, if we don't act on this issue of electricity, then we will not be able even to solve other issues. Mr. Speaker, when I was in school, we used to learn about the seven dams that used to provide hydroelectricity power. Still, I think we have not added any more. And this was a long time ago, about 20 years ago. I think this is a high time Kenya builds multi-purpose dams, the dam that can be used for irrigation, but also it can be used to provide hydroelectricity power. Because right now the rainfalls have started. We have rivers that are not drying up, yet all this water ends up in Indian Ocean. We really need to see how we can harvest this water for both irrigation, food security, but also to provide electricity in this country. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I fully support. Thank you.
Member for Busia, followed by member for Embakasi East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually like this motion that was moved by the women rep, Mama County, Laikipia. It is time to end KPLC monopoly. The president should actually open up competition so we can have fair or affordable bills, because at the moment even parents nowadays don't help their children to do homework appropriately. They have to switch off like prematurely before finishing the homework, and also the unreliability of Kenya Power is very annoying. If you are an investor, you cannot be attracted to such a thing, because 1 minute you have electricity, another minute it is not there, no apology. It is time everybody else who is affected by Kenya Power, it is time we started taking them to court to compensate the loss. Because if a factory makes a particular amount or a particular product in a quantity that they are, you know, it's their norm, and then it's interrupted, it is time this Kenya Power started compensating, because they are too expensive and they do nothing when they cut off electricity. Then it is not attracting investors. If we allowed other companies to come in, I think we will at the same time create jobs for other young people, because our country is experiencing a high percentage of unemployment, and yet we have this one company that is doing whatever they want and wish at our expenses. Also, we would love to understand who are exactly the shareholders of this Kenya Power, or who is running it, and why are they allowing this Kenya Power to take advantage of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, number one, what has killed Kenya Power in this nation is poor leadership. That is management, poor management, and to be precise, is corruption. Mr. Speaker, I'm in Public Investment Committee where we oversight Kenya Power. And the losses that Kenya Power is making, Mr. Speaker, you can't imagine. And just the other day, they were making profits. As at now, they've started making losses. Mr. Speaker, electricity literally, and any nation cannot do without electricity. And increasing the prices of electricity in a nation literally increases the prices of goods and services in that nation. Mr. Speaker, if you increase the value of electricity today, the manufacturers who are manufacturing different goods will literally increase the prices of goods to compensate for the high value of electricity. That's why the cost of unga is high, because when the electricity is high, then the cost of production must be high. Therefore, the finished product, the cost will be high. Mr. Speaker, and that goes to any other good that is being manufactured, because in every factory or industry, electricity is used. Number two, Mr. Speaker, even the cost of fuel will be high depending on the cost of electricity. Because in this country, if you increase the cost of electricity the way it is, then the pumps are even using electricity. Therefore, the cost of fuel must go up. Mr. Speaker, the cost of electricity must not only be reduced in this country, but electricity should be provided for free in this country like other countries. We remember when President Gaddafi was in Libya, electricity was free. There's a country called Turkmenistan in Central Asia, bordered by Caspian Sea and the Karakum Desert. Mr. Speaker, electricity is free. I'm mentioning what's bordering that country just so that you know that I know that electricity is free in that country. Mr. Speaker, even in our houses, marriage cannot be very, very sweet and successful when the cost of electricity is high. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because even the process of lovemaking, you need to see what you are eating. So when the cost of electricity is high, you will be so depressed, Mr. Speaker, you can't even deliver. Because when the lights are on and the cost is high, then, Mr. Speaker, you can't deliver well, Mr. Speaker. So it is breaking even marriages. That is the only thing that we have.
The Honorable Tiende, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker,
what did the
Honorable Babu Wino must know that
what did he say out of order?
Is that the language he's using is totally out of order.
What did he say?
But Mr. Speaker, you're not listening. That's why I'm telling you.
What did he say?
You must call Honorable Babu Wino to order because we have children in this house.
What did he say?
Yes, and these proceedings are also covered live. If he wants to make contribution, he must make meaningful contribution, not that kind of contribution. That one we must keep for our Monday activities. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, order. The Honorable Babu Wino has so far been very meaningful, I think, but for one small aberration. But so far, I think he's been very meaningful in his contribution, and I would ask him to proceed along the lines of standing orders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Senior Counsel, I stand guided, but Senior Counsel, if we say marriage, the institution of marriage is constitutionally...
Address the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, through the Speaker, the institution of marriage is constitutionally recognized, enshrined in the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, lovemaking is a parliamentary language. I didn't use unparliamentary language, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, you're saying eating is okay. So, Mr. Speaker, be that as it may, I support this motion. And, Mr. Speaker, the cost of electricity must be made to be 0 shillings in this country, because a common mwananchi, wherever they are, Mr. Speaker, it is very, very hurtful for us to subject these Kenyan citizens who are coming from very poor backgrounds to high cost of electricity, taking into account that they don't have sustainable jobs, no sustainable businesses. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Kenya Power should not monopolize the supply or distribution of electricity in this country. Thank you.
For the students, I will give this chance to the Honorable Tiende, and wish you could take a shorter time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll take a very short time. First of all, allow me to welcome the students, the candidates of Class 8 of Riara School to Parliament. 2 of my daughters are in that class, Jean and Jewel, and to all the other students, I wish them well. Mr. Speaker, on this subject, I suppose the motion, the cost of electricity needs to come down. There are certain basic commodities which, if they're not manageable, then you cannot live a good life. Cost of fuel must also come down, the cost of unga must come down, and it is in this interest, and I'm happy that the Honorable Member of Laikipia has brought this motion. So next Monday, when we're on the street, please join us, because these are some of the costs that we need to come down. We want them to be basic. But secondly, allow me to disagree with some of my honorable colleagues who say the problem is the monopoly. There are certain facilities that must be monopolized, like Kenya Ports Authority must be a monopoly. There are certain essential services that must be a monopoly. The problem is not being a monopoly. The problem is the management. And one of the things that we must do is we must demand for KPLC, we must demand of KETRACO, we must demand of KenGen that all the agreements they have entered into with private players must be made public and must be reviewed, because that's where the problem is. The problem is in the cartels that are dealing with our public institutions. That is where what we must manage. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, as we are dealing with this particular issue, we must also encourage the government to promote the alternative sources, so that we don't just rely when there's drought, then they say there's no electricity, we must ration. And we have we are one of the countries in the equator where we have the sun throughout. We must use these alternative means because they're even cheaper. The truth is, there are people who are suppressing the use of alternative energy sources, and that's why the cost is high. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you very much.
This chance will go to the member for Bureti, if he's in the House. The Honorable Ruku, you are out of order completely. This chance will then go to the member for Kajiado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion by the Honorable Jane Kagiri, the member for Laikipia. This motion is not only important, but urgent. Mr. Speaker, this comes at a very timely time when you're speaking about improving our economy and actually uplifting the standards of our people. Mr. Speaker, we know that the cost of electricity has gone so high that in most cases it has discouraged investors to invest in our country. When you also look at the production rates, the production rate of everything in this country is going down, and it is largely being contributed by the high cost of electricity. Mr. Speaker, when you speak of food security, it is becoming impossible to have food security in this country because most farmers rely on the rain, while we also have farmers who largely depend on water from boreholes to do farming and huge production. Mr. Speaker, it is now becoming impossible for those farmers to do production because every time they produce, the high cost of electricity eats into all their profit, and it becomes hard to run, not only to the large-scale farmers, but also to the small-scale farmers.
We have people who produce food for their family consumption only, and it's becoming impossible for them to produce because every time you run a water borehole pump, it takes more money than what you produce in your farm. So, Mr. Speaker, when we speak of bringing down the cost of living in this country, we must address first the issue of electricity. Because in the reduction of electricity, we will have more farmers farming, we will have more people going into production, and as we speak now, the country wants to go into the industrialization way. We cannot go the industrialization way if we have not addressed the issue of electricity. Because every time we have industries coming up, they thrive for 1 year and they all close down. The reason being, they cannot run their productions because the cost of electricity is too high. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a high time that we all join hands and seek the reason as to why this electricity is becoming a menace, a thing that is affecting the economy of this country, and not only the economy of this country, it is actually contributing to most of the things in this country not working. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very timely motion. I support it completely. And Mr. Speaker, not only talking about the high cost of electricity, it is also the arrogance that comes with the Kenya Power. Every time we have power cuts, it's like you have to beg them to bring the power back. I live in an estate, and just the other day we did not have electricity, and every time you call, they tell you that they have to receive calls for at least 10 people living in the same estate for them to bring back the electricity. What kind of arrogance is that, Mr. Speaker, for a company that is so monopolized that also it is you also have to call so many times for them to bring it back? Mr. Speaker, I will also want to say that in the initiative of the last mile, I want to say that we also have some parts of the country that are not electricity enabled. Like in my county, Kajiado, we have so many schools, we have so many boreholes, and we have so many hospitals that are not connected. So in line with this motion, I just beg that we also have those counties or those places that are not connected, getting connected in the spirit of the last mile connectivity. With this, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support this motion, and I call each and every member of this House to support this motion in totality so we can see what happens. Mr. Speaker, before I forget, in my county we have private companies like the Kipeto Energy, which contributes to the national grid of electricity, but every time these companies contribute electricity to the Kenya Power so it can supply to us, we don't see. I was thinking now, because we have so many companies contributing to it, the cost of it will go down. But the more they contribute electricity to Kenya Power, the more the cost of electricity is going high. So you wonder what is happening. We need to get down to this. We need to find solutions.
Honorable Kiborek, you can never wink to the Speaker. The Speaker is a man. We've just discussed issues of LGBTQ. Continue to finalize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I support this motion in totality, and I ask each and every member of this House to support this motion so that we can make sure that the production of the cost of electricity goes down, so we can see our production going up. We can see farmers farming again. We can see industries coming up and actually being sustained because the cost is affordable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Met East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. For your information, Mr. Speaker, I think last week I saw in the order paper that this bill was supposed to come, but unfortunately the LGBTQ motion came, and I had written the notes about this. Fortunately today, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting an opportunity to raise on this very important motion, whereby I'm going to say that it has been long overdue. And I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that if you see the bill whereby when you buy the tokens, I was checking on the tokens which I've been buying every now and then, and going to the taxes which is levied against every individual in this country, it is unbelievable. Because only if you see around 45% is what is meant for you after buying the tokens. And for some of us who are capable of buying tokens every now and then, I've been thinking about the common man, the voters who voted for us in our respective constituencies. Mr. Speaker, 45% meant for me and the government taking 54%. 54.3, that is around 55%, Mr. Speaker. This is the time whereby we need to stand by authority as a parliament and regulate this institution like Kenya Power. I was asking myself, what is the point of a government entity selling to another government entity? You generate, which is KenGen is a government owned, Kenya Power is government owned. Why can't we regulate or legislate in this house and make sure that even KenGen can generate electricity and sell to us and sell to the country? This is where all these taxes come in, because KenGen is selling to make a profit. We normally hear KenGen has made so much billions. We are also Kenya Power making billions, and this is at the expense of every individual in this country. This is something which I want to say also. The issue of IPP, the independent power producers, we need to go down and depth into this and make sure that we know who are the real owners of these independent power producers. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say I've never understood all these taxes, because if you can see the taxes which are being charged on us, there is VAT which is common, there is fuel levy, there is forex, EPRA charges, there is WRA charge, REP charge, and inflation charge, which is going all the way up to 54%, taken from the common manage or anybody who is buying, who is using the Kenya Power. Some of us have even decided, I'm telling you, it was not long ago. Personally, in my house, I've installed the solar panels, because it is becoming unbearable. I cannot manage this Kenya Power. I'm a member of parliament, which I can say I might be supposed to be affording to buy the power from Kenya Power. But how about the common wananchi, the voters who voted for us? These people who are doing the welding in all our villages around there. It is becoming unbearable, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Member for Game, followed by the member for Machakos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion by the women rep of Laikipia on management of the costs of electricity in this country. It is only in Kenya, I think, that we have beaten the law of demand and supply. Anybody would imagine that if there's a high supply and low demand, the price then would be lower. Or if there's high demand and low supply, the price will be up. To trace my steps, by 2017, the country was producing 2,300 megawatts. Currently, we are producing 2,900 megawatts. Consumption of power in 2017, in the evening when Mama Mboga was cooking, was 1757. Currently, the consumption has grown to 2243. What does that tell us? It tells us that the consumption or absorption of power by ordinary citizen is growing. And if we don't check, we may end up where we have more demand than supply. I think Kenya Power needs to wake up. And the government needs to put its foot down to restructure Kenya Power so that it meets the needs of the citizenry. For the last 4 years, Kenya Power has had 4 different managing directors that should tell us something. That should tell us that the ministry either was sleeping on the job or there are a lot of politics in the management of Kenya Power. And the last exit at Kenya Power, the chair of Kenya Power, the lady who left, we raised it in our committee. There was a conflict of interest. She was the Director General of EADB.
But are you going to be discussing the DG of EADB, or do you want to make a contribution?
I want to relate an event in Turkana wind power and EADB.
I would suggest you don't go along that way, because you'll be discussing a member, a Kenyan who is a CEO of a regional institution without giving her a chance to respond. So I would suggest you go a different way.
Mr. Speaker, what I was going to mention is that EADB financed the Turkana power. As a committee, when we went to Turkana power, they were not ready then. But somebody in the ministry forced their way, and 9 billion Kenya shillings was paid for free. So even as we talk about the price of power in this country, we need to look at other players in the market who are actually stealing public money. Until we wake up as members of parliament and we say no to theft of public funds, then we can be talking about how to improve on the pricing of Kenya Power. Right now, we have the lifeline tariff. In the lifeline tariff, the charges is 12 shillings per kilowatt hour. If you look at the 12 shillings per kilowatt hour, which is given, if you look at the composition, the taxes are 56%. What does that tell us? It means the citizenry is paying a lot of tax. For example, on that tax, we have a Warma tax. Warma is charging for the hydro stations 50 cents per kilowatt hour. EPRA is charging 0.2 cents per kilowatt hour. I think it's important that this motion that the Honorable Kagiri has brought should help us as a committee in energy to go deep into inquiry on how best we can moderate the taxes so that the citizenry can enjoy supply. But the good news is that the country in the next, hopefully in the next 10 years, should be able to have a nuclear plant in Mombasa. If you have a nuclear plant, we'll be able to produce 4,000 megawatts, which will then put us in a foothold as an industrial nation. Right now, if you talk about having every household have electricity, it's not going to be possible. It will be a question like what has happened in South Africa, where there's a law that all the citizens will be supplied with power. But now, there's rationing. Each citizen gets 3 hours per day of that power. So it's important that even as we do the inquiry, we should be proactive in planning as a country on our needs for the megawatts that we need into the future. But more importantly, the variance between 2247 that is consumed every day and 2900 megawatts that is produced, we should be able to use the existence of that 600 megawatts to power our factories at night, and ensure that if we power our factories at night, we can play with the pricing index and reduce the cost of electricity to citizenry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kabuchai, is Member for Kabuchai in the house? Member for Kandui? Member for Kilgoris?
Mr. Speaker, I also stand to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the honorable member from Laikipia. I can see that good things come from Laikipia, because this motion now touches actually every citizen. In the years gone by, it was not easy to discuss this issue of electricity in the rural area, but now it is the current discussion. Because our country has progressed to such a situation that the need for power, electricity, is actually real. But, Mr. Speaker, many people are blaming the issue of monopoly, and I'm one of them. And, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the price of power in Kenya, in the compared to the region, Kenya is one of the highest, if in fact not the highest. In Uganda, they sell per kilowatt 20 shillings. In Burundi, it is 20.28. In Tanzania, it is 12.34. In Kenya, it is 23 shillings. So, Speaker, this is a very expensive price for power. And governments have come and said that they are going to reduce. I know that President Uhuru did promise so much that this power was going to come down. But the price of power defied the President Uhuru's promises. Now, even in the current government that has come on the ticket of, on the platform of reducing price, these prices have also defied the current government. And we have to address ourselves, what is the issue behind this? I know originally, we used to think that there was only one source of producing power, which was hydroelectricity. But now we have diversified. We have geothermal production of power. We have the wind production of power. And I know that there are some companies, like the tea factories in Kericho, the tea companies in Kericho, that actually produce some amounts of electricity, although they do consume and sell to the grid. There are sugar companies that have wanted to use bagasse or ethanol to produce power. The sources of production of power have increased. We are no longer in those days when we used to get power from ginger. We have power all over. We are beyond the days when we depended on the dams to get hydroelectricity. Yet the prices of power are still very high. It requires a study. I'm shy to say that we should have a commission of inquiry, but this issue of power has become endemic. Mr. Speaker, and this has produced some consequences. We are saying here, under the Vision 2030, that we want to be an industrialized country. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers, their own chairman, did say one of these days, it is impossible to have an industrial country when your power is not affordable, when your power is not sustainable, when you cannot actually have a cheaper way of funding industry. Unless we deal with the question of power, these industries in Kenya will never see the light of day. Industrialization will continue to be a dream far away to be realized. I ask Mr. Speaker that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company does actually take it upon itself to do this. I know when I was in China, the KPLC was the one that could be agreed, so they could be allowed to borrow money for power purposes, because in those days, GDC they did not have a good balance sheet. Ketraco did not have a good balance sheet. But today, it is KPLC that does not have a good balance sheet. Where did things go wrong? Now, speaking on behalf of the people of Kilgoris, it is the question of KPLC is a real disaster in Kilgoris. I don't know why power is never consistent in Kilgoris. You could be watching television. I'm not a great watcher of football, but my children are. And when you think the goal is about to be scored, KPLC switches off. And you don't understand. I was not in Nairobi to watch the demonstrations. I was watching on television. And then the power went off. Mr. Speaker, there is hardly anything you can do with power in Kilgoris. People who run butcheries have to have their meat being rotting. If you have kept your milk in the fridge, if you are using anything as a hotel, there is no power that is consistent enough to make your business sustainable. And the reason is that we are not connected, we do not have a transmission center in Kilgoris. We are far away from our headquarters in Narok, and our friends in Sotek have taken this advantage that I don't know how they ration the power so that Kilgoris only gets a little bit of it, and the rest of it goes to serve the Bomet interest. I call upon the people, Kenya Power and Lighting, to put up a station, a reliable station, to serve the people of Kilgoris. In fact, the people of Kilgoris do not even have a Kenya Power and Lighting office. They just have an operational one for technicians. You do not, if you want to ask a question about why the power has gone bad, they refer you to Sotek. Sotek is in Bomet County. We are a sub-county far away from our own county, but we do need to establish a connection where we can solve our problems with power. The last thing, Mr. Speaker, is about the billing system in KPLC. You can live in a small apartment in Nairobi and still pay power as if you run an industry on Mombasa Road. There is no formula. The guys come and look at your meter, and I don't know, they look at it with what eyes, and they give you a bill that you ask yourself, supposing I was manufacturing bread somewhere on Mombasa Road, how much would I pay? If you can just pay a lot of money for living on an apartment. And then it is not consistent. If all of you live on an apartment block, one is paying 2,000, another one is paying 20,000. When are we going to get a more consistent way? Probably not manual at all. There was a time that the KPLC gave responsibilities to NYS to do the billing, for the reading for them. And in that time when NYS was reading the meter, the bills were fair. But when these guys came and they realized that they have to raise money from consumers, from unsuspecting consumers, they were given specific instructions. And this I must say, I suspect. They were given strict instructions to go and inflate the bills. And today, you don't know, Mr. Speaker, what you are going to pay next time. I know you might have a big house in Nyanza. You have another one in Nairobi. You have your own business. You are actually working for KPLC because the amount of money you pay for them, and then they don't even acknowledge. They are very rude. They don't have good customer service. They do not have a way of managing their customers. And that's why one time I said, Mr. Speaker, if I go to heaven and I find a KPLC person there, I know I'm in hell. Because how do you go to heaven under these circumstances? You are literally ripping off the people of Kenya, and then you are saying that you are doing your job. Mr. Speaker, this monopoly must end. And when it ends, Kenya will be a good country. I support.
I'd actually given the chance to the member for Machakos. We skipped her. Go ahead, member for Machakos.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank in a very special way Honorable Jane Kagiri, Laikipia Women Rep, for the well-articulated, researched on the power sector and this motion. Power has become a menace, and it has become very devastating in this nation. And I want to thank her so much because she has revealed a lot. She took us through KenGen, Kentraco, and KPLC. And what has come out clearly is that KPLC is no longer interested in serving the citizens and giving power to its citizens and to the nation. But it has just become a rotten den where cartels have taken control. How on earth does KPLC buy power from KenGen at 5 shillings and sell it to its suppliers at 23 shillings? The same KPLC goes ahead and sign some agreements with the IPPS to sell, to buy power from them at 52 shillings, surely. And then there is an agreement. There is a clause in this agreement where I think I understood it's a take or buy. Whether you buy the electricity or the power, you still have to pay for this power. Yet Kengen is supplying power at 5 shillings, and we are not exhausting the power at Kengen. It shows that there are cartels that are controlling Kenya Power, and this has to come to an end, because power is a commodity which is of utmost need for our citizens, for our hospitals, for the industries, and also for the investors that want to come to invest in our country. Power is one of the few items that they will check on the cost of power in the country. So how long will we suffer? And that is why I thank the Honorable Jane for bringing up this issue. And we want to say this. We are the ones here in Parliament that are bestrode with making sure that the laws, the regulations that govern are well thought of, and they are enabling us as citizens to get the right prices or services. And that's why we have to look at this clause. We have to insist on getting the agreements that IPPS and Kenya Power have laid down, so that at least this monopoly can come to an end. Because at the end of the day, we will not continue suffering. Our country will not continue with these hard times, where we know that power is of essence, and we can control it to safeguard the prices, the escalating prices of every commodity in our market. Let me say, I'm here to support, and let's follow up this to the letter and make sure that the cost of power goes down. Before I sit down, in Mulolongo, Syokimau, there is another hell of menace of power in those sides. Anytime, every time, power goes off, and when you complain, when you call, it has just become, they have become immune. It does not matter, and it does not pain to them. Oh, how I wish that the leaders in charge would do something about it. I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Mbeere South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I want first to commend our government because of the efforts which have been put in the last few years to ensure as many citizens as possible are connected to power. Mr. Speaker, in our language, we usually say that people don't count the goods, they only count the bad part. I want to recognize the good which has been done in this country. We know very few people are having power connections, and this now has changed, and I trust that it is going to continue changing with the efforts which are being put in through REREC. Mr. Speaker, sir, my only concern in the efforts which the government are putting is that we are not, as a government, we are not kind of business-minded. What do I mean by that? When we talk of connecting every school with power, Mr. Speaker, sir, you find a transformer has been installed in a certain school, and it is only serving the school alone. The community around that school will be left without power. And That is why power becomes expensive, because providing a old transformer for only one customer is actually expensive. If one has to pay the cost, they will not even afford. When we come to dispensaries, the same case applies. A old transformer is taken for a dispensary, and not much effort is put to maximize the use of that installation. At least in towns, the installations have been maximized. So my plea to ROREC and the government is to ensure that at least every installation which we have put in place is used to the optimal. Mr. Speaker, let's go back to the basics. When we talk of power, what do we mean, really? Those of us who studied basics, there's a law which we are calling the Law of Conservation of Energy, which states that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. You can only convert it from one form to another. And the debate before us today is about energy. This power we are calling just power electrical energy is just being converted from hydro energy, from geothermal, from solar, wind, from diesel fuel energy. We know some people also use coal, they convert it to electricity, to electrical energy. What we are addressing here, Mr. Speaker, sir, is what is the cost of converting this God-free given energy into some form of electrical energy. And this is why we are talking of the independent power producers selling energy to us at a very high cost. My argument, Mr. Speaker, sir, would be this. It is the responsibility of the entrepreneur to convert this energy to electrical energy in a cheaper form. It is not the responsibility of the citizens of this country to shoulder a more expensive way of converting energy to electrical energy. That is the responsibility of the entrepreneur. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support liberalization. But liberalization will not be the solution to this, because we know when we talk of liberalization, we are talking of market forces. Let the supply and demand dictate the prices. But energy is a basic human right, as we know it, just like water is. You cannot eat or drink if there is no water and if there is no energy. And if it is a basic human right, which is actually naturally provided, just like I've stated, energy is already in existence right from creation, then it is the responsibility of government to ensure that every single citizen of this country is getting access in an affordable manner of that which was originally freely given by God. Mr. Speaker, what am I driving at? I'm saying there has to be regulation, a clear regulation. And it is the regulation of this, the prices of this energy which will tame the independent power producers, even as we look at a liberalized market. Because if the government says the price cannot go beyond this because of the citizens, then the independent power producers will have to look for a way of making sure that they are more efficient in the conversion of whatever energy form. Mr. Speaker, if the government does not do this, then a lot of things are going to suffer in this country. We are talking about climate change. Climate change which is being brought about by the depletion of our forests. What will happen to the common mwananchi when they cannot afford power? They will go back to the old way of living. They will go and cut the trees. They burn charcoal because they must survive. They use firewood. So, Mr. Speaker, it negates the efforts of the government to say that we plant many trees, yet on the other hand, we are discouraging the mwananchi from using the source of energy which would save these forests. So I recommend that there must be regulation. Number two, if conversion of energy to electrical energy becomes expensive and it goes beyond the level of affordability by the common mwananchi, Mr. Speaker, sir, then the government should come in and subsidize. We are talking of subsidizing production. Energy or electrical energy, like we have discussed in this house today, is being used in every area of production. So, for things to be produced, items to be produced in an affordable manner, the government will have to subsidize if regulation will dictate thus the price has to be high. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to mention a few things about Kenya Power. Kenya Power has got too many cartels which are operating with the organization. Mr. Speaker, when you apply for connection, you find some strange people calling you and telling you they are from Kenya Power and they are going to assist you to get electricity in a very cheap way, and they start asking for money. And because of the need for power, a lot of our citizens have lost money through those cartels. Mr. Speaker, when you get contractors also, who Kenya Power these days is working through contractors. These contractors, they will come and install power, and over and above, they extend some connections, which are said to be legal connections, to wananchi who actually don't know. And these contractors, they end up asking those wananchi to pay a little money, which is outside the normal connection, and then give them power. Only later for Kenya Power to come and call these ones illegal elections, connections, and they disconnect the wananchi. So wananchi are losing a lot of money. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, sir, you find that where a legal connection has been installed, the wires will be stolen at night, because these contractors who go to give power for these illegal connections, actually they don't buy the material. They are just doing an installation in one site, and when they go to another site where they want to give an illegal connection, they go and cannibalize those wires, they steal those wires. I particularly have lost my wires several times, Mr. Speaker. This is why I'm talking of this. It's an experience I have. Look at the street lighting, Mr. Speaker. They are given to contractors. They are installed today. After a week, they are stolen, and they are taken to another site, and the government continues to pay. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a problem with the Kenya Power. They need to review how they are providing their services. I support.
Ochonga, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker, there is no problem at all.
Okay.
All what I wanted to tell you is that this motion is very, very crucial. Most members would wish to contribute to this motion. Looking at the time, I could see, I understand the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, but looking at the time, I don't see whether all of us are going to contribute. Personally, I've been patient here since morning, and I understand nobody is against me. So I only wanted, if possible, we be able to contribute for, let's say, 1 minute, 2 minutes, so that we can have all the people have a chance to contribute. That's only the problem that is here with me.
It was going so well. His 10 minutes, he had those 10 minutes for himself. And just to advise that in future, if you want to limit the time, you have to do it before the debate on the motion starts. I agree with you absolutely that the interest is a lot, but as you'd imagine, I've also just been following the list. I've the only member I'm going to give next, I've skipped him 4 times because I wanted to balance. So I'm also just looking at the list and looking at how far you are. So allow me to just do it the way it is on the list, like I always do. The next member here would be the Honorable Ochanda, followed by the member for Gichugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me make it short so that we can reach Chonga a little bit quickly. Mr. Speaker, there are some of these things that happen in this country that if you try to compare with what happens elsewhere, you'll be shocked. Mr. Speaker, Mogadishu, under very difficult circumstances, have been able to operate with light, with power throughout. And they don't have anything equivalent of KPLC. Why? So these are some of the reasons, some of the things that when you look at, you realize that we are in a situation where we are captives, literally captives of some of these big suppliers like this of KPLC. Mr. Speaker, if you want to reduce power, there are basic things that we want to look at. Number one has been mentioned, that we have to look at the issue of levy. We have to look at the issue of fluctuation. Power is costing us much more because of fluctuations. Right now, we are told, for example, and that goes also with the issue of planning and resource placement for purposes of generating energy. We've been trying as a country in different ways. Wind energy in Turkana, we've been doing a lot of experiments with the solar. And for the entire, what we call the Nyanza region, including Narok now, where Sunkuru was talking about, the problem is we were supposed to get an additional power from the north. That has been realized all of a sudden that it can't work. Now, Honorable Sunkuru, now that they are saying we have to, the connection must now be done between Narok and Bomet for us to get power that doesn't fluctuate from time to time. Look at that in terms of planning and resources that have been placed in the alternative ways of how to generate power. There is a problem in planning. And because of planning, we now experience fluctuations. And once you experience fluctuation, definitely the cost of power must go up. This is a big problem. When we are talking about manufacturing as an important pillar, an economic pillar, how do we manufacture when there is no power? How do we produce when there is no power? How do we produce when power is so expensive? So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a bigger problem. This country must isolate some of the very basic things and focus on them such that we reduce the cost of power. It is doable. And if it's a matter of doing away with the KPLC, it's doable. And I've given a very good example. Mogadishu was able to run and has been running minus something like KPLC for a period, a much more longer period of time than when the other day.
Honorable Chanda, who is providing power there?
Independent arrangements, but regulated. Independent arrangements, properly regulated. It's not the state doing it. And they are doing it so perfectly. The other day here, when somebody knocked our mosque somewhere in industrial area here, in Dandora, the whole country went minus power for days, just because of that kind of a monopoly. So we must think right as a country. The cost is even factors like Kenya Power is still too manual. We are in a stage in the world where you can't run a sector like that of Kenya Power in this manual way, where people are running for meters, running to reconnect, and things are so manual the way they are. It becomes costly, and that cost is definitely transferred to the consumer, Mr. Speaker. Let me leave the other minutes for who is else, not Chonga.
I wish it was. I'd already given the chance to Honorable Gichugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very, very important motion brought to this parliament or in this chamber by the very able member of parliament for Laikipia, Honorable Jane Kagiri. And that proves that this member of parliament does not only think about members from that she represents, but she's thinking nationally for the interests of all the Kenyans. And that is why I rise to support this motion. And firstly, Mr. Speaker, energy is a key driver of economy in this country, just like fuel. And when the cost of electricity is very high, then the economy is also suppressed in a big way. For example, I've been a member of the Trade, Industry and Corporations Committee, both in the 12th Parliament and 13th Parliament. And one of the issues that industrialists have been grappling with is the cost of electricity. And if, as Kenyans, we want to have jobs for our youth in this country, one of the issues that must be addressed is the cost of electricity, because investors have been shying away from Kenya. Kenya is very strategic in terms of investments, but because of the cost of power, investors have been going to the neighboring countries where power is cheaper. And this matter has been brought up severally by KMA, by various players in the field, but it's an issue that the Committee of Parliament in charge of electricity, that is the Energy Committee, should take up and investigate why power is very costly in this country. For example, we've also seen in the bills that we've been paying, there are so many charges which are placed against the consumer. And sometimes we wonder, like charges by WRA, Water Regulatory Authority. Not every power in this country comes from water. Yeah? There are powers, we got power from geothermal, we got power from wind, and many other sources that are usually connected to the general grid for the transmission to the consumers. But Water Regulatory Authority always has a charge on the bill. So I think these are some of the things that needs to be investigated to see where even these charges are usually taken to after the consumer has already been charged. Mr. Speaker, I also appreciate the government's effort through the current leadership of His Excellency that there is a very big effort to make sure that as many people are connected to power. Like when I joined Parliament as a member of Parliament for Gishogo, the connection within my constituency was about 56%. Now I'm boasting of about 82% of power connected to my people. And I'm sure with the current regime, this might rise to about 99% or even 100%. So some of other issues that must be addressed by Kenya Power is the power outages. I've been called severally from people from Gishogo that many areas have been disconnected or there are power outages. And they don't listen to the common man on the ground until I make calls to the Kenya Power. That is when they usually start running, and even as I speak now, there are some areas that I'm still following for reconnection. Mr. Speaker, because of the interest of time, I support this motion, and I believe this is the way to go, and the investigation need to follow after this motion for the better and the best changes for the consumers of electricity in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mosop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support this motion on this issue of electricity regulation. Mr. Speaker, electricity is no longer an option to the people of Kenya. It's a right for every Kenyan to have electricity. And not only electricity, Mr. Speaker, but affordable electricity. But it's truly unfortunate that the cost of electricity in Kenya continues to skyrocket. And so regulation of it, on checking as to why it continues to go so high, is needed and is needed now. In the last 1 month, the cost of electricity went up by 10%. And even before then, it had gone up. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I support the member who brought in this motion, because it's high time we actually review the PPAs, the IPPs, because most of the owners of these IPPs are continuing to reap a lot of profits at the cost of Kenyans. The common person, this cost is passed to the consumer, is passed to the retailer. And as such, I am really in support as to what can we do. If Uganda is able to produce...
I have to stop you from there. You'll have your balance of time when this motion comes up next week. Time now, members, is 1 p.m. The debate on this motion will resume again when the order is placed in the order paper. Members, I then therefore wish to say that this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, that is today, afternoon, 22nd March 2023 at 2:30.
the sagittal terms will signal that the quorum has been achieved and the House can commence its business.
Order, members, you do not exit when the bell is ringing. Member for Narok, you do not exit when the bell is ringing. Standing orders.
Well, members, remember currently is a quorum bell that is calling for members to walk into the chambers. So the members who are already in the chambers are not expected to walk out. Remember, the House is on a 10-minute quorum bell to enable the House achieve its quorum, or rather requisite quorum. And of course, the members who are in are expected not to walk out to allow the number to be attained and of course give way to the House to commence its business. So the chairperson of the first chairperson to the speakers panel has just directed that members who are already in the chambers should not walk out as the quorum bell is on. Remember, the quorum bell is just to alert members who are yet to be in the chambers to walk to the chambers and enable the House achieve its requisite quorum. So the member for Kaloleni, Honorable Paul Katana, will this morning be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action whether she could explain, or the member will want to understand, when does the ministry intend to classify Kaloleni constituency as a hardship. Well, as you can see, that's the sergeant at arms who has signaled that the quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast.
To transact the business of the day. Order number 1.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, morning sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the improvement of drinking water and sanitation systems in Mombasa, Mwache Project AFD Credit Facility number CKE 11001C, Coast Waterworks Development Agency for the year ended 30th June 2022, 2021, and 2022, and the certificates therein. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements on NGCDF for Alego Usoga constituency for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein. A. Tana and Athi Rivers Development Authority, TARDA, Tana Waterworks Development Agency, Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Kenya Slum Upgrading, Low Cost Housing and Infrastructure Trust Fund, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA, Lake Victoria Water Supply and Sanitation Program, Phase 2 Project number PZI Z1 EAO 004 ADF Grant number 210015501967, Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Authority. EPS turnkey construction of 5 footbridges and Timol flyover on Mombasa and Langata Road, project loan credit number 001-001-19, and Ken 02001-19, Kenya National Highways Authority. Nairobi Thika Highway Improvement Project Lot 3, Government Concessional Loan Agreement number 2009-39, total number in brackets 290, Kenya National Highways Authority. Water Sector Development Program, Lake Victoria South, Kericho, Kisii, Nyamira, and Litien, loan number BMZ 2010-65861, and grant number BMZ 2010-70457, Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Agency. Kenya Town Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation Program, CR number PKE E 011 AFDB loan number 2000-200000501, Central Rift Water Works Development Agency. Transforming Health Systems for Universal Health Care, THSCS Project Grant IDA credit number 5836, KETFOA 2561, TFOA 2792, and CRP 152394, Ministry of Health. African Environmental Health and Pollution Management Project, AHPMP, National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, and Safe Roads Usalama Barabarani Program, EU grant number, that National Transport and Safety Authority, and lastly, Eastern African Regional Transport Trade and Development Facilitation Project, credit number 5638, KEIDA, State Department for Infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, I lay the paper.
The next will be the Vice Chair for Health Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 22nd March 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, ALMA. Beg to lay, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, AMA, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 22nd March 2023, pursuant to the provision of Section 8.4 of the Treaty, making a Ratification Act 2012, approve the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kandui, Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give notice of the following motion, that aware that according to the National Protocol for Treatment of Substance Use Disorders in Kenya by the Ministry of Health, drug abuse has been increasing in Kenya, especially among the youth, with statistics indicating that more than half of the drug users are aged between 10 and 19 years. Further aware that research released by the National Authority for the Campaign Against Drug Abuse, NACADA, in December 2022, placed Western Region as the leading region in alcohol and substance abuse at 23.8%, followed by the Coast region at 13.9%, and the Central region at 11.9%. Recognizing that the high level of drug abuse in Western region is attributable to illegal entry points from neighboring countries and unlicensed establishments, especially in Bungoma and Busia counties, with statistics indicating that 2 out of every 5 establishments in Bungoma operate illegally. Further recognizing that a majority of the consumers of illegal substances are school-going children who end up dropping out of school, cognizant of the fact that the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010 established Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, whose purpose is to, among other things, facilitate the dissemination of information on alcoholic drinks and promote rehabilitation programs in the country. This House urges the government to institute intensive programs for the dissemination of information on alcohol and substance abuse in line with the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act 2010, and to increase the number of rehabilitation centers across the counties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The first question by the Honorable Member for Maragua, Honorable Mary Wamaua, would be deferred. She's bereaved, having lost her mother, so it will be deferred to the next sitting. Next question will be by the member for Kaloleni, Honorable Paul Katana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question 058 to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used by the Ministry to categorize and gazette areas as hardship zones in the country, and the reasons why Kaloleni has not been gazetted as a hardship zone despite the advised conditions in most parts of the constituency? When does the Ministry intend to classify Kaloleni constituency as a hardship area in order to compensate public servants who serve in the region under advised conditions? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next question will be by the member for Kandui. This question by Honorable Katana will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Labor.
Thank you.
The next question will be by the member for Kandui, Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask this question to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and National Planning. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether the government ever released the sum of Kenya shillings 21,782,366,530 and a further Kenya shillings 908,878,470 towards the restructuring of Nzoia Sugar Company as per the recommendation of the sessional paper number 12 of 2012 adopted by the National Assembly on the 9th of January 2013. B, provide evidence indicating when the funds were released and whether the dates were written off. 3, provide details of the current annual status of the balance sheet of Nzoia Sugar Company Limited. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Next question by the member for Turkana Central, Honorable Joseph Emathe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 42A5 to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Defense as follows. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, explain the circumstances under which the government deployed the Kenya Defense Forces to Turkana, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, and Samburu counties pursuant to Article 241, Sub-Article 3B, and note Article 241, Sub-Article 3C of the Constitution. 2, provide a report on the effectiveness, if any, of the operation so far, given the scope and nature of deployment contemplated under Article 243, Sub-Article 3B of the Constitution, and whether any perpetrators of insecurity have been apprehended. 3, urgently consider deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to Turkana, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, and Samburu counties in the manner provided for in Article 241, Sub-Article 3C of the Constitution, in order to give the forces appropriate authority, mandate, and command to restore security in the affected counties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. The next question by the MP for Kuresoi South, Honorable Joseph Tonui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question number 061 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the terms under which construction of the Olengurwani Stadium, which was being undertaken by the national government through the Ministry of Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development, was transferred from the national government to the county government of Nakuru? Next,
Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the details of the contract sum for the named project, the amount that was paid out at the time of transfer, the outstanding balance, and clarify whether the corresponding contract sum was transferred to the county? Next, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the reasons why the contractor for the Olunguruan Stadium project deserted the site despite having been paid funds to start the works? Could the Cabinet Secretary state the plans that the ministry put in place to ensure that the abandoned Olunguruan Stadium is completed, ensure that no funds are lost, and specify when the construction works will resume? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To be replied before the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works. Honorable members, I have a communication to recognize a delegation from the Parliament of Namibia. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of the Parliament of Namibia who are seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises members of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Implementation and Coordination, and they are as follows. Number 1, the Honorable Victoria M. Kauma, MP, leader of the delegation. Number 2, the Honorable John Likando, MP, member. Number 3, the Honorable Peter Kazongominja, MP. Number 4, the Honorable Melania Nzago, MP. Number 5, the Honorable Hans Nambodi, MP. Number 6, the Honorable Alphaeus Abraham, MP. And finally, the Honorable Olivia T. Hanguo, MP. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by 3 parliamentary officers, Mr. Bani Karuombe, Ms. Mono Matengu, and Mr. Bernard Muira. The delegation is on a visit to benchmark with their counterpart committee in the National Assembly. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them that they will have fruitful discussions and engagements during their stay in the country. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the National Youth Council Act. Order number 9, hoja, kupiga marufuku uzungumziaji, uchapishaji na usambazaji wa taarifa zinazokuza mahusiano ya jinsia moja.
Honorable Owen Baya, what's your point of order?
My point of order, Honorable Speaker, is on the leadership in the House. As a parliament, we have minority and majority. And Honorable Speaker, Parliament, the National Assembly is comprised by both minority and majority. And this Parliament takes care of the leadership of both sides. But for the whole of this week, we have noted that one side has been permanently absent. And very important bills are coming, and we have passed the Division of Revenue Bill. We have passed several very important legislation that affect the country going forward, especially on the economic front. But the minority has not been doing their job. The minority has not been in this Parliament. As I
Honorable Baya. Honorable Owen Baya. We have the quorum in this House. We are well constituted to transact business. And I think the leadership, you know where we meet with the two sides of the alley. Please, let us go to the next order.
They're not here.
Haya, mswada ulioko kwenye ukumbi huu uliowasilishwa na Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali, zimesalia dakika 17 za mswada huo. Mheshimiwa wa Turkana alikuwa kwenye kipasa sauti, amebakisha dakika 6 kama anataka kuzitumia. Kama hataki kuzitumia, kuna dakika 7 ambazo zitakuwa kwa mswada huu, alafu tutampatia mwenye kuwasilisha kuweza kujibu. Vile vile, ninaona kwamba kuna watu wengi wanataka kuzungumza. Ni vizuri nijulishwe kama unataka kuongelea mswada huu, unijulishe kwenye hoja ya nidhamu ama intervention. Mheshimiwa wa Kaloleni, Mheshimiwa Kahindi Katana.
Asante Madam Speaker. Nasimama kuunga mkono hoja hii kupiga marufuku uzungumzaji, uchapishaji, usambazaji wa taarifa zinazohusiana na mapenzi ya jinsia moja. Madam Speaker, sisi kama Afrika tuna utamaduni wetu, desturi yetu na mila zetu ambazo hazihusiani na jinsia moja, yani wanaume waoane wanaume na mwanamke aoane mwanamke. Madam Speaker, nchi hii ina sheria zake na kanuni zake ambazo ziko katika ndani ya katiba. Haya mambo ambayo yanazungumziwa kuhusu mambo ya ushoga na mambo ya usagaji yanaenda kinyume na mila na tamaduni zetu kama Afrika. Ile tunataka kuzungumzia, Madam Speaker, ni kwamba tunapinga vikali kiini ama njia yoyote ile ambayo inaweza kuleta mahusiano ya mwanamume kwa mwanamume. Hata shetani mwenyewe alipokuwa anamjaribu Hawa, hakuenda kwa Adamu, alijua ndoa ni ya mwanamke na mwanamume. Na hii, Madam Speaker, ni njia ambayo mataifa ya kigeni yanataka kutumia ili kuhakikisha kwamba ongezeko la wananchi katika bara la Afrika inapungua kwa kiwango kikubwa. Kwa hivyo ni lazima kama wa Kenya kupinga vikali, na wale wote ambao wanatumika kueneza haya mambo ni lazima wachukuliwe hatua kali. Tunajua mbinu na njama, hii ni desturi za watu wa nje kule Amerika na katika nchi za Jumuiya ya Madola. Kama wanataka kufanya ushoga, wafanye kwa Ulaya na Amerika, watuache sisi wa Afrika tuendelee na mila zetu, dini zetu na desturi zetu. Hatuwezi kukubali mambo ya ushoga na mambo ya usagaji katika taifa letu. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And maybe to the visiting Namibian delegation is to notify them that we have 3 languages in this house: English, Kiswahili, which is the local language that is being used now, or sign language. Nafasi hii nitaweza kumpatia mbunge wa Rabai.
Asante sana Madam Speaker. Mimi nami nasimama kuunga mkono hoja hii ambayo iliweza kuletwa na Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali, hoja ambayo kwa hakika ni hoja ambayo tunasimama kidete kupinga masuala ya mambo ya ushoga. Mheshimiwa Speaker, taifa letu la Kenya ni taifa ambalo tuko na misingi ya kidini. Na Mheshimiwa Speaker, dini zote ndani ya taifa la Kenya halikubaliani na masuala ya mambo ya mashoga na usagaji. Kwa Kwa hiyo mimi nataka niunge mkono nikisema kwamba ninapinga kikamilifu. Sisi kama Wakenya ni watu ambao tunatii dini. Na kama nilivyotangulia kusema, Mheshimiwa Spika, dini hairuhusu masuala ya ushoga wala usagaji. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka niunge mkono mswada huu, na bunge hili la kitaifa linapopitisha mswada huu tuhakikishe kwamba sheria kali inatolewa kwa wale ambao watakuwa na matendo ya ushoga ama usagaji. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama kuunga hoja hii nikilaani vikali sana masuala ya ushoga na usagaji katika taifa letu la Kenya. Asante sana, na nimshukuru pia Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kumshukuru Rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kwa sababu amekuwa mstari wa mbele kupinga ile uamuzi ambao ulitolewa na mahakama, uamuzi ambao ulikuwa unasema kwamba ushoga uweze kuendelea. Kwa hiyo nataka nisimame hapa kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais wetu kwa kuwa mstari wa mbele kupinga masuala ya ushoga ndani ya Kenya yetu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana Mohamed Ali kwa kuja na mswada. Asante.
Muda wa hoja hii unaendelea kuyoyoma. Tuko na dakika moja peke yake. Mheshimiwa Hilary Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion, Madam Speaker, that the West, especially America, has been engaged in a serious re-engineering of the world order. They brought us Christianity, and when they realized that Africans have taken up Christianity and Islam, and that they are going to heaven, right now they are bringing us another new program of gays and lesbians to re-engineer the world to take them back to hell. Madam Speaker, we will not accept gays, we will not accept lesbians in our society, Madam Speaker, and we have to stand firm as the African society and be counted in this world stage as a continent that fears God and as a people who respect culture and marriage as ordained in the holy books of Christianity and Quran. Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Najua wengi wangetaka kuchangia, lakini muda umetupa kisogo. Sasa tutampa aliyewasilisha mswada huu, Mheshimiwa Wanyali, Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali, aweze kujibu. Uko na dakika 10.
Shukran sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningelipenda kuwasilisha hoja hii, na kwanza kabisa kuanza kwa kuwapongeza wabunge la taifa kwa kujitokeza na kuweza kuunga mkono mswada huu wa kupinga matendo ya kishetani, ya kupinga matendo ya wazungu yanayojaribu kuletwa na wazungu katika taifa hili letu. Na mimi nitaendelea kusimama kidete na kusema ya kwamba hatutakubali kamwe nchi hii tabia za Wamarekani ziletwe hapa ili mashoga na wasagaji waweze kutawala nchi hii. Na nataka kumwambia balozi wa Marekani humu nchini, B. Meg Whitman, ya kwao ya Marekani ayafanye Marekani, na ya Kenya aachie wa Kenya wafanye ya Kikenya. Mambo ya kutuletea mambo ya ushoga na usagaji na hata kutumia pesa kufikia viongozi mbalimbali, kutumia misaada haramu ili kuweza kuleta hii tabia mbovu hapa nchini Kenya, hatutakubali. Na kama wewe munajiona kama kiranja wa dunia, ifahamike ya kwamba mkuu wa hii dunia ni Mwenyezi Mungu, na katika dini ya Kikristo na dini ya Kiislamu na dini zingine zote Mwenyezi Mungu ameikataa. Pia nataka kuchukua fursa hii niweze kumpongeza sana Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Mungu akupe afya na akuongezee umri, kwa sababu jana ulitia sahihi ya kuhakikisha mashoga na wasagaji kule hawatambi na hawatapewa nafasi. Pia nataka nimpongeze Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Daktari William Samoei Ruto kwa kusimama kidete na kumwambia Attorney General aangalie maamuzi yale yaliyofanywa na mahakama kuu na kuhakikisha ya kwamba hayo maneno yamebatilishwa na yaende vile ambavyo Wakenya wanataka, vile ambavyo katiba ya Kenya inataka, na vile ambavyo dini ya Mwenyezi Mungu inataka. Kumbuka wiki iliyopita nilikuwa hapa katika bunge hili na nikaweza kutoa vitabu vitakatifu, nikakuja na Biblia na nikakuja na Qurani. Kwa wale ambao hawakuwa, nilitoa hata aya katika Biblia na katika Qurani. Katika Biblia tumeonywa, Walawi 20:13 mnaambiwa, Mwenyezi Mungu anasema, kama mwanaume yeyote akilala na mwanaume mwenzake kana kwamba ni mwanamke, basi wote wawili ni lazima wauawe. Sio mimi nasema, ni Mwenyezi Mungu. Sikilizeni maandiko vizuri. Kwani wamefanya jambo lililo chukizo, watawajibika kwa umwagikaji wa damu yao wenyewe. Ukifanya ushoga, ukifanya usagaji, na Mungu anasema muuawe. Hatutabembelezana nchi, tutafuata katiba ya Mungu sisi. Quran An-Nisa sura ya 16 inasema, na wale wanaume wawili wanaofanya uchafu, yaani wanaume kwa wanaume, miongoni mwenyu waadhibuni wote. Kwa lugha ya Kimombo, discipline them. Hatuta eti Marekani inakuja kusema demokrasia wanaume wapandane kama mbuzi, demokrasia wanawake wapandane. Hiyo si demokrasia, hiyo ni ushetani. Na nyinyi viongozi msiogope. Mimi nimewaambia mkitaka mchukue visa yangu. Visa tunaotafuta duniani ni visa ya ufalme wa mbinguni. Tusiogope hizi vijikaratasi vidogo, tusiogope hizi sheria zao. Wazungu walikuja hapa Afrika, wakatutoa katika utamaduni wetu, wakatudhulumu, wakatufanya wakimbizi wa ndani kwa ndani, wakaua wazee wetu, wakawanyang'anya ardhi, wakawatesa, hata wakawafanya kama slaves na kuwauza kama mifugo katika mataifa ya nje, ili Waafrika waende wafanye kazi chafu chafu. Leo hata mfano ikitolewa katika sinema, eti watu weupe ndio malaika, watu weusi ni mashetani. Hata katika vitabu, jamani, fungueni macho nyinyi wa Afrika, fungueni macho. Shetani, alama ya shetani ni mweusi. Hakuna siku utaona shetani mweupe. Hata katika sinema, mwizi, muuaji, mbakaji, mtu mbaya ni Mwafrika. Hawezi eka mwizi mzungu, hawezi eka shetani mzungu. Ni kwa sababu wamedharau hata ngozi yetu. Ukienda saa hii kule kwao, wanabagua wa Afrika, munaitwa monkeys, munaitwa kila aina ya majina, gorilla, chimpanzee, na mnacheka hapa mnasema wazungu wazungu. Eti mzungu akishuta ni marashi, Mwafrika akishuta ni uchafu. Amkeni, kumekucha, mukatae haya ya wazungu, na wazungu muwaite kwa majina yao. Mimi leo namtaja balozi wa Marekani, wiki iliyopita alifanya mikutano na mashoga na masagaji, na anasema na lugha ya Kimombo eti talking about their democracy and the human rights. Hakuna human rights. Muende musiagane huko kwenyu, muwapatie visa, muwapatie green card, chukueni hao mashoga, muwapatie hizo haki za binadamu katika mataifa yenu. Nchi hii ya Marekani imeharibu dunia nzima. Imeharibu milki za Kiarabu kwa vita za mafuta, imeharibu mataifa mengine kwa sababu ya minerals, imeharibu kila nchi.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, what is your point of order? Order, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, while I agree with a lot of things that the Honorable Member is saying, is it in order for him to make statements that imply hostility towards a friendly country, the United States? Is he in order?
What is that standing order, Webe?
Without a substantive motion.
Honorable Muhammad Ali, I would want you to also be careful, because don't go against our standing orders, that you're not supposed to expressly discuss matters pertaining to an elected official, president. Let us adhere to that in mind.
Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua Marekani ikitajwa kuna watu matumbo yanawaingia moto. Mimi sizungumzii wa Marekani kwa jumla. Mimi nazungumzia anayetaja, kwa sababu yule balozi ameita mashoga wa Kenya, hajaita mashoga wa Marekani. Amezungumzia swala linalotuhusu sisi wa Kenya. Na kwa hivyo, kwa sababu ya kidiplomasia na heshima ya mataifa, tutaheshimiana. Lakini ukienda kinyume na katiba ya nchi yetu, hatutaheshimiana. Kwa hivyo, mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, sijamtaja kwa njia mbaya, nimemtaja kwa sababu yeye anajaribu kufanya mambo kinyume na katiba ya nchi. Sisi tunaheshimu katiba yao, na wao waheshimu katiba yetu, waheshimu dini zetu, waheshimu utamaduni wetu, na waheshimu Uafrika na Ukenya ndani yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, naona muda unanipa kisogo, wabunge wanataka kuchangia, na Mheshimiwa Spika, nitamwachia dakika zilizosalia dada yangu hapa aweze kuchangia, lakini ningeliomba pia uwape muda kidogo hao wangwana waweze kuzungumzia haya maswala. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na naomba bunge hili lipitishe mswada huu tukisubiri bill ya Mheshimiwa Kaluma. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Yangu ya mwisho labda tu ni kuomba wanabunge waweze kupasisha mswada huu na kuhakikisha ya kwamba hizi tabia haziwezi kukaribia watoto wetu, kizazi chetu kijazo. Wahakikishe ya kwamba uchapishaji wa vitabu katika runinga kuonyesha machafu, ambapo wanaume kwa wanaume ama wanawake kwa wanawake katika vipindi, haya yote yameweza kuzuiliwa na serikali ya Kenya ili tulinde kizazi kijazo. Kwa hivyo mimi nawasilisha hoja na kusema wabunge muweze kupitisha mswada huu tukisubiri ile ya Mheshimiwa Kaluma ambaye itapelekewa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aitie kidole ili tusahau haya mambo mara moja na tulinde vizazi vyetu. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
St. Angela Kiriaini Girls from Madioya constituency, Murang'a County. On my own behalf and of the Assembly, we welcome you to observe the deliberations of the House. I will indulge the member for Madioya for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome St. Angela Kiriaini Girls to Parliament. Indeed, this is the first school from Madioya constituency that has visited the Parliament since August 9th, 2022. Kiriaini Girls is one of the best performing schools in Murang'a County and Madioya. And what I would ask the girls is not to disappoint Madioya, to try and to continue working hard. And a word of advice to the girls and indeed to the rest of the schools is one, as girls, equip yourself with knowledge, wisdom, with obedience and so forth. Number two, search for yourself away from damaging habits, from damaging relationships and so forth. And Lastly, live as yourselves. Make sure you don't live outside your means. Work hard. And I think, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Order number 10, motion, reduction of cost of electricity in the country.
Member for Laikipia, Honorable Jane Kagiri. We have issues with our system. Walk to the front at the dispatch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that aware that the cost of electricity has been at an all-time high, affecting the cost of living and doing business, acknowledging that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, a public limited company, in brackets Kenya Power, procures electricity from Kenya Electricity Generating Company, another public limited company, in brackets KenGen, a government-owned company, and from different independent power producers, in brackets IPPs, recognizing that Kenya Power has entered into power purchase agreements, in brackets PPAs, with both KenGen and IPPs, and procures power from them at unregulated rates. Noting that there is need to regulate all IPPs in the country and publicize their locations, stakeholders, directors, management, and their addresses and agreements entered into with Kenya Power. Cognizant that recommendations from past task force reports relating to power purchase and rates have not been implemented, deeply concerned that Kenya Power has in the past procured a larger quantity of power from the IPPs at a greater cost rather than from KenGen, leading to higher cost of power, cognizant of the fact that there is need to put in place policies, strategies, and regulatory measures for better planning to moderate the cost of electricity and enable access to energy by all, particularly in the manufacturing sector, to ease the cost of production and doing business. This House therefore resolves that the Departmental Committee on Energy undertakes an inquiry into the operations of Kenya Power in relation to agreements entered into with IPPs, factors affecting the cost of electricity, including over-reliance on IPPs against available renewable and other energy sources, and measures to reduce it, and submit a report to the House within 120 days. In the meantime, the Ministry and Kenya Power should not enter into new contracts with any IPPs until the House makes a resolution on the matter. Informed by the reports of previous task forces on the matter, the Ministry engages in negotiations with power producers with a view to reducing the cost of power, and the Ministry and Kenya Power to develop suitable strategies for engagements with the IPPs in order to provide relief for electricity consumers and ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of the energy sector. Honorable Speaker, according to world best practices, any business or enterprise allows an acceptable loss of between 2 and 6%. That means the average is 4%. Honorable Speaker, if I would put it in a better example, a woman who buys cabbages from Marikiti Market and buys a sack of cabbages would give herself an acceptable loss of between 1 or 2 cabbages, that one of them could be rotten or 2 of them could be rotten. A greater example is a boda person who delivers trays of eggs in a local town and uses his boda to deliver them. Honorable Speaker, this boda rider would give himself an acceptable loss of around 1 tray or 10 eggs would crack in between the delivery of the eggs to the customer. Honorable Speaker, according to the global best practices in the energy sector, the acceptable loss is 13.5%. However, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company has an acceptable loss of 25%. Honorable Speaker, to put it in the simpler terms, it means that in every 4 units Kenya Power and Lighting Company purchases, 1 is lost. Honorable Speaker, in the year 2022, Kenya Power and Lighting encountered a loss of 22.43%. Looking at those figures, Honorable Speaker, you'd assume that is a small percentage. Kenya Power and Lighting Company went ahead and requested EPRA, which is the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority, to allow it to pass on 19.9% of that loss to the consumers. This was up from 14.5% in the previous year. Honorable Speaker, the 22.43% we are talking about translates to around 35.7 billion per year lost at KPLC. Again, this is a figure that we need to put into perspective. Honorable Speaker, recently in this House, we approved the budget estimates, and it's good to take this Honorable House through what 35.7 billion can do for us. In the State Department of Early Learning, Basic Education and TVET, this Honorable House approved for them a budget of 33 billion. The State Department of Correctional Services, that is what involves all the prisons we have in this country, we approved for them a budget of 32 billion. The State Department of Social Protection, which includes the 1.183 million elderly persons who are under the cash transfer program, and then we approved for them 33 billion. This means that 35.7 billion is money that would have been enough to run a State Department in this country and run it successfully and even give us change to keep. Honorable Speaker, as a country, when we compare ourselves to our neighbors, Kenya's electricity tariff remains very expensive. In Kenya, we pay 23 shillings per unit. In Uganda, they are paying 20 shillings per unit for electricity. In Tanzania, they are paying 12 shillings per unit for electricity. In Ethiopia, they are doing much better and paying 6 shillings per unit for electricity. When we look at Egypt, Egypt is at 3.75 shillings per unit for electricity. This tells us that our country, Kenya, is charging 7 times the cost of electricity as compared to a country like Egypt. Honorable Speaker, this remains a very heavy outcry from our consumers, businesses, and even individuals in this country on the high cost of electricity. There has been 4 task forces created in the last 4 years to try and solve this issue. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, it's still not been concluded. It is my hope and prayer that this motion is the one that is going to help us resolve this issue for the rest of our time as Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we cannot speak about the cost of electricity without seeing the challenges Kenya Power and Lighting Company encounters. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is KenGen and the independent power producers were supposed to be generators of electricity. KETRACO was supposed to be the transmitter of that electricity. And KPLC is supposed to be the distributor of that electricity. As it stands today, Kenya Power and Lighting Company is a distributor as well as a transmitter of electricity. Honorable Speaker, if we are reminded of the losses that I have just mentioned earlier, when we look at the current situation, it would be very difficult to tell if it is KETRACO or Kenya Power and Lighting Company which needs to take responsibility for the losses that we're encountering in transmission. Honorable Speaker, it is important to also note that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company handles a very high budget burden. This burden has been caused by high operational costs, low cost collection efficiency, significant increase of power purchase costs, investment in political pet projects like the last mile connectivity, which eventually became commercially inviable. This, Honorable Speaker, has contributed greatly to KPLC not being able to upgrade its infrastructure, and its infrastructure that is causing losses, and losses which are later on transferred to the consumer. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to speak on KPLC's billing system. And when we speak about the billing system, it's important to note that KPLC still does the manual reading of meters and bill approximation. Honorable Speaker, this is highly inefficient and is prone to inaccurate approximations of bills. And in turn, when losses are counted, this is transferred to the consumers at that wrong approximation. On this note, Madam Speaker, I would want to remind this Honorable House that when I was a young girl growing up, we had a company called Kenya National Assurance, and we had another one called Telcom. These were great giants in this country, and nobody thought that they would ever be felled by anybody. Today, we no longer speak about Kenya National Assurance, and we don't also speak about Telcom Kenya. I would want to remind Kenya Power and Lighting Company that it is not a giant big enough that it cannot be felt. Currently, we are having complaints of underserved clients. We are having complaints of frustrated demand. We are having complaints of unreliable supply. And all these will force our consumers to look for a more reliable alternative. Madam Speaker, let me speak on Kenya Power's generation of electricity. Unfortunately, Kenya Power highly depends on thermal producers for its production of electricity. This, we must remember, is something that is affected by global fluctuations, and in turn, when market prices change, the effect is still felt by our consumers who feel it very greatly. Honorable Speaker, at this point I would want to mention, in the year 2020, Kenya Power and Lighting Company paid 44 billion to IPPs. These IPPs only produced 25% of the electricity in this country. Kenya Power and Lighting Company went ahead and paid 38 billion to KenGen, and KenGen had produced 72% of the electricity in this country. What, Madam Speaker, this goes to explain to us is the high cost we are having to incur for us to buy electricity from these IPPs. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move on to the IPP factor and mention that IPP generates electricity using various technologies. The first one is geothermal, hydro, solar, and wind power. They enter into long-term contracts with Kenya Power Lighting Company, where the contracts run from 20 to 30 years. The single off-taker, who is KPLC, is mandated by law through the agreements to take or pay for the capacity of the power plant. Madam Speaker, when I say take or pay, it means whether we take, we have to pay. If we don't take, we still have to pay. Madam Speaker, my further research moved me to realize the prices that we are getting from KenGen and from the IPPs. This was a shocker to learn that at KenGen, we buy 1 unit of electricity at 5 shillings and 30 cents. The IPPs, on the other hand, and especially the thermal producing ones, are selling to us a unit of electricity at Kenya shillings 195 per unit. This, Madam Speaker, answers the cost of our electricity bills. Madam Speaker, let me further explain about the fixed agreements that Kenya Power and Lighting Company has with the IPPs. KPLC has to buy a fixed amount of power from these IPPs. These contracts often have fixed costs, not affected by demand or the market. This forces KPLC to pay for power.
Order, members. Honorable member for Mathioya, you do not just cross the floor. You know the standing orders.
This, Madam Speaker, forces KPLC to pay for energy that it does not need, which contributes further to the consumer paying for higher electricity bills. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the dominance of IPPs has equally affected us because that limits competition. Number 2, it also makes it difficult for KPLC to negotiate prices. Number 3, lack of competition also gives them the higher bargaining power, and we have to go by their terms, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also have to speak of a regulator whom we call EPRA, the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority, which ensures tariffs reflect the cost of providing electricity to the consumer. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this is not the case because EPRA also seems to be moved by the political situation in the country and eventually does not do as expected. Honorable Speaker, it has been it's in this precedence that we find KPLC transferring the high cost of electricity to the consumers, and in turn, everybody has to pay a very high electricity bill. Honorable Speaker, for electricity bills to come down in this country, it is in my humble opinion that we need to create a negotiation commission. A commission that will competitively procure and negotiate with these power producing companies on behalf of KPLC and change the IPP agreement from take or pay to take and pay, meaning we need to only pay for what we take. The second thing, Madam Speaker, we must lower the acceptable system losses at KPLC, and somebody has to take responsibility for anything that is lost above the acceptable loss given by the country. Madam Speaker, this will reduce inefficiencies at KPLC, and it's also going to make sure we reduce on the losses at KPLC. Madam Speaker, my third point would be we need to allow KETRACO to wholly handle transmission and leave KPLC to handle distribution, marketing, as well as billing. Madam Speaker, we need to create an IPP office which will be self-sustaining. And this office will have its stakeholders, who will be the engineers, who will be the developers, who will be the investors, who will be the lenders, who will be the legal minds, and who can decide on the lowest cost, monitor output, oversight the fidelity of all these agreements, and eventually the consumer is going to get a better deal for what they offer, from what KPLC will be offering. Madam Speaker, I think we have also come of age as a country to realize what global warming is costing us. Of course, thermal production of electricity is a high contributor to that. Madam Speaker, we need to reduce the thermal production of electricity and make it to be on standby and not our mainstream source of energy production. Madam Speaker, procuring cheaper and renewable energy is also going to be a positive effect to the consumer, and it's going to reflect on the bill. Honorable Speaker, every Kenyan is yearning for a country that we can make better for ourselves and even future generations. But Madam Speaker, for Kenya to become a globally competitive country, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for our country to become an industrial hub and not just the gateway to Africa, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for our country to become a middle-income country by the year 2030, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for our food prices to come down, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for His Excellency the President and our Kenya Kwanza government to achieve our promise on employment for young people, Kenya Power must lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, for the cost of production to come down, Kenya Power has to lower the cost of electricity. And finally, Madam Speaker, for us to make ease of doing business better in this country, Kenya Power has to lower the cost of electricity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move and request Honorable Karoli Omondi to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karoli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion and with a lot of pleasure. But let me begin by invoking the words of an African-American writer, and maybe paraphrasing him, James Baldwin, those who know him. He once said, ignorance allied with power is the most ferocious enemy of justice. But I want to paraphrase him to say, beauty allied with brain, as the fine lady from Laikipia has just demonstrated, is probably what the doctor ordered for Kenya's economic problems today. Madam Speaker, there's something called state capture. State capture is where decision-making authority is appropriated by individuals and exercised by them, not for public gain, but for private interest. And I think the issue of power supply in Kenya is a classical case of state capture. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about two things: problems of the PPAs, power purchase agreements, and also recommend some solutions as we discuss this important matter. I think the greatest problem today that we face in Kenya with respect to PPAs or power purchase agreements is what we call conflict of interest. The decision makers who have been awarding these PPAs are actually the beneficial owners of the entities that have been given the contracts to supply power. So there is no arm's length in the transactions. There are no, we cannot clearly say that there's fair dealings on these matters. There's no transparency because those who are making the decision are the ones who are benefiting, and they are not serving the public interest but private interest. Madam Speaker, bribery and corruption are very apparent in the PPAs that we have signed as a Republic of Kenya. And I speak from historical experience as the person who actually wrote the law that separated Kenya Power from Kenya KPLC and all that, set up the EPRA and the rest. I was the first CEO, actually, of EPRA, and I have a bit of deep domain knowledge on these matters. But, Madam Speaker, the procurement processes, yes, have not been competitive. We have something called feed-in tariff in Kenya, where you just walk in, you negotiate a deal, and you are given a contract to supply power. It is not based on competition. Yeah? It is a good thing to indicate what the tariffs will be, but it must be competitive to get competent suppliers. That is not the case. And there is no competition in most of these things. So we have very expensive sources of fuel instead of using very cheap alternatives like LNG, which I think should have been procured over the years. There are some things that we may not understand because we are laymen, like the long-term nature of PPAs. If you get it wrong at the beginning, you will pay very dearly. There's something called capacity charge or take or pay principle. Those are normal and they are not bad. Yeah? But the problem is we are not matching the demand, established demand, with the supply. So what we have is we have excess supply and limited demand, but we still have to pay the capacity charge. The reason is when somebody puts up a power plant, you must guarantee that their power will be consumed. But if you mismatch your demand with supply, then you will be paying for power that you are not consuming. Those are the problems. Let me go to the solutions. Madam Speaker, I think it is established that there is conflict of interest and corruption in the way the PPAs have been procured over the years. And we have a very classical case in this country, the duty-free case, where a gentleman came and set up duty-free. And then he was kicked out, and then he went to something called ICSID, International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, which is a World Bank entity. Nasir Ibrahim Ali, that was his name, went there and pleaded that he bribed a former president. He gave him a briefcase full of maize. The maize was $3 million. ICSID said, which is the correct position in law, that because your contract was tainted with corruption, we cannot enforce it. But we acknowledge that you are unfairly terminated. I think it is time that this inquiry looks into the PPAs and finds out where there is corruption or conflict of interest. We should vitiate those PPAs and walk away from them. Yes, Kenya cannot be burdened to pay all these expensive PPAs when we know clearly, and it is demonstrable, that there was corruption and conflict of interest. We should also retire the fuel-fired PPAs, like the one in Quorum, which is the most expensive in the Republic of Kenya. We should retire it, because to continue supplying power from there at very expensive tariffs is simply to burden industries and the local consumers. Madam Speaker, 20 years ago, we tried to separate transmission from distribution. And that is how KETRACO was conceived. KETRACO was not just supposed to build power lines. KETRACO was supposed to be the transmitter of electricity. And KETRACO was supposed to be in charge of the National Dispatch Center, so that if you separate transmission from distribution and generation, you give the customers the opportunity to select their supplier, where the cheapest power is dispatched first and the most expensive power is dispatched last. So we should enhance or deepen the reforms and make KETRACO what it was supposed to be, not for rural electrification, but for controlling central dispatch system, and then we dispatch power on something called economic merit order. We also need to deal with legacy issues in this sector. We have problems of overstaffing, overstocking, corruption, all those kind of things. We need to deal with this. And finally, Madam Speaker, I think it is time now to look for a strategic investor into KPLC, the way we did with Kenya Airways when it was working, and the way we did with Safaricom, which is still working. Kenya Airways, 20 years ago, when I was a young lawyer, we wrote off 4.5 billion, brought KLM as a strategic investor. And the next 10 years, under the able leadership of the late Ndegwa and Mzee Okero, They made so much money that when Okero retired, Kenya Airways actually had 4.5 billion cash in the accounts because KLM was able to stabilize the operations of Kenya Airways. I think it is time we got a strategic investor to stabilize the operations of KPLC. You can see Safaricom is making a lot of money because we have Vodafone bringing in the best experience and the best expertise. I think that is the way forward. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the motion. Thank you very much. I second the motion. Thank you very much.
Before I propose the motion, allow me to recognize a delegation from the County Assembly of Homabay, which has been seated at the Speaker's gallery. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the County Assembly of Homabay, comprising of 6 members of the Committee of Social Welfare and Equal Opportunity and 3 members of staff who are at the Speaker's gallery. Join me in welcoming them to the National Assembly to observe the deliberations. Thank you, members. I now propose the motion that, aware that the cost of electricity has been at an all-time high, affecting the cost of living and doing business, acknowledging that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, or Kenya Power, procures electricity from the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, PLC Kenyan, a government-owned company, and from independent power producers, IPPs, recognizing that Kenya Power has entered into power purchase agreements, PPAs, with both Kenyan and the IPPs, and procures power from them at unregulated rates, noting that there is need to regulate all IPPs in the country and publicize their locations, stakeholders, directors, management, and their addresses, and agreements entered into with Kenya Power, cognizant that recommendations from the past task force reports relating to power purchase and rates have not been implemented, deeply concerned that Kenya Power has in the past procured a larger quantity of power from the IPPs at a greater cost rather than from Kenyan, leading to higher cost of power, cognizant of the fact that there is need to put in place policies, strategies, and regulatory measures for better planning to moderate the cost of electricity and enable access to energy by all, particularly in the manufacturing sector, to ensure the cost of production and doing business. This House therefore resolves that, number 1, the Departmental Committee on Energy undertakes an inquiry into the operations of Kenya Power in relation to agreements entered into with IPPs, factors affecting the cost of electricity, including over-reliance of IPPs against available renewable and other energy sources, and measures to ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of the energy sector. Honorable members, I would actually think that our machines are back. I would hope that from our technical team that our machines are now working. And I will give the first chance to the chair of Energy Committee, Honorable Vincent Kawaya from Mwala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. I want to first thank the Honorable Member, Honorable Jane. This particular motion touches the hearts of Kenyans in so many ways. Madam Speaker, when you look at even the agenda of the Kenya Kwanza government, part of the agenda is accelerating agricultural production and manufacturing for value addition. And unless we tame the cost of energy in general, which includes both petroleum and electricity, then it is going to be a tall order for us to be able to achieve this particular goal. However, Madam Speaker, it is important for all of us to from the onset, understand what really constitutes a power bill. The power bill you see monthly constitutes of a component that comes out of a charge relating to a generation, which is charged by the person selling the power as the feed-in tariff. There is a component of evacuating that power, which is the transmission, largely now done by KETRACO. There is the component in distribution of this particular power, which is done by REREC and Kenya Power. There are taxes, and then you get your final bill at the last mile. Madam Speaker, the problem of energy costs is a very complicated one. And it is not just about the IPPs. It is about a well-calculated and even tried to use all possible means to frustrate the process of getting affordable power. We have a generator like KenGen, and to give you quick statistics, 1 year sampled, I think last year, but one, the total power produced by KenGen was 72% of the total power that was bought by Kenya Power. 25% of the total power bought by Kenya Power was from other IPPs or independent power producers. Now, the interesting math is that this 72% bought from KenGen was actually the same cost in terms of how much Kenya Power paid KenGen. It was the same cost as the 25% that was sold to the same Kenya Power by independent power producers. Now, the cartel system is such that if today these IPPs we are talking about were to switch off, I will want to guarantee you that we would not have power in the country, in as much as it's very little power supply they are providing us, because they have refined the system to hold us hostage. And how? We need to understand power. It's not about generation. The most important thing we need to put into consideration is how to evacuate the power that we produce. The cartels have devised a way to ensure that we do not succeed in evacuating cheap power to Kenyans, because that is where now the main issue is. And I want to give you an example. If you go to the dispatcher one evening when we have our highest peaking demand, you will notice that we only have about 5% to play around with. We are almost using every other power that we can be able to access. You will notice that there are many a times when we have idle power at KenGen that we are not using, and at the same time we are buying very, very expensive power by thermal power producers. And then you ask yourself why. Now we have what we call on-grid and off-grid connections. There are Kenyans who are not yet connected as part of the main grid. And these Kenyans need access to power. Now, there has been a deliberate effort to frustrate connecting these Kenyans to the national grid by frustrating such connections by KETRACO that would otherwise evacuate this power and then relieve or retire the expensive power connections. And therefore, while KenGen is selling power to us at a cost of 6 US cents per kilowatt hour, we are forced at times to buy power at over 52 US cents per kilowatt hour, while we still have surplus at KenGen because we can't evacuate this power from KenGen to where it is needed. Now, When I looked at the BPS, for instance, I saw a deliberate effort to ensure that we take longer in doing projects that are low-hanging fruits that will quickly evacuate power, this cheap power, so that Kenyans can access cheaper power. And then you will find that there has been a strategy to deny funding to this kind of projects that evacuate this power. And one of those projects, for instance, I want to give you an example. We are buying power at 52 US cents per kilowatt hour from Moroni gas. Moroni gas is the most expensive IPP in the country. Now, Moroni gas can be retired. For instance, if we complete the homabay, Sondu homabay Awendo line, if we complete Lesos Nakuru line, Bomet line, then we actually evacuate geothermal to otherwise the same places that are served currently by Moroni gas and otherwise. But what will the cartels do? The cartels will ensure that they use forces to ensure that you don't complete these lines so that they continue selling expensive power. When you look at, for instance, largely bigger part of cost has been surviving on Kipevu until now we got a connection from Suswa, which was still not enough to evacuate enough power for Mombasa region. Now we have done the Suswa-Mariakani line. Look at how much you require to evacuate power from Mariakani to parts of Mombasa, Dogokundu, and others. Then you find that it is a small component. But that component, in many of the budgets that we are receiving, you find that that particular component has not been prioritized for funding because there are, of course, thermal producers who would want to navigate their way to ensure that they continue selling expensive power. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to understand that there are various components that contribute to our power bill, the biggest being the cartels under the IPP arrangement. Again, ourselves, allowing ourselves to be blackmailed by these cartels, the process of signing contracts that are skewed to continue fleecing Kenyans. Madam Speaker, the committee takes this particular motion very serious. The resolution proposed that the committee should undertake a complete inquiry into this particular matter. I want to commit on behalf of the committee that we are going to give this particular exercise or particular motion the particular priority that it requires, and we'll report to this House. And you can expect that there is going to be heads rolling on this particular matter of energy cost. It's so huge that it can't be handled in a day, in a matter of minutes, but we are going to come up with a comprehensive report. We understand that.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, allow me to recognize two delegations in our galleries. One delegation seated at the speaker's gallery, Kerwa Secondary School from Kikuyu constituency, Kiambu County, and another delegation from Makwiny University Students Association from Makwiny, seated in the public gallery. Join me in welcoming them to the National Assembly. The next speaker will be Honorable John Waluke of Sirisia. Not in the House. Honorable Harrison Kombe from Magarini. Honorable Doris Donya Toto from Kisii.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion because when our country has power, We have health improving because even in hospitals, they use power. We have comfort in our homes. Sometimes we go to the village, and when there is no power, you feel that you don't have life. When you move to our schools, if there is power, the teachers will have extra tuition for our students. It will basically improve our economy. When there is enough power, even our productivity goes high. Madam Speaker, we will have our business people extending time for opening their doors because they are assured of security. Power is security. When any company has a monopoly, I remember sometimes back when we could go queue and make a phone call from those common booths, you could see how inconveniencing it was till the time when now we have several companies providing these services. We enjoy making our calls from home, choosing any network that you want to. This is what we want to happen with our power in this country so that we have more supply. When a company has a monopoly, these monopolistic firms set higher prices than the marginal costs, and the consumer supply is significantly less than it could be a perfectly competitive market. We want competition. There is a limit supply of power, Madam Speaker, in our country. You will even be told you will have power for 2 days. Other 3 days there will be no power because we are doing this and that. There will be maintenance. But if we had many companies competing for the same, when this other company is doing the repairs and all kind of stuff, the other companies will be offering the same, and there will be competition. None will be wishing to close down the business because they know their competitors will be milking from that precious commodity. So we need access. We also need access to modern energy, which is very essential in provision of clean water. Madam Speaker, move to the village. Our women are trekking long distances in search of water. When we have power, power is everything. I can even tell you, power is life. So we need
affect our people all the way. I think when it comes to talk about power and how the Kenya power has been learned, probably most of the time is because of that issue of monopoly. When there is issue of demand and supply, you realize that Kenya Power doesn't have, even the zeal to push itself to make sure that their product, or whatever they're trying to move, is that because of the lack of competition within the market. And therefore, they have really increased the cost of power, and the cost of power affects so many issues. Especially now because even on the dry season that we have been having, and relying probably on borehole water, especially for so many people within the city, you realize that even the boreholes, the water companies are not able to supply water because of the cost of the power. And therefore, it also affects the livelihood of our people in one way or the other. We must reintroduce, even as a government and the Kenya Kwanza, we must make sure that we detach and we deny Kenya Power the monopoly of supplying. We must introduce other companies. We must make sure that other companies are brought in on book so that at least the people and the cartels that has been controlling Kenya Power can be dealt with once and for all. If they have the majority shareholding, they are the same people who are benefiting from this high cost of living. And sometimes you wonder what is happening around our nation today. Some people saying that the cost of living has really skyrocketed. Some of these costs of the Kenya Power is what was making life difficult and hard. And I want to support the motion because the cost of the Kenya Power is making the cost of living unattainable. Manufacturers are closing down, going to other countries whereby the power of production is low. they can be able to maximize their profit. If you compare the cost of the tariffs from our country to Tanzania, to Uganda, and other, even to Ethiopia, you realize that major industrialists, people are closing down from our country and taking business to other countries. And that affects our country in a huge way. Lack of employment is a serious issue. Lack of taxation, because when the companies close and go to other countries, even the amount of money that they were paying for taxes to our country, they are not able to pay because now they will take that money to other countries. These industries produces goods within our localities. Therefore, we are able to employ as many people as we can within our country. So this issue must be dealt with once and for all. The issue of cartels, if we are not able to control, as Kenya Kwanza government, the cartels in Kenya Power, the issue of corruption, you wonder how a company that has monopoly of business, charging people huge bills, it's making losses. And sometimes you try to think that, we live in a different world. And these companies, no one is arrested. You are told that Kenya Power made a loss of about 34 billion. They are the only people who are competing against themselves. They are not able even to make sure that, because even they are doing some of the issues like direct procurement even without following the law. So therefore, I urge this House to support this motion, and we make sure that we come up with a policy. And we support this motion to make sure that Kenya Power has been denied the monopoly of doing business. This the cost of living cannot be dealt with without dealing with Kenya Power, Madam Speaker. And therefore, you realize that the issue of electricity affects the economy. And if you are not able to produce, if you are not able to support manufacturers, if you are not able to even irrigate, because when we talk about the food production, we are talking about irrigations. And for us to irrigate even our farms, because we can no longer rely on rain season, we now have to think of a way to make sure that we plant season, we irrigate our farms so that we can be able to produce food, so that we can also be able to sell and sustain the people within the country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if we don't deal with the issue of Kenya Power, it is going to bring this country down. And that is what is happening. We have seen people going to Maandamano on Monday, and now they are saying they'll be doing it again on Thursday because of the high cost of living. This issue, if it will have to be dealt with, and even us as Kenya Kwanza, we must make sure we deal with the issue of demand and supply. We must deal with the issue of monopoly of Kenya Power. We must streamline Kenya Power, whether it is to bring new board and make sure that those people who have been brought on book have the interest of people at heart. If we are not able to do that, then we open the issue of making sure that we diversify and give other companies an opportunity so that the issue of competition can be able to be ablated. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I stand to support.
Thank you. Next member will be Member for Westlands, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to contribute to this motion. Madam Speaker, the cost of electricity is a big hindrance to our investors. People want to invest in this country, in industry. The cost of electricity is proving too expensive because, Madam Speaker, the production becomes expensive and everything else, Madam Speaker, will not be. What we need to do as a country, Madam Speaker, is to invest in cheaper alternative energy, Madam Speaker. Other countries have done it. We are still relying on hydroelectricity, which is the most expensive. And Madam Speaker, unless we start working and finding alternatives, we will be doing a great service in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also want to look at, Madam Speaker, to introduce other players in the market, so that we, so that we, Mr. Speaker, we start liberalizing the market, so that the consumer now will benefit from that. Once we still have Kenya Power with its inefficiency, because we have more blackouts than we have the light, so we must look at how we can liberalize the market and allow other players to enter the market, Mr. Speaker, and will the consumers will benefit from that because just not long ago, Mr. Speaker, we had even Mumias before it collapsed. Mumias used to have to produce some electricity which they could not, Mr. Speaker, with the load currently, they have only to download it to the national grid so that the Kenyan Power can supply. And also we find that KenGen, which is the ones who produce electricity, Mr. Speaker, and gave it to Kenya Power to supply. You find they are selling to Kenya Power at cheaper rates, and the Kenya Power is selling to consumers at a very expensive, at a very high rates, Mr. Speaker. We don't know what is going on between there and because both of them are companies that belong to the government. And I don't know why the one will have to put high markup on the cost of supply. We know very well that sometimes Kenya Power entrailed in corruption. So much has gone on, Mr. Speaker. We are told that even the company is in financial problems, so it cannot even give the supply that we need. Mr. Speaker, we just need now to step up and liberalize the market, invest in cheap alternatives, and that's the only way we bring down the cost of electricity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. This chance goes to the Honorable Ruko of Mbeere North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the competitiveness of any nation when it comes to the economic performance within the region and within the group is determined by the cost of energy, and the cost of energy determines whether the nation is able to do manufacturing of different goods within its economy. Kenya has been uncompetitive as far as manufacturing is concerned compared to the regional, within the region of this, the East Africa region. You realize that, Mr. Speaker, many investors have opted to go to Ethiopia and other nations within the region to set up their manufacturing plant because of the cost of energy in this country. This House, Mr. Speaker, must stand with the people so that we can be able to improve the economic performance or the economic development of the nation. For this to happen, we must do all what is possible within the powers of this House to ensure the cost of energy comes down. What has been proposed by this motion is very genuine, is the interest of the nation, is the interest of the people of Kenya, to see to it that not only the household which will be paying less power, less cost of power, but also the businesses we have and the businesses which want to set up the plant in this nation. The cartels which have milked this country through different ventures, and more so in this venture of energy, must be fought by all legal means. And one of the legal means to fight these cartels is what we are doing at the moment in this House, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there are those businessmen and those families which are known for thermal production, very expensive forms of producing power, and signing very PPAs.
The House, in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the closure of business premises and destruction of properties during illegal demonstration in the country. Honorable Speaker, On Monday, 20th March 2023, the country experienced demonstration in various parts of the country, including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Kitale, leading to widespread closure of business, destruction of properties, and injuries of citizens. Honorable Speaker, there is a great concern by many Kenyans that should this illegal demonstration continue on a weekly basis, as indicated by the organizers, we are likely to experience further losses of properties and even lives. Net effect of such closure of business and properties will have a negative effect on the already struggling economy, with the agitators and seeking to improve. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the kind of lawlessness being experienced in urban centers will lead to shifting of investors' interest in our country. The Constitution provides that for every right or freedom guaranteed, there is a corresponding obligation and responsibility. No one should engage in threats, lawlessness, and violence, destruction of property, and obstruction of activities by others in any other way infringing on their rights. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern and deliberate on avenues for the way forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, you need 20 members to stand in your support. It is overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Order, you may take your seats, honorable members. You may take your seats. Order. Order. Honorable members, will after the next orders, we'll put the question at order number 8, then go to order number 9. Order, Honorable Wanjala. This is not a public baraza, this is a National Assembly of Kenya, my good friend. If you want to engage a colleague across the aisle, you go to the bar, give the ordinary salutation, cross over, and talk from there. It's more decent that way. So, Honorable Kirwa, after we put the question at order 8, we'll go to order 9. And when we conclude order 9, then we'll give you time to your motion. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Question number 063, the Honorable Member for Baringo Central, Joshua Kandie. Give the Honorable Member the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42A5, I rise to ask question number 063 of 2023, and this goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the total number of foreigners issued with work permits in Kenya and the duration granted for such work permits? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the number and status of foreigners whose work permits expired as at January 2023, and the actions being taken by the Ministry to move out foreigners who could be working in the country illegally following the expiry of their work permits? 3. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the steps being taken by the Ministry to ensure foreigners are not issued with work permits for skills that are available in the local labor force in order to reduce unemployment rate among Kenyans? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Chairman. 2 weeks. Question 064, Honorable Joshua Mwalio, MP Masinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning to explain the reasons for failure by the Kenyatta National Hospital, KNH, superannuation scheme, DB scheme, to settle pension benefits owed to the retirees and its non-compliance with the updated and applicable calculations of such a pension benefits, and state whether the miscalculations results from misinterpretation of the binding trust deed and the regulation TDR of 2001 and the 2012. Number 2, provide details on the status of implementation of a decision of the Retirement Benefits Authority of 18th April 2019 on a pension dispute and the subsequent ruling by the Retirement Benefits Authority Appeals Tribunal, Arabit AT, dated 21st April 2021. Roman 3, provide a definite date when the affected retirees shall be paid their dues, which have been pending for years and continue to attract interest to date.
Thank you, Honorable Mwalio. Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Chair. Give them 2 weeks. Question 065, Honorable Member for Central Emendi Moses Kirima. Give the Honorable Member the mic. I'm told they're having challenges with the mics.
Thank
okay.
you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question, Mr. Speaker, sir, is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. When will the disputed boundary between Tharaka Nithi and Meru counties along Central Imenti and Tharaka constituencies are going to be demarcated as recommended by the Sakare-Ogongo Land Task Force report of 2009 and further recommended by the Andrew Rigale Land Interim Independent Boundaries Review Commission in its report dated 27th November 2010. Second question. Could the Cabinet Secretary explains why residents of Kiamuri B area in Central Imenti constituency are yet to be issued the title deeds despite all preliminary procedures having been concluded in the year 2003 and state when the title deeds will be issued? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Departmental Committee on Lands. Who is the chair? Inform the chair. Johanna Ngeno, is he the chair? Nyamoko, Joash Nyamoko. Is he here? Inform him to bring the answer in 2 weeks. Question 066. Peter Salasia, member from Mumias East. Honorable Salasia, your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Could I have the question that I wish to ask the House? To the Cabinet Secretary to respond to this issue, because as you know, as you all are aware, is that everyone is asking when will the price of the fuel get.
Honorable Salasia.
Yeah. Oh, I just read that. Okay. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number one, explain the manner in which importation of oil from Aramco company in Saudi Arabia under the Memorandum of Understanding MOU with the National Oil Corporation of Kenya (NOC) will affect the retail pump prices of super and diesel fuels in Kenya. Number two, would also wish to ask the following to the Cabinet Secretary to provide the details of the MOU, its impact on the Kenyan fuel market, indicate whether there have been any challenges with respect to execution of the MOU, and if so, how has the ministry addressed the challenges? Number three, to explain the long-term measures that the ministry has put in place to ensure sustainability of supply of fuel at cheaper prices as provided under the MOU. And then the last one is to explain any other plans that the ministry has put in place to guarantee continued affordable fuel prices in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, can you allow me to comment something?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Once you ask the question, Honorable Salasia, you wait for the answer. Then your comments and supplementaries will follow the answers that you will get. Chair, Departmental Committee on Energy. Members of the committee, inform your chair, 2 weeks. Question 067, the member for Vihiga County, Honorable Beatrice Adagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I wish to ask question number 067 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary, one, shed light on the alleged irregular appointment of the Talanta Hela Council and its committees, and provide details of the form and extent of public participation and the interviews conducted before appointing members of the council and the committees? Two, explain whether the appointment of the members of the Talanta Hela Council and its committees took into account the constitutional requirement of ethnic and regional balance in public appointments. Three, explain the measures that the ministry and its related agencies have taken to ensure timely and meaningful remittances of royalties that are owed to Kenyan artists in light of recent reports of misappropriations of funds collected by the Kenya Association of Music Producers, KAMP, Performer Rights Society of Kenya, PRISK, and the Music Copyright Society of Kenya, MCSK. Explain the ownership of the Music Publishers Association of Kenya, MPAKE, and the manner in which MPAKE has utilized or distributed the more than Kenya shillings 100 million in royalties that it has so far collected on behalf of musicians. Shed more light on the applicable term of office and employment for the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Copyright Board, KECOBO, who has so far been in office more than 7 years. Lastly, explain the status and details of the ICT tender issued by the Kenya Copyright Board, KECOBO, in conjunction with the collective management organizations on 23rd December 2019 for the supply of National Rights Registry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chair, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Yes, Chairman, 2 weeks.
Well guided.
Question 068. The Honourable Member for Kipkelion East, Honourable Cherorot Kimtai. Give him the mic. Mama Kericho Songa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
My question goes to Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Number one, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Kenya's employment design, including within the government, has a predefined requirements for relevant experience in related fields for fresh graduates, thereby causing many potential employees to be left out due to lack of experience? Number two, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of comparisons of the outcomes of careers to which employees are recruited without experience for on-job training from the very onset, such as the uniformed officers vis-a-vis the careers which recruit from highly trained personnel but requires experience of specified periods before employment? Number three, Mr. Speaker, could Cabinet Secretary explain the evaluation tool used to assess the capacity to deliver for the fresh job seekers who have found it hard to maneuver in the job market, thus lacking an even fair ground to benefit and grow their careers? Number four, could the Cabinet Secretary consider developing a workable policy framework aimed at protecting young professionals and fresh graduates from being subjected to extreme job qualification requirements in order to boost an all-round career growth as well as minimizing unemployment of educated youth in the country, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutahi. Chair, Departmental Committee on Labor. Can members of the committee inform your chair? Thank you. That's the end of the questions. Now statements. A response to the statement by the Honorable Beatrice Kemei, MP, Kericho County. Chairperson, Committee on Labor, Honorable Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. After the statement was committed to the committee for consideration, the committee invited the CS for a meeting to receive and consider its submissions. However, the response was deemed inadequate. The committee thereafter resolved to proceed to Kericho County to receive submissions from the county security team, the management of the two companies, that is James Finley and Ekaterati Estate, the shop stewards, and in addition, invited the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection to accompany it for the visit. The committee was able to hold meetings with the invited stakeholders, and Mr. Speaker, out of the engagement and from both oral and written submissions, the committee will be shortly tabling a report of its findings, which will come tomorrow probably. But Mr. Speaker, what the committee found out in Kericho was that there are policies. There are enough policies on sexual harassment and exploitation, but while there are policies, we found out that those policies are not fully implemented, as there is a disconnection on the reporting. Those at the lower kind of the company are unable to report on the issues to do with sexual harassment, either because of fear or intimidation. Then also, there is a challenge, Mr. Speaker, because so far as we speak, there is no complainant. There is no one who has complained about the sexual harassment. So even though there are those that have been adversely mentioned, we do not have a single person who has come out to complain so that the process of prosecution can begin. Then also, Mr. Speaker, we noted that we have only one labor officer working in Kericho and in Bomet. And Mr. Speaker, one officer is not enough to go and to address the issues to do with labor issues, including sexual harassment. So, Mr. Speaker, without preempting the report which is supposed to come to this House, we made our own observations, and the CS in the report, in the submission, made the following findings. One, it was confirmed that as per the provisions of the law, that is the Sexual Offences Act and the Employment Act, the two companies had put in place sexual harassment policies and elaborate structures, including informing the workers. Then two, the ministry officials engaged with the workers' representatives, those are the shop stewards and the gender committee members, and they confirmed that they have been trained on sexual harassment and were aware of what was expected of them. Then thirdly, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that despite the seemingly elaborate and robust structures put in place to prevent and address sexual harassment cases, the vice is still being experienced in the two companies, which indicate structural disconnect. There seems to be a cloud of fear in reporting to the managers and the tendency of some managers to cover their colleagues so that the matter do not reach the top leadership. Mr. Speaker, the county labor officer reported that there has never been any labor complaint or trade dispute on sexual harassment reported to his office by individual workers or trade union in the last 7 years. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, the ministry in the submission are committed to encourage initiatives to partner with other agencies to encourage workers to report any negative vices affecting their lives to competent authorities so that remedies can be found. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to table this statement before the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Beatrice Kemei, do you have any supplementary to follow up on that? Give Honorable Kemei, there you are, on your left.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to appreciate the Committee of Labor who went to Kericho on fact-finding. And as much as I appreciate, I think the chair was too brief, but I believe what he has stapled will be looked more into. And when the time for, I believe, Mr. Speaker, there will be time maybe to debate on the same. And however, I would say that what the ministry has done is sufficient and satisfactory. But from my experience with the workers, because at least at some point I joined the committee, is the fact that sexual harassment is real and to some extent has been normalized so that some of these workers may not report the cases to the managers. There's also general perception that the people working in the tea estates or the workers in the tea estates are available for sex, which should not be the case. And many of them may not report because of stigmatization. There is that fear of losing their jobs, and that is why they may not come out to report on the same. So from the shop stewards, Mr. Speaker, there's a dislink between them and the managers, the workers and the managers. There's a very wide gap between the two. And from that finding, it is very difficult for the workers to go and talk to the managers. So that one makes it difficult for them to come out very strongly against this, the sexual harassment. And another thing that I also found out when we met with the workers is that many of them, they have their working conditions being poor, their pay is poor, so at some point they yield to those, to whatever advancements.
Ms. Kamei,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
what you should be doing, having listened to the chair of the committee, is areas where you need further clarity. You ask further questions.
Thank you. I'm
so
guided.
that he can note to respond either now or at a later date. As it is, you are also making a statement.
Okay, thank you. I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. And my other point of concern is what the management has done in line with the issues of this sexual harassment. If it is real in the ground, what have they done so far that will make sure that it comes to an end or it is reduced, Mr. Speaker? And then the issue of the one officer of labor, what is the plan in line with that, with employment of many of them? Because if it is only one covering Kericho and Bomet, then it is very difficult, and they visit once in a year. So that one is difficult. What is the plan in line with that, employing more of this so that they are able to reach issues of sexual harassment among many others? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hassan Kamkunji, on the same issue?
Yes, and related to, first of all, I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's a matter of grave concern that the ministry responsible for this matter has not given this issue of sexual harassment, which is now an international topic. It was exposed in the BBC, a big BBC Panorama documentary, in which these cases were spelled out, and it has become a big issue to the two British companies that are involved in this particular issue. And then, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I did ask you in a statement, I requested that this lack of proper response to questions and statements by the various ministries that we have raised here is a matter of major concern, because it appears as if the executive, the cabinet secretaries, are not taking this house very seriously. For example, since October, I've asked not less than 5 statements, and I haven't received a single answer to them. And some of them are now becoming less topical. At that time, they were much more of urgency. So I had requested for your guidance on how we should address this particular problem, because I see here in the House that many of the questions or the statements are not answered to the satisfaction of the Member of Parliament. And there's no opportunity to interrogate and engage the cabinet secretaries directly or in committee sessions. So the point is, why would we ask questions and statements if the other side is not taking it with the seriousness it is required? And therefore asking for your guidance on that and what needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Hassan, I hear you, and your concern, you have raised it with me. Remember that the amendments to the standing orders for ministers to appear before this House to answer to your questions takes effect from tomorrow. But since tomorrow you are taking a short recess, as soon as we come back after recess, members of cabinet will start appearing here to answer your questions. In the amendments to the standing orders and the motion you passed here, you did say that questions that were asked before 23rd will be answered in committees. Now I will direct the clerk to compile all the questions that are pending before committees and furnish the list to my office so that we can give further direction to the chairman of committees, including your 5 questions. Thank you. Yes, Madam Wangari, Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karemba, you should take the supplementaries. When it's done, I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I also want to join Honorable Hassan in noting that this issue was not a matter of Kericho. It was a national issue. It was an international issue. And matters sexual assault, Mr. Speaker, are not easy even for the women to report. And that is why you would see no direct complainant, because they fear for their lives, they fear for their families, they even fear losing their jobs, which are very scarce, Mr. Speaker. But my follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, is that we saw in that BBC documentary or expose that some same people who actually were harassing these women were reciting the anti-harassment laws in the companies. So my question would be, and follow-up question would be, what has these two companies done at all in terms of implementing their own regulations, in terms of summoning those managers, Mr. Speaker, and more importantly, the trust to our institutions, the DCI, just from that BBC documentary, and we can get even that reporter who is a Kenyan to actually be under oath. Can that serve as a way of starting instituting measures to stem this very rampant issue in that region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was one person, Mr. John Chepochok, who was notoriously mentioned in the submissions. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the James Finley Company suspended one John Chepochok. He was contracted to look for workers. And he was doing that for a couple of years from 2017. But since after the expos, his services were stopped. And then also, Mr. Speaker, the James Finley decided now to absorb all the employees and to employ them without contracting. So that is one of the decisions that was arrived at by the James Finley. At the Ekatera company, which is formerly Unilever, we found that the management was doing something. There were cases that had been reported, but each of those cases, Mr. Speaker, had been reported with the criminal investigations offices, and some were matters in court, some had been already dealt with, and others are cases that are ongoing in court. So we found out that this issue of the BBC expose was not the only issue that had been reported, but several other cases had been reported. Some have already been dealt with, while others are ongoing. Then also, I want to associate myself with the sentiment from the Honourable Member from Kamukoji that, Mr. Speaker, it is time now the CSS come here, because in their submissions, we found out that they are giving us very inadequate details. So when they come here, we will be able to ask them supplementary questions, and I don't think they will be coming here without being adequately prepared. Mr. Speaker, I have heard from the Honourable Martha, and it is true. While the women, the workers, and mostly the women in these two companies were agreeing with us that there has been sexual exploitation and harassment in those two companies, most of them who even have contracted HIV were not willing to come out and report. And the reason was they believe that if they report, they'll be fired. Secondly, stigmatization. No one wants to be seen on TV and in the screens as having been one of the victims. But I also want to agree with the Honourable, because that is also contained in our report, which will be tabled shortly and possibly tomorrow, that investigations through our able DCI officers should begin with the person who did the expose. We are considering requesting him to be the person to be complained, so that the process of prosecuting those accused can begin, since right now we do not have anyone complaining. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Kano Raso. Give the mic to Honorable Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the question that has been raised by the member for Kericho is a gravitas question. It is heavy in that rights of Kenyans is being violated, maybe because they are poor or maybe because they are just low-paid workers. The Honorable Chair and also the member have agreed that there is sexual abuse that is going on. Whether there are witnesses coming forward or not, I think this is an issue that must be investigated. The minister, this question should not be laid aside. When the minister comes, then this should be one of the questions that the minister must answer to this House. Why such violation take place and yet we hide our heads in the sand just because Finlay is one of the major companies in Kenya dealing with tea and they pay taxes. I think it's not about taxes. It is about the dignity of Kenyans that we must not look away. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Justice Kemei. Give the mic to Honorable Kemei. You may use the portable mic being brought to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me. I also want to add my voice on sexual exploitation by the multinationals that are based in Kericho. Mr. Speaker, out of desperation, our people go to the tea estates to seek for employment. Mr. Speaker, we do not expect the two companies and indeed any other investment in Kericho to exploit our people simply because they've got no means of earning a livelihood at the moment.
Ask the chairman a question.
Chairman, we would like, Chairman, when you provide the answers, to specifically look at women that have been exploited in Kericho, and particularly those that come from Ainamoi constituencies, Belgut constituency, Bureti, and Sigao constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oundo, Karemba, I hope you are recording. Give the mic to Honorable Oundo across the floor. Or give him, if the mic is not working, give him the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Luckily enough, mine is working. And I want to advise, probably ask my colleague, the chair, to probably, as he asked for supplementary, please add this question. Sexual harassment is not only confined to tea farms. It's not only confined to the agricultural sector. It cuts across the entire workforce where women seek work. What is the ministry doing to sensitize women, whether affected or not, to be courageous enough and report the cases to the labor officers? Because indeed, Honorable Speaker, keeping quiet only damages and entrenches the practice. But if the women can come out boldly and complain and stand up for their right, will eliminate these sexual violence cases. Honorable Speaker, occasionally receive complaints that so-and-so has refused to employ me because I've not accepted to his advances, which is a very demeaning, humiliating exercise. What is the ministry doing to sensitize women, build the capacity to ensure that women speak loudly on the same? Finally, Honorable Speaker, we have women reps in this parliament. 47 of them. Where is their voice? Where is the combined and concerted voice in respect of the rampant case of sexual harassment amongst women workers in this country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To be fair to the women, this question was brought by a woman rep of Kericho. So that comment is not entirely fair, Honorable Undo. Elachi, give Karemba, you are recording the interventions and supplementaries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to the chair, I just want to tell the Professor that this statement was brought in with me and the woman rep of Kericho. It was women who came to cry in this house. Mr. Speaker, my question to the chair, so that he adds, is one, this is an issue that is already in court in London. You have 2,000 workers of Kericho who have sued this company. We would want to know what the ministry is going to do to support them in their case that is in Scottish, and it's about to start in the month of April. Number two, even as we speak about all these issues, we had women who were affected with HIV/AIDS. We want to know, what is the government going to do to the officers who affected these women? Because even as you speak of rape, you rape and you affect is even more. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that we are talking this in Kenya when we have the sexual offences bill, when we have many bills to deal with this matter. And therefore, as much as the companies decided to suspend the officers, indeed the officers, Mr. Speaker, must be taken to court. So I would wish the chairman to just ensure their case is being taken now by government. It is a huge case. Many workers who work in these tea farms are sacked the moment you start having back problems. You are now told to leave work. So we want to know, what are we going to do with the many workers who have left just because they became sick because of work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Johanna Ngeno. Karemba, I hope you are noting all those. Yes. Give Johanna Ngeno mic.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to know from the chair what penalties the ministry is subscribing on those particular companies which are found to be actually promoting the sexual harassments. I remember, Speaker, one of the companies in the UK, I think it was James Williamson.
Is it promoting or condoning?
Condoning.
It appeared condoning much more than promoting.
Thank you, Speaker. I remember there's a company in the US, in the UK, Mr. Speaker, which is actually having an association, business association with the James Findlay and the Katera companies in Kericho, which actually disassociated itself from this company after this sexual harassment issue came up. That is a company in the UK. What have we done ourselves in our country, especially the ministry, so that the companies which are allowing their members or their employees to exercise this particular criminal activity are also banned or are given serious penalties? Mr. Speaker, secondly, this is an issue that came in light of machines which have flooded the tea estates all over the country, not only Kericho, even in Kiambu, in so many other areas, forcing these people, forcing so many people to be unemployed, and those few that go for those opportunities, they get harassed. What has also the ministry done, especially on that particular issue of machines, which have caused a lot of problems in this country, Mr. Speaker? As much as we would want to mechanize farming, we want to mechanize almost everything, Mr. Speaker, there are opportunities which are meant to safeguard the interest of the people of this republic, and we cannot allow that to happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish the chair also, as a follow-up question, look into that issue of machines, which has actually helped out people who have been getting their livelihoods from these particular estates. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Naomi Wako, we should bring this to an end. Naomi, then Mukami, and we. Then after Naomi Karemba, you can answer those. Then I'll give another 3, Changamwe, Mukami, and the CTNA. Is there any other member who is there?
No, this is Naivasha, Mr. Speaker.
No, I know the difference between Naivasha and the CTNA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important statement, motion. And I want to take this opportunity to also congratulate Women Rep Kericho for bringing out this matter that has affected very families and affected many women in that industry. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know very well that if the woman rep did not bring this out, this matter would have been still hidden up to now and even maybe forever. But she has taken a very bold step to bring this matter out and to expose the practice that is there. Mr. Speaker, women have been exploited.
Honorable Naomi Wako, this is ask a supplementary to Karemba, the chair.
Okay.
Now you are debating.
Thank you.
Bring a motion on sexual harassment and we'll give you time to debate on it.
Okay. Thank you. So sexual harassment has been there and many women have been affected. I just want to say that in this country it is practiced almost everywhere. So I advise the chairman to give this all the attention that it deserves so that those who have been involved in that can be brought to books, and those affected again by HIV/AIDS through this act, then they can be given special consideration. That is my advice, and thank you.
Karemba, it looks like you will have to re-engineer your answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I am impressed that this issue is causing members to have a lot of interest in it, because it is a very serious matter, and we were very shocked, Mr. Speaker, when we went to Kericho and found out that there are so many women, more than we thought, who have been harassed and exploited sexually. And I want to agree with the Honorable.
Karemba, you have been asked about 3 questions in all those. 1, what are you doing about possible criminal prosecutions? 2, what are you doing about the offending multinational companies? 3, are you supporting the women who have filed suits in courts outside this jurisdiction in the UK and Ireland? And 4, there's a person you mentioned as notoriously mentioned, and then you crowned it by saying he's suspended. Is that suspension enough? Those are the questions I've picked from all the members. So answer those 4 questions.
Mr. Speaker, we believe as a committee that the suspension of one John Chepochok and his accomplices is not enough. We believe that the DCI should go ahead and prosecute one John Chepochok and those others that have been mentioned adversely in those reports.
Excellent. Your committee right to the DCI to that effect.
Yes. Then, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the case in Scotland, as I am aware, the matter is not directly on the issue of sexual harassment. It has to do with the workers have sued the company because it has exposed them to harm and injury, not specifically sexual harassment. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, those companies should be fined locally. We have seen the interest that we have gotten from multinationals, from companies from Europe and the US, who have questioned on the true cost of our tea in Kenya. And so we recommend, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Labor goes down to these two companies and inflicts them with penalties. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Can we close here? I saw several Changamwe, CTNA, Mukami, Naivasha. And who is the member at the back? Waluke. Let's have those, then we close there. Changamwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to ask the chair to satisfy us as to what the ministry is going to do, or what is the ministry doing to make the labor officers friendly and, of course, approachable, because all these issues are as a result of labor officers who are not cooperative, who are not workers friendly, and that is why nothing is actually known about this. So what is the ministry doing to make sure the labor officers in the field are friendly and are also approachable and are also helpful as well? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mukami, was it? Yeah, Mukami.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chair, I wanted to ask you one question. I don't know whether you have watched that documentary. It is very traumatizing. Personally, it is my daughter who told me to watch that. And I want to ask you, now because the mothers have been affected with HIV, who is going to take care of those children? What are you going to do about it? What measures are you going to take as a committee to make sure that that is not going to happen in Kerisho tea farmers again? Thank you, Chair.
Tarbo. Give her the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mukami has asked the same question, but nonetheless, I will emphasize it. One, I would want to ask the Chair, Honorable Speaker, whether there are plans to ensure that the other women that were not able to come out openly, to send a medical team to be able to assist them investigating and also help them go to the health centers or to the hospitals for further treatment, because I know there must be women who may have been affected by STDs and they are not able to come out to go to hospitals. Number two, I would want to ask to emphasize the question of compensation to the women who are infected by HIV. Is there plans or are there recommendations within your report that ask the company to actually compensate the families of those women who are infected by HIV/AIDS? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Naivasha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I applaud member for Kericho, this is a problem that goes beyond Kericho because of the stigma and shame. I would like to ask the chair whether as a ministry they would consider that all sexual harassment cases on defilement or whatever can be done in camera so that women come out, because women never come out. Even at police stations they are not able to report.
There is already a law that provides for that.
Thank you very much. I start guided, but this has then they have to do advocacy, because women do not know. That's why they don't come out to
That's
report.
where UNDO comes in. Now the women reps, the 47 of you, we finance you as government to sensitize our women to come out and report these heinous transgressions to their privacy. Please do your work and ensure that you hold public clinics, you hire lawyers, and you ensure that the justice wheel turns quickly against offenders. Waluke, you are the... Yes, Waluke. Koga, I'll give you the last after Waluke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chair, I want to ask you a question because you said that some cases have been dealt with. Can you tell this House, because the results are already out, you know the outcome of the case that were dealt with, to tell us how is the results of those cases that were dealt with? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Lastly, Kogo, you'll be the very last on this. Karemba, be ready to answer. Honorable members.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice to what is being asked to the Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, it would be important also for you to bring to the attention of the House what else is being done to other aspects of sexual harassment at work. We have had cases of sex for fish, which was earlier talked about at the plenary. Has this also been put together, Honorable Chair, with sex for work at the Kericho farms? And I can hear emphasis being put, Honorable Speaker, on the need for women representatives to be part of the sensitization program. A matter of sex is a matter of concern for everyone, and other than the women representatives, we have women members of parliament who represent single constituencies. So it cannot be overemphasized as if we were not in a position to do the same. So when this is done, let all the leadership, in any case, the harassment is done by the men. So let the men also be more involved in it, Honorable Speaker, so that we collectively put our voice to it as leaders. I thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that the issue of sex for fish has not been brought to our attention, and we would gladly wish that if there is such an issue, let it be brought before our committee, and we will expedite on it. Then on the issue of the supplementary questions, Mr. Speaker, this committee, I commit on behalf of the committee that we will forward the questions to the ministry for further information and submissions. But Mr. Speaker, I need to mention that the labor officers are not unfriendly. They are friendly, but they are inadequate. I said that we have only one labor officer operating in Kericho at Bomet, and one officer is not enough. So what we have done is that we have recommended, we have made a recommendation to the Ministry of Labor to give additional labor officers so that they can be able to attend to issues to do with labor issues. Then, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the many women who have been infected with HIV, we have recommended the Ministry of Gender to conduct awareness campaigns in those tea farms, and not just those two, James Finley, Ekatera, and those other estates, because we have several estates in Kericho, Bomet, and other places in the country, working together with the women, the county women members of parliament, so that they create awareness to the women and also to men on issues to do with HIV and possibly what they should do to be in good health. Then, Mr. Speaker, looking into this matter and seeing the interest that we have in this matter, actually one of the recommendations that we were making is since these issues have been reported for a number of years, and it is only just the other day that this expose was done, we are considering a full inquiry into issues to do with sexual harassment and exploitation, so that we can fully understand. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we give all the attention to this investigation through a full inquiry, we'll be able to get even more details that will be helpful to this House and to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the women in this House have really wanted to contribute in this issue, and I wish to invite them. We are going to table the report possibly tomorrow. I wish to invite them so that when the report is officially tabled, they can come in and contribute to the report. I was worried, Mr. Speaker, when we did an investigation in Kericho at Bomet, and I didn't hear the voice of Kewopa. They didn't speak into this issue, Mr. Speaker. I was very worried. But they are now very interested, and many thanks to the Honorable Beatrice Kemei for bringing that matter to this House. I invite all the women in this House to draw the attention to this report, which we will table tomorrow, so that they can help us, so that we help the women of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karemba. Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's gallery of students from Tangaza University College, Lang'ata in Nairobi. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I wish to welcome them to the House of Parliament. That's the end of questions and statements. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of sessions of the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific States and the European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now beg to put the question on order number 8, that this House notes the report of the 61st session of the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific, OACPS, Parliamentary Assembly, and the 42nd session of the SCPE Joint Parliamentary Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mukami, before you move the motion like I directed, you'll move your motion, it will be debated depending on which comes first. If it is concluded before 5:30, then we will go straight to the motion of the member for Mosop. If you will still be debating by 5:30, we'll truncate the debate and go to the motion of the member for Mosop, and your motion will be stayed to continue tomorrow afternoon. You may proceed to move your motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion, report of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House notes the report of the Kenyan delegation to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, on the proceeding of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th February 2023. Honorable Speaker, the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament took place on 23rd October 2023 to 12 November 2022 at the Galafa Convention Center, Midrad, South Africa. The session was held up under the African Union theme of the year, Building the Resilience, nutrition on African continent, accelerate the human capital, social and economical development. The Kenya delegation to this meeting comprised of the following: Senator Danson Mugatana, leader of the delegation, Senator Professor Margaret Kamal, myself, Joseph Karasinga Majibo, and Hon Esther Mudhoni Pasaris. Honorable Speaker, the session was graced by the following dignitaries: Hon Leonard Ramola, Minister for Justice and Correction Services, who represented the President of the Republic of South Africa. Retired Honorable Dr. Sidia Mohamed, Tunis Speaker of the Economic Community of the West Africa States. Retired Honorable Fatou Lahi, Speaker of Palestine National Council, and retired Hon Baroness Patricia Scottrad, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. During the session, the PAP undertook swearing in of new members.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, I'm starting on a point of order on starting order number 212, yes. D. And I want to raise to the attention of this House and yourself, Honorable Speaker, that the mandate of the Committee on Regional Integration, number D, is to examine the records of all relevant debates and the solution of the meetings of the Pan-African Parliament, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and other regional integration bodies. Honorable Speaker, it has become a norm in this House that such debates are brought to this House and they do not find their way in the Committee of Regional Integration, and we do not interact with any of this kind of debate, and none of my members even attend the delegation. And I want you to guide the House if it is in order, because last week, or the question that has just been put on order number 8 was also on a related debate. So in the past, my experience when I served in Regional Integration Committee, Honorable Speaker, in 11th Parliament, when I served in Regional Integration Committee, these debates and these kind of records always came to our committee. We debated, and so members were able to debate fruitfully here in the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ordinarily, the rules are that we have to abide strictly with the standing orders of the House. It is within the same standing orders of the House also that when a member moves a motion, regularly or irregularly, you wait until it is moved and then seconded and then rise on a point of order to contest. So you will finish moving, it gets seconded, and the Honorable Chair of the regional body is going to rise and contest that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, during the session, the PAP undertook swearing in of new members from Kenya, Burundi, Mozambique, Morocco, Somalia, Tanzania to the Pan-African Parliament. The delegation from Kenya was sworn in on Thursday, 10th November 2022. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, a number of issues affecting the member states were deliberated on, including a motion calling for the cessation on conflict in Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, as well a consideration of the document amending the PAP rules of procedure. Thereafter,
The clerk made a presentation on the draft resolutions and recommendation of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of Pan-African Parliament, and in total 18 draft resolutions and 3 draft recommendations were adopted. The President of the Pan-African Parliament, President Shiv Foshun Sherubira, presented a performance review report that assessed the tangible achievement, assessed the performance, and identified the strengths and weaknesses of the institution. As it sets its goals for future performance, this move was aimed at increasing the confidence of African parliamentarians in the current leadership ability to effectively deliver on its commitment to revive, renew, reposition Africa's supreme parliamentary body. He underscored the need for Africa legislature to demonstrate the results of work that PAP was doing in order for them to win the support of African citizens. He stated that the PAP had demonstrated its relentless as it continued to undertake its responsibility towards enhancing peace, security, promoting democracy, and rapid socio-economic development of the people of Africa. He further stated the newly elected Bureau had committed itself to the rejuvenation of revitalization of the PAP as evidence of the achievements that had been recorded within its short period. Honorable Speaker, the PAP President explained that the results of the performance review report were anchored on the 4 thematic objectives of the PAP 2019-2023 strategic plan, which includes strengthening the parliament function of the PAP and the enhancement of knowledge management responsibilities on the continent. The report highlighted the following key initiatives and results: the entrenchment of the principle of rotation in election of the Bureau and Bureaus of the 6th Parliament of the PAP, hosting of the first meeting of the permanent study committees, the submission centered on ratification of the Malabo Protocol, budgetary constraints faced by Parliament, and the urgent need for parliamentarians to discuss issues aimed at improving the livelihoods of African citizens. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament adopted the following resolution on 4th November 2022. A draft resolution congratulating the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and Tigray People Liberation Front on the signing of peace agreement. Resolution on solidarity, support to the government and the people of Republic of Mozambique. Resolution of Pan-African Parliament support to the East African crude oil pipeline project. Resolution calling for the immediate lifting of unilateral economic sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe government by the United States, United Kingdom, and the European Union. Resolution for ratification and implementation of additional protocol to the African Charter on Human People's Rights on the rights of women in Maputo Protocol. Resolution on roundtable on advancing democratic governance through implementation of African Charter on democracy, elections, governance, and enhanced citizen engagement. Resolution on labor migration. Resolution on Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Resolution on adoption of model on food nutrition in Africa. Resolution on model police law for Africa. Resolution on elimination of harmful practices related to the accusation of witchcraft and ritual attacks. Resolution on the promotion of ratification of the Protocol on Persons with Disability and the Protocol of Older Persons. Resolution on the formulation of a model law on labor migration in Africa, model law on gender parity in Africa, and model law on statelessness. Resolution on the promotion of Africa Union 10-year action plan to eradicate child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery 2020-2030. Resolution on development of model law on cooperatives in Africa. Resolution on the development of model legislation on factoring in Africa. On behalf of my fellow members of Pan-African Parliament, representing the Parliament of Kenya, I beg to move that this House notes this report as presented. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg Honorable Majibo to support.
Who is seconding? Okay, proceed and second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this motion. And I rise to second this motion, Mr. Speaker, based on the importance and duties of this Pan-African Parliament in the African economic community as so dedicated and adopted, Mr. Speaker, having brought forward to the rules and regulations of the procedure on how to make that treaty, Mr. Speaker, that established the AEC to the Pan-African Parliament and the rules of the procedure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, I want also to come out clear that this Pan-African Parliament and its establishment, Mr. Speaker, it's actually to tackle the essential challenges that affect Africa. Essential challenges affecting Africa, Mr. Speaker, range from the diverse languages we get in Africa from the diverse colonialists that took Africa its interest, Mr. Speaker. You realize, Mr. Speaker, that Africa being one color, but we have different languages. Pan-African Parliament is aimed at looking at how to unite with the diverse kind of languages we have and make Africa as one. Mr. Speaker, also this Pan-African Parliament has also what it does to widen and deepen the integration of African states. And also, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the report that was put forward, Mr. Speaker, Pan-African Parliament looked at how we can, as Africa, be independent from, Mr. Speaker, the sanctions of foreign nations sanctioned on Africa because of what Africa does good and deems good for itself. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Mr. Speaker, without taking much time, since I'm just coming up to second this motion, I had come to this level, Mr. Speaker, because PAP, as an institution, brought out the domestication of the international law, African domestication of the international law on how to put forward the labor movement and how we must be treated outside than here. Mr. Speaker, you realize that we have those who move from Africa to other continents to look for jobs and mistreated there so badly, Mr. Speaker. So this is part of the concern that was put forward, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Pan-African Parliament, which sits in Midrand, South Africa, Johannesburg, Mr. Speaker, has extended the invitation of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, in May, Mr. Speaker, to officiate the opening of its Parliament to give Kenya, and that's how Kenya is given respect, Mr. Speaker, in the African continent. It's taken as one of the biggest economy in Africa, and we feel proud of it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Kenya was respected for presenting 3 women and 2 men, Mr. Speaker. It was given the respect in Africa for checking a gender, taking women very serious. That's giving out the fact that we are given, and that's why we are respected from Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, without much ado, I come here, Mr. Speaker, and second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I propose the question, I would want to hear the Honorable Wanjiku Moria, the Chair of the committee, Select Committee on Regional Integration.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If you may recall, 2 weeks ago we had a similar debate in this House that you have just put the question, and during my debate, I did put for record that it was premature to bring that debate in the House before it found its way in my committee. Honorable Speaker, if you read Standing Order 212, which my committee is founded on, in particular C and D,
It is the committee's mandate to examine the records of all relevant debates and resolutions of the meetings of the Pan-African Parliament, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and other regional integration bodies. Honorable Speaker, it is my hope that the drafter of this standing order was in mind that the Regional Integration Committee is purely mandated to interrogate matters on regional integration, knowing very well that all the bilateral talks, all the bilateral agreements mainly originate from these joint parliaments. And as such, I'm concerned that this is a second debate, and therefore, I would wish that you guide the House, though I have written a letter to the Liaison Committee. Unfortunately, we have not been able to sit for the last 2 Wednesdays. So if you find it well, you may still guide me where I should execute this matter more. But in my view, it is premature for this House to debate this report before it is examined and interrogated by my committee. And Honorable Speaker, for purpose of strengthening this House, at times when committee members debate a report that they have interacted with, they shape the debate in the House. A member like Honorable Mureu may not be well informed about Pan-African proceedings, but when members of Regional Integration Committee, who are more than the 2 who are nominated, speak on these matters, the House will be able to follow the debate, and they can have more understanding, and they can debate from a point of authority and information. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg you give the guidance. Though I see quite members wishing to discuss on the same.
Honorable members, here is an issue that merits a communication from the chair. Indeed, Standing Order number 2012-212, sub-article 2D, does indicate, read along with 1, there shall be a select committee to be designated as a committee of regional integration. The committee on regional integration shall, and I want you people as lawmakers to understand the difference between shall and may. Shall examine the records of all the relevant debates and resolutions of the meetings of the East African Legislative Assembly. B, that's B, examine bills introduced in the East African Legislative Assembly and acts of the East African Community. Examine the records of all relevant debates and resolutions of the meetings of the Pan-African Parliament, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and other regional integration bodies. Inquire into and examine any other matter relating to regional integration generally requiring action of the House. Generally requiring action of the House. The House is now acting on the report of the Pan-African Parliament, It is my considered opinion that these reports are supposed to be examined by that relevant committee on integration before it's brought to the floor of the House. Although this ruling is being given belated, and this is a matter, in my opinion, the Honorable Wanjiku Muhia and her committee should have raised on the floor of the House for the chair
to give a ruling on. And in the process, we have created almost a quasi-tradition of debating these things before they come to your committee, including the one which was tabled, debated, and even the question was put and passed. But nonetheless, it's my opinion that a wrong is always a wrong, even if that wrong did pass before. And under the circumstances, I'm saying that debate on this matter is going to be adjourned until such a time that this committee takes order. It's going to be adjourned, and I'm not going to propose the question, because the moment I propose the question, it becomes a substantive business of the House. And then this report is taken to that relevant committee on integration, then subsequently brought to the House for us to continue with the debate, for the question to be proposed and the matter to be debated. We have standing orders in this House, and we have committees, and they're supposed to perform. And they're supposed to perform strictly in accordance with what they were intended for in the first place. Anytime committees go out there, parliamentary delegations go out there, before they bring the report into the floor of the House, it has to be examined by the relevant committee for it to come to the House enriched. So, next order. This report, this debate is adjourned until such time that the relevant committee is satisfied with it, and then the matter is brought again for us to conclude the debate. For the question to be put on this bill. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10.
Yes, what's your point of... Honorable Millie Odhiambo, MP. I don't know whether it's Rusinga or Mbita.
Subano.
Suba, oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Change the name again, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the guidance and clarity that you have given. Indeed, I was a member of the Pan-African Parliament, and the direction you've given is correct. What I'm wondering is, given that it's already been moved and seconded, if the committee is going to examine it, at what point is it coming back? Is it a continuation, or the committee will bring it afresh? Because even in the past, it's actually the committee that moves the motion, not the members. The members contribute. So maybe you can give guidance that when it comes back again, at what point is it coming back? Is it being moved afresh? Thank you.
The Honorable Opio Wandai, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, whereas I agree with your ruling, largely, to a large extent, because we must also establish order and procedures that can stand the test of time. And I'm very convinced that the committee chaired by the Honorable Wanjiku Muhia is capable of doing that examination. Mr. Speaker, my only question is, what would such examination, especially of a report which has already been put together by a delegation of this House, entail? What would that examination entail? And what kind of latitude does the committee have in such circumstances? For instance, does it have the latitude to reject, to amend, or otherwise vary? What does the examination really entail? That is important, because otherwise you shall be giving the committee a carte blanche that they may be unable to see what to do with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Piwandai. The standing orders were framed. And in this country, when it comes to laws, standing orders, traditions, let's always go back to the intent, the spirit, and the object of the framers of that. When in their own wisdom, or in our own wisdom, we were creating these standing orders, we not only said examine the records of all the relevant debates, examine. We went again and said inquire into and examine any other matter relating. the presumption is that this Committee on Regional Integration will have to go through all these reports before they come to the floor of the House, enrich it, debate it within themselves, and only then shall it become a substantive part of this, or rather business of this House, for the House to debate from an informed position when the committee created for that purpose has put in its own inputs into it. That, I think, is the object of putting this into our standing orders. And it's very clear. It says the committee will enhance the role of the involvement of the House. Enhance the role of the involvement of the House. It is not left entirely to the delegations that went out there. And I want to agree pretty much with what Millie has said. In the intensification and the development of the integration process, this committee has that among other objects. So the examination is there, the inquiry is there, the enhancement is there. This committee has been given that role to look into these reports before they come into the floor of the House, for it to become a substantive part of this, and for them also to, in addition to it, contribute. Mila Diambo says that during her time, that actually the committee used to move this. I stand to be guided on that, because when I was here last time, which is 10 years ago, this was not the standing orders that we're using. We're using different standing orders. But it's my opinion in this case, both from a legal standpoint, from a practice also, that the committee is not supposed to do all the examinations, the inquiry, and the enhancement of the rest of it, of the report, just for nothing, for the heck of it. That committee must play its role in this House. And I direct, order, honorable members, order, I direct that this report be taken to the Committee on Regional Integration, and this substantive, this motion, this business again, to be brought back. All that we're going to do is we're going to propose the question. The report does not become a substantive business of the House before it's proposed by the chair. Only then is when it's going to become a substantive business of the House. And once it's proposed, then of course everybody can weigh in. I thought we were putting this to rest, but Rosa Buyo, I'll give you the last question, the last, what do you call, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to support your ruling, because two wrongs do not make a right. And standing orders were made for Parliament and by Parliament to ensure that our proceedings are in line with what we want to do. Mr. Speaker, I think that the fact that the chair of Regional Integration Committee has brought it out, and has brought it out in good time, I think your ruling is apt, and if we are to ensure that Parliament sticks to its rules, it is the right ruling, and we must not be scared to go back to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, the chair had said next order. So there was a little bit of a leeway that was given because of the fact that the matter, Wakili Muriu, what exactly is your point of order? I hope it's not on what the chair has already ruled on.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
And let's also not use this as an intellectual, exercise.
Mine was to give your hand a better glove.
Yes.
On your ruling. Bear in mind the fact that under Standing Order 212D, it's clear. And as my colleague has said, Mheshimiwa Mboyo has said, making two wrongs does not make one right. And therefore, this is a house of rules, is a house of procedure, and I think the writers and the drafters of the standing orders are very clear that for a matter to become substantive before this House, the chair of that committee must own it and bring before this committee. So at least again, there is a wider consensus, a wider understanding of those matters. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to give you a glove on your hand, on your own, what you have said, and support it. Thank you so much.
Yes, that was actually raised mentioned by the Honorable Emilia Odhiambo. the MP for Suba, and I think that is an area which I totally agree with you. Order, honorable members. I think we've disposed of that business. If you stand guided, then what more guidance do you want? You've already been guided. Okay, go ahead. Kalasinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank your ruling. It is a ruling that opens eyes to a lot of things that we need to be following as procedure of the House. And Mr. Speaker, also we stand advised when the House that we work for, this very honorable House, prepares an order paper and puts an item, it becomes the property of this House, only to be told late that it's not supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, this club advised us from the beginning. Even this is not have reached this point. Mr. Speaker, and Pan-African Parliament, you know it, is an independent parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, we stand guided, and that should be informed.
Thank you.
Procedurally, even the order paper wouldn't have been prepared to put this question, this statement here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Noted, honorable member. Honorable members, as the communication from the chair by none other than this one is already done, but then by none other than the speaker, was that on the conclusion, or rather the moment we conclude this debate, which we have concluded already, concluded in the sense that we have deferred it until such time that it conforms with our rules, that we are going to go straight to a motion of adjournment by the Member of Parliament for Mosop. So now we're going to go on that motion of adjournment. I'll call upon the MP for Mosop to move that motion of adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I wish to move the following motion on the adjournment of the House to discuss loss of property and close of business due to illegal demonstration. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33-1, I rise to seek leave to adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding closure of business premises and destruction of properties during illegal demonstration in the country. Honorable Speaker, on Monday 20th March 2023, the country experienced demonstration in various parts including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Kitale, leading to widespread closure of business, destruction and properties and injuries to citizens. Honorable Speaker, there is great concern in many Kenyans that should this illegal demonstration continue on a weekly basis, as indicated by the organizers, we are likely to experience further losses of properties and even lives. The net effect of such closure of business and properties will have a negative effect on the already struggling economy, which the agitators are seeking to improve. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the kind of lawlessness being experienced in urban centers will lead to shifting of investors' interest in our country. The Constitution provides that for every right or freedom guaranteed, there is a corresponding obligation and responsibility. No one should engage in threats, lawlessness, violence, destruction of property, and obstruction of activities by others, or in any other verifying infringe in their rights and freedoms. And as such, Honorable Speaker, I want to make it very clear, because on August the 9th of 2022, this country, Mr. Speaker, had an election. And we had a president who was confirmed as the president of this republic. Mr. Speaker, the loser of the election decided to move to the Supreme Court, and in the Supreme Court it was affirmed that the winner for sure was the winner of the election. And as such, Mr. Speaker, the issue of calling for demonstration and this illegal demonstration throughout the country is causing a lot of anxiety, is causing a lot of destruction of properties unnecessarily, Mr. Speaker. So I appeal, and I am seeking the Inspector General, the Cabinet Secretary of Interior, to enforce law to its maximum. Because this weekend, or the last 2 days, this weekend, Mr. Speaker, on the 20th, that was on Monday, properties in Kisumu was burned, looting took place, we ended up losing millions of shillings in the process, and it wasn't necessary for us to go through that route. Because according to Article 37, Mr. Speaker, and I will read it here, it says, every person has the right to peaceful and armed to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities. Your Honor, this particular article was infringed because it was not peaceful. There was loss of property. Some lives were lost. And as such, with the loss of such, then it was illegal. And as such, the party and the leadership that led the demonstration should be made liable to pay the damages, Mr. Speaker. The party and the leaders who organized and led the demonstration should be should be liable to take care of it. We lost about 2 billion shillings here in Nairobi because so many businesses were closed. Many people didn't go to their jobs. Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, they stayed in their homes. So they lost so much revenue. And as such, this demonstration, Mr. Speaker, has been going on every year when someone loses an election.
Point of order, the MP for... Order, order, there's a point of order. Yes. Can you give the mic to the Member of Parliament for...
Honorable Chair, I know we shall substantively discuss this at the right time, the issue that has been advanced by my colleague here, but he talks about a particular amount of 2 billion shillings. Can he substantiate by providing data as to who carried out the valuation and arrived at 2 billion shillings as the amount that was lost on Monday, Honorable Speaker? I thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, the damages that the country incurred due to illegal demonstration in various parts of this country is in excess. If we were to call all the retailers who closed their businesses for fear of looting, because there were businesses that were looted and they lost millions. But we are talking of about a countrywide where we lost a lot of money. In excess, if we were able to just, it would be more. But my appeal and my request is that the individuals who organized, the individuals who led, which is in this case the leaders of AZIMIO party, should be held responsible to pay for the damages. Because if this continues on a weekly basis, Mr. Speaker, it will bring this country to a standstill. And as such, as responsible leaders, the measures has to be put in place to make sure that nobody wakes up one morning just because they lost an election and say, I'm going to go to demonstration. Because if we did an election and for sure we had a winner, democracy may not be the best system, but it is the best that we have. If you compare it to socialism, tyrannism, and many other systems, democracy is the best. And it says, once we've declared a winner, then the rest of the losers have to accept, and we move until the next election. But it has become a pattern that as when someone loses an election, the next thing it does is to call a demonstration so that they can either have a portion of the government. So the only option is to have them pay pay or compensate the losers or the people who are losing their property, their businesses, and even lives. Because what is the government doing? The IG, Inspector General, has been given responsibility to make sure and enforce that there is peace in the country. So that if there is such demonstration that is illegal and also not peaceful, they should be able to enforce law, arrest those people who exactly are doing the demonstration, who are causing mayhem, because if it was peaceful, we could not have lost life. If it was peaceful, they would not be looting. If it was peaceful, people would not be closing their businesses. So I urge the CS of Interior, I urge the PS, the IG to continue to make sure the rest of the Kenyans will continue to enjoy their rights to live in this country and do business in this country. Mr. Speaker, this week there were some investors who were present in the country. When this chaos started and demonstrations started, they decided to get their tickets and go back. And they decided Kenya may not be the best place to invest. And as such, Mr. Speaker, if we continue to lose tourists, if we continue to lose investors, when is this economy going to recover? Why do we allow one individual or a few individuals to continue to cause instability, to continue to cause loss of revenue? And we know the claims that they are saying that we want the servers to be open. The servers are there. You go to the website of IEBC, you'll be able to see. The results that was declared at the polling station are the forms that you need. There is nothing like a server to be open. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to continue to urge the government that is in place to instill and make sure the peace is prevailing in this nation. We cannot agree every week we are closing businesses. Every week we are not able to do anything in Nairobi, in Eldoret, in Kisumu, just because somebody has declared it is a public holiday. So let's go and demonstrate. As such, I am just requesting that we continue to discuss as we discuss this particular motion, but in real facts, we want the Inspector General, the police all over the country. And I want to commend the police, regardless of all the pressure that they were put in, all the demolition.
Well, yeah. You have run out of time. Fair enough. Order. You can have one additional minute.
I was asking for additional, but Mr. Speaker, allow me to just thank you and end here. As we say, we need peace in this country. Let's demand that the organizers and the leaders of the demonstration to compensate those losses, and also all the businesses that lost their revenue to be compensated by the party and the leaders of the demonstration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable, each one of you, I think, will have 5 minutes. The mover had 10 minutes, am I right? Yeah, he had 10 minutes. The MP for Sotik, Francis Sigay. Ordinarily, I don't know how the system has changed it, but you would want to seek somebody to second you. Yes. You did not seek. There's no seconder in this, under this. Okay, fair enough. Opio Wandai, leader of minority.
Down.
Order.
I have the mic.
A lot has changed for the period I've been away, so you.
Mr. Speaker, I suppose I've got 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, you want the speaker?
Honorable Wandai.
I'm addressing the speaker.
Order.
Relax. What is itching you?
Order.
Don't be itched. Unnecessary.
Order. Honorable Wandai. Order. Honorable members. Order. Baya. Honorable members, it will be my pleasure to send as many members of parliament out of this house as are going to be unruly. And I'm warning both sides. You address the speaker. You don't address one another across the aisle. And if that should happen, it's not going to matter whether you are the leader of the minority here or whether you are Owen Baya, the deputy majority leader. I'll send you out of the house. Order, honorable members. Opio Wandai, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Let me start, perhaps, by reminding ourselves. You know, in this country, Mr. Speaker, there are people who perhaps have not yet internalized the import of our very progressive 2010 Constitution. And therefore, they are perhaps living in the past. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Article 37 of our Constitution are so clear, are so unambiguous, that they require no further interpretation. Even a lay person would tell you that that article of the Constitution gives Kenyans unfettered rights to go about their business of demonstrating, picketing, and expressing themselves in whichever they want, whichever way they want. Mr. Speaker, therefore, any other statute law or edict by whomsoever, including the police service, that purports to suspend or otherwise deny the enjoyment of the right enshrined in Article 37 of the Constitution is unconstitutional, null and void ab initio. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I want to suppose, perhaps, even if there was any element of illegality in the mass action of Monday, 20th March, it is not for the National Police Service or any person or any other person to proclaim that illegality. The National Police Service and Mr. Sri Bungei has got no authority whatsoever under the Constitution to declare any meeting or any mass action illegal. If he felt the mass action was going to be illegal, the best thing would be to go to court and seek appropriate orders. And therefore, that's why I'm saying there are people in this country who are still living in the past. These are basically the Kanu Nyayo era hangovers, which have taken too long to shed off, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to submit that the Monday event was totally and properly constitutional and legal. And legal. Mr. Speaker, the mass action of Monday only turned violent because of the violent intervention by the police. And for this, we must hold the police, the particular police officers, and those who sent them. We must hold them personally liable and accountable. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must now set a precedent that in this country, if you cause a violation of the law in the manner the police did on Monday, you must be held to account at a personal level. Mr. Speaker, we have said, and that I'm now talking on behalf of the AZIMIO, the Umoja Coalition Party, we have said time and again, and we did give notice, a notice of 14 days for such specific conditions, 3 specific conditions to be met. At the expiry of that notice, there was no response. And therefore, we commenced the mass action. Mr. Speaker, one of the conditions, Mr. Speaker, those conditions are: 1, open the server. If you insist you want, open the server, or cause it to be opened for Kenyans to see for themselves. 2, reduce the cost of living now by reducing back the subsidies. 3, involve all stakeholders in the reconstitution of the IBC. Those were the 3 conditions.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Opio Wandai. Whereas I would be glad to allow ranking members of the House additional time. Order, Honorable Opio Wandai. Order, whereas I would be glad to do it. Could you take your seat? In this matter, order. In this matter, it says adjournment on definite matter of urgent national importance. 33(4). No member speaking on a matter under this standing order shall speak for more than 5 minutes without the leave of the House, except that the mover may speak for 10 minutes. It doesn't matter whether you're going to be the majority leader or the minority leader or a ranking member. Order. It's order, honorable. Honorable Opio Wandai. Order. Order. Honorable members, my hands are tied because it says no member. Order. Honorable members. Order. I admit it was a mistake. Order. Order. What's your point of order? Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for your guidance. And I see it is indeed true what you are saying, that 33(4) says no member speaking on a matter under this standing order shall speak for more than 5 minutes without the leave of the House, except the mover may speak for 10 minutes. Honorable Speaker, with all due respect and begging your indulgence under standing order number 1, I would request that we move the House then to give leave to the House for the leader of minority and the leader of majority to speak for at least 7.5 minutes with the leave of the House.
On matters, order. Honorable members, please. No. Honorable Rosabuyu. Order, Honorable Kimani Chungwa. Order. One more interruption. I promise you I will do what I've done many times before. And you will see this House different. One more interruption. Order. Honorable members, the chair accepts. Before my attention was drawn to the provisions of the standing order, I intended to give a leeway to members, ranking members, and members who have positions in this House. Minority member being one of them, minority leader being one of them, majority leader, and all of you. But right now, the clerks at the table have drawn my attention to this. Like I said from the beginning, order, Honorable Opio Wandai. Order. For God's sake, if you want to accept me to give a minute, half a minute more for any more, you will wait until doomsday for me to do that. So don't even try. And I'm telling you all, it has been drawn. It has been drawn to my attention. It was a mistake. Two mistakes do not make a right. Order. 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 Honorable members, Honorable Member Kimani Chungwa, you have exactly 5 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to spend a lot of time. I'll try to work within the 5 minutes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that this country is suffering because of these demonstrations. And it is also true, Honorable Speaker, that the Constitution allows everybody to picket in a peaceful manner and express themselves, but without interfering with the rights of other Kenyans to also conduct their businesses as they should. Honorable Speaker, I hear what the leader of minority has said and what their leaders are saying, that you want the server to be opened. Which server do you want to be opened that was not opened and you did not demand to be opened at the Supreme Court? You want us to reconstitute IEBC involving all stakeholders. What other stakeholders other than those that are stipulated in the Act of Parliament that was authored and approved by this House under the leadership of the handshake regime led by none other than Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, who today are the sponsors and the puppets being utilized to destroy our economy. Honorable Speaker.
Order. What's your point of order?
In the 5 minutes, Honorable Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I did not come here to listen to lies by the majority leader. It is true that the act was amended.
That is not in order.
The act was amended by the same regime that is now claiming that we cannot be party to what was going on. So in January, that amendment was made. So let him talk on the repealed act by themselves, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Kimani Chungwa.
Honorable Speaker, I hope you replenish that 1 minute wasted on unnecessary things. Because the member for Nyando sat in this House in the 12th Parliament when the IEBC Act that we are talking about to establish a panel was passed in this House. And it is true, it was authored under the handshake regime by none other than Uhuru Kenyatta, the sponsor of Raila Odinga today in the demonstrations. Honorable Speaker, it is also true and a fact of life that in the 13th Parliament, we amended that act in line with the court judgment. And it is so shaming and embarrassing that I saw the Honorable Raila Odinga lying to Kenyans that the members of Parliament in his coalition were never involved in this particular amendment. We were all here. It is on Hansard. You contributed to the debate. When the act went to the Senate, there are even AZIMIO members who purported to move amendments to remove the 2 commissioners who were being given to the Interreligious Council to give them to political parties, as happened under the IPPG setup. But Honorable Speaker, I am saying it is preposterous for the AZIMIO team, led by their sponsor and the puppet, Honorable Speaker, to be taking this country through what I have described as urban banditry and economic terrorism on the pretext of demonstrations for things that are outside extra-constitutional, things that are outside our statutes, things that are outside our own constitution. How do you expect the country to reverse what has already been done through a constitutional process and a legal process that you participated in? How do you expect the president now to act ultra via the constitution? You expect the president to now reverse the constitution of IEBC, the IEBC panel outside of the constitution and out of the established law. Honorable Speaker, we must be a nation governed by laws. And I know the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Raila Odinga, with all due respect to him, pretends to be a Democrat, but he is nothing short of an economic terrorist and an urban bandit, terrorizing Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, And we want to tell him, this behavior shall come to an end. It has been there before, Mr. Speaker, and it will come to an end, Mr. Speaker. It shall come to an end. You cannot...
Order. Honorable Wandai, you are a senior member of this House. When you ask for a point of order, you have to wait to be given that point of order. Order. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Can you wait for me to give you your point of order? Mheshimiwa MP for Nyando, if you stand on your feet. Order. Honorable members, when you ask for a point of order, you give an opportunity to the Speaker. Order. Rosa, order. You give an opportunity for the chair to notice you and to give that a chance. Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, please sit down until you are given the point of order, unless you are addressing a gallery outside this House. Order. The MP for Nyando, please, you will remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. Because I am on order. You will remain out of the House for the... You will remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. Sergeant at Arms will... Order. Honorable the MP for Nyando. Order, Sergeant at Arms. Order, Sergeant at Arms. Don't touch the Honorable for Nyando until I've given you that authority. MP for Nyando, please remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. Order. You cannot transact any business. If any... Order. Can you sit down? Can you take your seat? Take your seat. MPs. I don't know what you have reduced this institution into. I am not causing the problem. Order. MP. Order. The MP, Cherorot, you will remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. You cannot engage members across that. Anybody who decides to flout the rules, if it's going to take me to throwing all of you out, I'll throw you out. I am a servant to the rules. The MP for Nyando, can you get out of the House? Order. Cherorot, out of the House. Order. Ask for a point of order, wait to be given. Don't jump up and down the way. I was going to give you a point of order, but you keep on jumping up and down like a child. Order. Honorable member for Nyando, can you get out of the House? Proceed. The Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, what is your point of order? When you rise on a point of order, You wait for the speaker to give you.
Mr. Speaker, you know, this house is fast degenerating into what I would want to call very, very latently as a kangaroo institution. Mr. Speaker, we have been told many times, and there's been a tradition in this house, that you don't impute improper motive on a person who has got no capacity or opportunity to defend themselves in this house. Regardless of what personal issues...
Order, raise the point
I'm raising it, Mr. Speaker. What is the hurry, Mr. Speaker? Regardless of what personal issues Honorable Chungwa might be harboring against Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta and that Honorable Raila Odinga. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Chungwa would refer to Honorable Raila Odinga as an urban terrorist, Mr. Speaker? Is that in order? Is that in order? Is that in order? Can you rule him out of order and ask him to withdraw and apologize? Yeah, thank you.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I want us to treat this institution for exactly what it is. It's an August house. And each and every one of you, as many as possible, will have an opportunity to weigh in on this adjournment motion. Please, and I'm begging you as members of parliament, because this institution belongs to us all, and the country and the 50 million Kenyans are looking unto us for us to keep our dignity. When you rise on a point of order, you say point of order, you wait for the chair to notice you and to give you the opportunity. When you don't like what somebody has said, don't shout across the aisle. Just rise on a point of order. If we denigrate and destroy the dignity of this house, we are destroying our own dignities, because we are the ones who constitute the house. I want to tell members of parliament, it is a tradition of this house that you avoid as much as possible attacking people who cannot defend themselves on the floor of the house. Don't impute any improper motive, although the withdrawal itself, as much as possible, is when you impute improper motive on a fellow member of parliament. There is no an express provision in the standing orders that says because you have imputed improper motives on somebody outside the house that you have to withdraw. That is not there. So what we do, Rosa, please. So, I'm sure you have exhausted your time. Because of the melee. Does he have some more time? He does not have any more time. Initial order, you have exhausted. It's exhausted, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, noise and name calling will not serve this house. Demonstrations and picketing are in the law, in the Constitution. And when it is going on, it is the duty of the police to maintain order. What happens in a demonstration depends on two groups of people, the demonstrators and the police. And the evidence in history, like in the Selma March in the United States in the 60s, the black people were marching very peacefully. The people who were causing the violence were the police and police dogs. They achieved what they wanted. What happened here on Monday? Mr. Speaker, I was at KICC. We were sitting at KICC. There's nothing we were doing. The police threw tear gas. What was the reason? Mr. Speaker, in the afternoon when we were going through Mathare and Eastleigh. The people were basically not, they were listening to the speeches. They didn't even throw a stone. The police started putting tear gas and water cannons. In town, the police were attacking any group of people, regardless, and actually robbing some of them. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened on Monday, the chaos that we saw, at least in Nairobi, is totally attributable to the police. We were determined to have peaceful demonstrations. So, Mr. Speaker, nothing will stop these demonstrations until the issues we are talking about are addressed. And if the police wants to cause chaos, let them cause chaos. We shall remain peaceful. Mr. Speaker, let it also be known there's a simple principle in life and in this parliament. Let the minority have their say as the majority have their way. Mr. Speaker, if we reduce this house to the mood of the house.
Is it a serious point of order that has something to do with the order of the house? What's the order? What's the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you know I will not rise on a frivolous point. I rise on Standing Order 87. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the Honorable Rosa Buyu, I think she has listened to what the Honorable Nyikal has said. Honorable Speaker, because Standing Order 87.2 says that it shall be out of order to introduce an argument on any specific question upon which the House has taken a decision during the same session. Honorable Speaker, you know we made a decision on the IEBC Amendment Act as a House, Honorable Speaker. And listening to what Professor Nyikal is saying, amongst the issues they mention is a review of that particular act approved, enacted by this House, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, unless the Honorable Nyikal can then substantiate, allow me, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kimani Chunga, order. Please take your seat. Proceed, Honorable Nyikal, and finish your argument. The debate.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying, if we want peace in this country, let the principle which says, let the minority have their say and the majority have their way. If we get into a situation where the mood of the House stops them from debating difficult issues, we have no other option but to go and discuss them in the street. And that is what we shall do. Mr. Speaker, nature also says, those who have more will be expected of them. If you have more power in your hands by whatever way you get it, it is your duty to make sure there is peace and order in the country. And if you fail to do so, we shall continue. Monday is on.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, Standing Order number 87. 1. Neither the personal conduct of the President nor the conduct of the Speaker or any judge, nor the judicial conduct of any other person performing judicial functions, nor any conduct of the head of state or government or a representative in Kenya of any friendly country, or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from such office dependent upon a decision of the House shall be referred to adversely except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given. The personal conduct of the President, all this I've mentioned. 2, it shall be out of order to introduce an argument or any specific question upon which the House has taken a decision. This one is not relevant for now. It shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting language, whether in respect of the members of the House or any other person. 4, No member shall impute improper motive to any other member or a senator except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given, calling in question the conduct of the member or the senator. It shall be out of order for a member to criticize or call to question the proceedings in the Senate or the Speaker's rulings. Now this is irrelevant to the Senate, except as the Speaker may otherwise allow. It shall be out of order for a member to refer to an extract from print or electronic. This is also the media. What I'm basically trying to say is that, as much as possible, do not impute improper motives on anybody. You can substantively say that this and this and this is the conduct of so and so. You can talk about the official conduct of the president, but you cannot talk about the personal conduct of the president. So basically, let us just maintain ourselves within the purview of this, as standing order number 87. For a member of parliament, without a substantive motion, you cannot impute any improper motives. Honorable Andrew, come here.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. And I just wanted to raise a point of order because I was getting scared when Honorable Nyika was speaking, because he was really using his hands, and I thought he's now to demonstrate here in the House. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this motion, and I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that we all belong to this country. We do not have anywhere else to go if this country burns, and for that reason, it is paramount for all leaders, whether in opposition or government, to consider peace as the utmost important item in the lives and livelihoods of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, having said that, demonstrations are allowed in the Constitution, and now Article 37 is very popular. But when you read, it is written that you shall do it peacefully and without being armed. And Honorable Speaker, when you are looking at our TVs, we saw quite a number of youths who are armed. In fact, Honorable Speaker, there was a video going around where we saw some stones being sold at a cost of Kenya shillings 20 bob. And this kind of intention beats the logic of the demonstration. So as a leader in this country, Honorable Speaker, who come from a very peaceful county, and we all know that even the rains come from Nyandarua and the Abadeas before they spread to the rest of Kenya. This just shows you how peaceful Nyandarua County is. I would say that as much as demonstration would take place, let's be mindful of our fellow Kenyans. You can belong to this association, I can belong to this association, but the end of it all, we are all Kenyans. And Honorable Speaker, we are aware of countries like Somalia. We have been dispatching our army to DRC Congo, which is recently admitted to the EAC. We are aware of a country like South Sudan. These countries lost their status out of the beginning of such small situations, where the demonstration maybe grew to other unexpected situations. So I would plead as a woman that we need peace in this country. We can put our issues and they can be heard without harming others. Honorable Speaker, coming the next week, we are informed that the demos will continue twice a week. Just like the medicine was 1 times 1, now it will be times 2. How healthy will it be? I do not believe that we must demonstrate in a manner where we fight chaos. Even people can go to Uhuru Park and sit if the area can be occupied by 1 million people, and the statement will be made. But this issue of these crashes, though I saw the police try to contain themselves to the maximum level of patience that they could have done, this message can still be passed otherwise. And I believe if we consider Kenya as our only home, we have nowhere else to go, and this is our motherland, regardless of whichever part of the government or opposition we come from, we shall advocate for peace. Demonstrations can be done and they be done soundly. I want to say that I support the member with this motion, and I want to ask my colleagues, very good colleagues, and I see them, my very good friends, Honorable Kaluma here, Honorable Miri, Honorable Rosa, and every other. Let's consider Kenya as our motherland, and particularly us as women, let's consider that when we harm the peace of those others, we are also going extra against the wishes of every Kenyan. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to add my voice to this important debate. Honorable Speaker, I think there are some fundamental questions we need to ask ourselves as leaders in this country. Honorable Speaker, this is the only assembly where every part of this country is represented. Honorable Speaker, if you mentioned any village in this country, you realize that there is somebody who represents that village in this assembly. That being a fact, Honorable Speaker, it means that as we approach issues, we must realize that the issues we discuss here must be issues of public interest. When we discuss issues here, honorable members, it must be issues which promote public interest. First question, the demonstrations on Monday, were they constitutional? Is there a constitutional provision for them? The answer is yes. Has there been in the past such demonstrations organized by the AZIMIO side? I normally call them processions, the earlier ones. There have been so many, above 20 honorable members. Have they been peaceful? The answer is yes. Why have they been peaceful? They have been peaceful, honorable members, because the police provided security instead of coming up and becoming brutal to the wananchi. So the reason why we have a problem with the Monday demonstrations is because the policemen, all we do provide budget for every year, all we pay their salaries every month, instead of protecting the public, ended up fighting, throwing tear gas, doing all such things you can imagine to the public. The question is, if the police behave the way they have been behaving in the past, in the other more than 20 processions, would there have been any problem? More likely the answer would be there would have no problem, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, to me the most important question, and that's why I wish my friend Honorable Ichunga was in the House, Honorable Speaker. While I respect Honorable Kira, who is my good friend, if I were the one crafting this motion, Honorable Speaker, I would have asked for a adjournment motion, Honorable Speaker, to discuss the cost of living in this country. So that the ideas we are pushing in this House, Honorable Speaker, are issues will be coming from the majority side and the minority side, sharing experiences, sharing strategies, sharing all what can be done to bring the cost of living in this country down, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a common thing in this country. Whether you are in AZIMIO, whether you are in Kenya Kwanza, every Kenyan is complaining about the cost of living. How I wish we are spending these 2 hours to discuss what strategy we can use to make sure that the cost of living for the Kenyans is brought down, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that's why I get very, at times, concerned as a Kenyan. I'm a leader in this country, and by the same time, I'm also a Kenyan. You realize, Honorable Speaker, the kind of energy, the kind of figure, the kind of zeal we use in this House in mentioning individual names, which don't add up an additional plate to our tables. It concerns me. I wish we spend a lot of time discussing things, Honorable Speaker, which can change the lives of our people. Honorable Speaker, these demonstrations will continue forever so long as the issue of cost of living is not addressed in this country. So if we want a solution, Honorable Speaker, let the majority leader and the minority leader lead their troops to discuss the cost of living in this country and see how we can bring it down. It could be a budgetary provision, it could be another way, but at the end of the day, it must be brought down, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the time you've given me.
Mutembei, followed by the Honorable Bensouda.
Give me the microphone.
Order me, you'll have your moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Protect my minutes.
Proceed, Mutembei, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to state this, that as we read Article 37, we should never read it selectively. Because Article 37 is very clear. It says every person has the right, peaceably and unarmed, peaceably and unarmed, to picket, demonstrate. But what we saw on the 20th was an army that was invading Nairobi. People who are in military fatigue, who are camouflaging themselves, not as demonstrators, not as picketers, but people whose only intention was to go to State House and evict the President of this Republic of Kenya. And that, by dint of that speech, by whoever made it, those people that are economic saboteurs in this country, that they want to go and evict a sitting president who has been elected and put in office by this constitution, I want to tell you that whoever wants to do that, it will not happen in this country, because the police will protect the President of the Republic of Kenya. And that's what they did that day. Peaceably, Mr. Speaker, we saw people carrying stones and throwing stones at the police. We saw that in Kibra. We saw that in other parts of this country. Those are not peaceable demonstrators as expected by the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we saw people who were armed and were approaching the police. The police were there stationed to ensure that they give people an opportunity to do their picketing well. And the president said it very well. Whoever wants to do picketing, whoever wants to do demonstration should call the police officers, sit down, have a plan on how that demonstration was going to be done. That's what the president said. But we didn't see the organizers of the demonstration do that. What they did is they gathered themselves, put in some new military uniform in this country, and come out and say now they want to overthrow this government. Mr. Speaker, the police are here to ensure they maintain peace. One of the things to maintain peace is to protect the democratic rights of Kenyans and to ensure the democratic rights of Kenyans enshrined in this constitution are protected. And one of them is to protect the sovereign. And therefore, the police were protecting the sovereignty of this nation against people whose only idea is that they can never lose an election. Every time they lose an election, they think that the election has been stolen. That these same people, that they want to hold this country every year at ransom. That after every 5 years, they must cause chaos for them to be heard. This president has made it very clear. They can make the noise, they can do the demonstration, but there will be no handshake. And if they can't hear me now, they will hear me later, because I will still say the same thing. There will be no handshake. Honorable Speaker, they destroyed property in this CBD. A few people who are charged by the inciting speeches that had been made, by people who know nothing else in this country apart from inciting the publics. They destroyed property here. We saw a group of young people pull out a rail and throw it on the road. We saw a group of young people pelt buildings in this. We saw a group of people who wanted to attack the Supreme Court here. What were the police supposed to do? To stop it. How do they stop it? They stop it the best way they can. But what happens to the economy of this country? Today, the tourists that were in Malindi, that were in Kilifi, left. They went back. And they said, this country, they can never come to this country. We lost revenue. In Malindi, in Watamu, in the coast region, we lost revenue. Why? Because of these demonstrations. Today, investors leave this country every day.
Honorable Bensouda, followed by Honorable COE. The chair has got to be sensitive to the other agenda. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to talk. I can see you are now relaxed when Bensouda is on the throne. I'm very glad, and as a teacher I thought that I would get the motion before it was brought here, so that I restructure it to suit the debate in line with the current status of the situation of this country.
Yes.
When we are talking about, we should stop demonstrations. There are no demonstrations. It is expression of the status of this nation. I want to advise, and I want to make my contribution in regard to the Monday 20th peaceful march in exercising the opinion, in mind, in action, and what Kenyans are undergoing.
Yeah.
I want to state, as the woman representative of homabay County, this nation is hungry, and there is no question about it.
Yes.
My second contribution, we were gladly advised by the Vice President that business will run as usual. Who stopped the business?
Yeah,
who told the people to close the business? Nobody advised anybody to close the banks, to shut down the hospitals, to shut down anywhere. Nobody did that statement. Why did Kenyans choose to close? Number 3, nobody said that all Kenyans in the 47 countries are going to march to State House. I have heard members contribute that people dressed up in a state that they were going to take over from State House. Myself, I was in white. And I wanted to march peacefully because I represent the youths. I represent the hungry women. I represent the PWDs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to tell you that I was told I am a woman and I'm representing all of them. I am on the floor, Mr. Speaker, sir, can you protect me? I do not want interference.
Order. What's your point of order, Honorable Maya?
Excuse me.
Honorable Bensouda, a moment.
Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, while I consider it as an insult to the youth of this country, the age that is put in the website for Honorable Bensouda is about 35 years.
Order.
We would like
Order, Honorable Maya, order. Honorable members, order. Order. Proceed, Honorable Bensouda, proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for protecting me. No wonder even the 2/3 gender rule cannot go through in this house. When I'm making substantive statements, and I think he was sleeping, I talked about representation. I didn't talk about youths. Mr. Speaker, sir, I personally witnessed, because I closely navigated this city on that day. I began by the University of Nairobi, the world-class university where I went, and there was heavy firearms at those gates, a conducive which cannot encourage learning. I want to say that when I moved around Kibra and all Langata areas, it was armed policemen and tear gassing. Is that what we call security? Is that what we call peaceful demonstration? I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, we miss concepts, and this country must be brought to order. We want leaders to be fair to the nation. We want leaders to be honest to the situation. When I walked into Parliament, personally I've taken fruits. There is somebody who had not taken fruits, even for a whole year. Personally, there is a cafeteria there. I have eaten. The people who are demonstrating outside did not see even any form of food on their table. We will not take serious matters into jokes. It is a high time we must raise up and work as leaders of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order. I think the time is up. The time is up. Order. Honorable Sioi, followed by Honorable Korere. The Speaker has to look at a number of diversity, regional, party, female, male. Order. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to support this motion by Abraham Kirwa.
And I've heard it clearly that my fellow MPs are complaining of the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we don't expect a price of unga to be 70 shillings while we bought fertilizer at 7,000 shillings. The input was so expensive, and the maize that we are eating at the moment is the very same product from the high cost of production that the members of parliament who are complaining here were in that parliament, in the 12th parliament. You guys were in the government. You were with, yes, you were there. So let us not politicize what cannot be politicized. We cannot continue politicizing what cannot be politicized.
What's your point of order, Honorable Miri Odhiambo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do apologize for my sister for interrupting her, because I don't like interrupting my sisters when they are speaking. Order. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member in order to be calling us guys, especially given the debate that members have been preoccupied with about guys and women and cross-cutting issues about men and men and women. Mr. Speaker, you cannot call me a guy. I am straight. I have nothing against LGBTQI, but I am very straight. My husband is a man and I'm a woman. Don't call me a guy, please.
All right, I apologize.
Proceed, Madam Sui.
Thank you. So, what I was trying to put across is that the price was raised during the 12th parliament, and we have to continue until we finish the maize that we planted with high cost. That is one. Number two, we are talking about cost of living going high. There is no one in this house, Mr. Speaker, who doesn't know that the price of fuel went high. Automatically, it is the reason as to why the cost of living has gone high. Mr. Speaker, is it right, Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Member Raila Omolo Odinga to demand that unga? I'm asking a question.
Proceed.
Is it right for him to demand?
What? Order. Yes, what's your point of order? Yeah.
You have just ruled a while ago that we should not actually be able to talk of somebody who cannot defend himself in this house. It is not even 5 minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, when you said that. So what is the honorable member implying? Are they on politics of vengeance, or they are there here to prosecute serious matters, Mr.
Honorable Soi, proceed.
Thank you. My question was, I don't think it is right for us to say that we want the cost of unga to be at 70 when we planted using fertilizer that it is at 7,000 shillings. Another point, and that was during the handshake. Another point I want to bring across is the members of parliament were elected to come and defend or speak on behalf of the constituencies. Why are we involving our electorates to go to the streets when you are here and you are not fighting for them? You are not fighting for the cost of living to be low. Because I've not seen anybody bring a motion. It is today that I saw Honorable Kajuri coming up with a motion stating that we have to ensure that the cost of electricity goes low because of the cost of living. No one has come with such a motion to ensure that we are bringing the cost of living down. So, members of parliament from opposition, we are urging you, please bring the issue in the house. Let us debate here. Mr. Speaker, my friend Honorable Mili, we want to Kimbiana inside here. Please, let us not Kimbiana out there. Order. And we are here.
Order. Honorable Korere, Sarah Korere, followed by Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to this. And Speaker, you know, I don't know whether there is security that matters to some regions and security does not matter to some regions. Because I seriously, when people are saying Nairobi is under attack, yes, we want the properties and the people of Nairobi to be safe. But Honorable Speaker, I was watching from the comfort of my sitting room the demonstrations. And picketing by constitution is given. And if Kenyans want to express themselves peacefully, so why don't they? And Mr. Speaker, the prowess at which the police were attacking those demonstrators, I sat down and I thought, why can the same police tackle the insecurity in northern Kenya in the same prowess? Well, Honorable Speaker, you know there are some small boys picketing and some few old men, you know, the people who cannot even scare a rat from a hole. And Honorable Speaker, the kind of things we saw displayed by the Kenyan police leaves me wondering, is it really true that they have been unable to combat the insecurity in central Kenya? Where, Mr. Speaker, about 50 bandits, you know, northern Kenya, about 50 bandits have brought the police, the army, named them the GSU into a standstill. And Honorable Speaker, honestly speaking, you know Kenyans are watching us. And Kenyans are wondering, did they send us to this house to come and call each other names? Honorable Speaker, from where I sit, I was in AZIMIO. And honorable members in AZIMIO, I will say this because I must say, when you refuse to win elections, please deal with your matter. You know, Speaker, yes, when you refuse, because if you have known that in Kenya, for you to win elections, you must steal. You should have invested in stealing the election, Honorable Speaker. And you know, Speaker, no, relax, hold your horses, members. Honorable Speaker, you know, as a mother, my heart goes out for the woman whose son was killed in Maseno. It should not have happened. It should never happen. But Honorable Speaker, if demonstrations has to continue on Monday, we have to propose a few things that we have to list down to add, so that we can also think whether we can join those demonstrations. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say, because you said people should not, name people in this house who cannot defend themselves. I am a Jubilee member, and my party leader, Uhuru Kenyatta, de facto. Uhuru Kenyatta, in 1992, there were demonstrations in this country. In 2007, there were demonstrations in this country. In 2013, there were demonstrations in this country. In 2017, there are demonstrations in this country. For anybody to accuse Uhuru Kenyatta of sponsoring those demonstrations, you must be suffering from something we need to interrogate later. Because, Honorable Speaker, he could not have sponsored demonstrations against his own government. So I want to plead with the leaders. Much as we want to play to the gallery, much as you want to address I don't know who, much as you want to support the government, please don't also become a praise and worship choir just to say things so that some people will hear you've said things. And Mheshimiwa Speaker,
what's your point of order, Honorable Ichungwa Kimani?
Honorable Speaker, no, I'm keenly listening to the member for Laikipia North. And she purports that Uhuru Kenyatta has been accused of being the sponsor. And I referred to a sponsor. I referred to a sponsor in my speech, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, unless the member for Laikipia North is now substantiating further what I should have substantiated, that indeed the sponsor of these demonstrations is none other than the former Jubilee Party leader and former AZIMIO chair, Honorable Speaker. Two, Honorable Speaker, because I said I was keenly listening to her. The member for Laikipia has also said that there are 50 bandits terrorizing people in the north. Maybe we would also benefit the security agencies in this country if she knows there are actually 50 bandits. Probably she knows those 50 bandits and where they are. Because, Honorable Speaker, you cannot speak as a point of fact, as a statement of fact, that she stated as a statement of fact that there are 50 bandits. Number two.
Order. Majority Leader, please take your seat. Order. What order? The member who was speaking is already time exhausted. Order. No. Order. What's your point of order, Honorable Salasia? What's your point of order?
This thing. Yes. Now, Speaker, Madam Speaker, we have had the majority leader, Bwana Ichunga, talking here. In fact, for his information.
No, order. That's not the point of order. Order. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Sit down. Thank you very much.
What is your point of order, Honorable Salasia? Proceed. What's your point of order?
He's not sure whether he's a man or a woman. Yeah, so I was commenting on this issue, the conduct of the majority leader in this house. The majority leader has missed to have facts to table before this house to substantiate that indeed that is Uhuru Kenyatta who is supporting, who is funding us. We are only the Kenyans because this house has failed to address the issues. So we are going to deal with the Mandamano whether he likes or not.
Proceed, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you.
Order, Honorable Murugara, followed by Honorable Rosa Buyu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is exciting. As the excitement continues to grow, we debate this. So, Speaker, sir, I've listened to the rhetorical questions that are being asked by especially the other side, both in law and in fact, as regards the demonstrations we had on Monday. One such rhetorical question is whether the demonstrations were actually lawful. Everybody knows what the Constitution says. We also know the qualifications it gives. Therefore, we as much know the answers to the rhetorical questions we are asking. Number one, before the demonstrations took place, we were told the demonstrators would storm State House. Which part of the Constitution or law was that in compliance with? We were also warned profusely that we were not to come to town on that day unless we were participating in the demonstrations. Again, we are asking, which part of the law was that one? Then we were told on that particular day, you open your businesses at your own peril, because if you sell water on that day, please note, if you are not selling, you are giving us for free. If you're selling sodas on that day, you're not selling, you are giving us for free. Now, the question is this, is that lawful? Would we be giving our merchandise to demonstrators for no pay? Isn't that looting? So we were warned up front that these demonstrations would not be peaceful, as a result of which most of the Kenyans kept out of town, most of the Kenyans were not able to go to job, and what happened was those demonstrators who wanted to cause chaos and violence came to town.
We all saw them. They were actually armed, and nobody is refusing that, because we would see them pelting policemen with stones. Is that peaceful? Can that be said to be within the parameters of the law, the Constitution, and the statutes that deal with picketing? Let's not deceive ourselves. If this is what is going to continue, we have no problem. But we will continue to commend the police for doing a good job, because they will actually reiterate and they will deal with those who are causing chaos and violence with all the means they are given under the law to execute that. Number two, 3 reasons are being given by the demonstrators or their leaders. That number 1, we have to open the servers. The question is, I sat in the Supreme Court when an express order was made that to the requirement of the petitioners, the servers would be opened. They were opened, the court made a report, and there was absolutely nothing to falter. What else are we trying to search in those servers? Number 2, the second point that is being raised is high cost of living. And we agree, the cost of living is high. But this did not happen 6 months ago. It has happened over the years. We should be sitting down to know the cost of the high cost of living and the various methods we can use to actually ameliorate that situation. One of them is reduce the cost of input when it comes to production, so that you are able to get better prices. Instead of doing so, we are being told, go to the streets, and tomorrow the president will stand up and say, price of unga is 70 shillings. We may have to live a little bit longer before such a pronouncement is made. The third point being raised is IEBC, that unless we are able to structure IEBC, there will be demonstrations. IEBC is provided for by the Constitution. Number 2, we have a statute, the IEBC Act. The appointments that are taking place are in strict compliance with what that law says. How can we then fault a law which we have put into place unless we want ourselves to overthrow our own rule of law? Actually, these demonstrations are not bona fides. They are political. They are what we are calling economic sabotage, because some people feel the only way to try and ruin the government we have today is by doing what they are doing today. They should be condemned, and the police should be enabled to deal with those demonstrations the way the law provides. So I do support that motion.
The Honorable Rosa Buyu, followed by Honorable Naomi Wako. Order, order.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, you've already begun counting on my time, and there's still conversation going on. Rosa Buyu. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this a little more seriously. The young man of 20 years, William Wamanje, though from Kisii, is actually a student in Maseno University, which falls within my constituency, Kisumu West. That young boy lost his life, and he did not have to die. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when my office visited, Mr. Speaker, when my office visited, Mr. Speaker, when my office visited the Maseno police station yesterday.
Honorable Rosa Buyu is going to be heard in silence. Order, honorable members. Proceed, honorable.
When my office visited Maseno police station yesterday, the information they got from the police, the OCS, was appalling. Mr. Speaker, what the OCS said was there were demonstrations in Kisumu town, and so they ferried 3/4 of their men, the police, to Kisumu to quell the demonstrations. When the Maseno University students got out to demonstrate peacefully, and the police decided to use Mr. Speaker, in the long run, what the police said was they had no more tear gas, and they had to resort to live bullets. Mr. Speaker, what happened to rubber bullets? Why must you go to a demonstration with live bullets if not with the intention to kill? Mr. Speaker, Article 37 clearly allows every citizen of this country an opportunity to picket and demonstrate if they so wish. Mr. Speaker, the only people who are armed in these demonstrations are the police. Mr. Speaker,
Order, honorable members. Honorable Rosa Buyu, let her take her message across. You will have your moment. Don't interject.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before us today is worried about nothing else but money. But the demonstrations were not just worried about money. The demonstrations are about people. People who sleep hungry days on end. People who are lied to during campaigns that they would have pockets full of money and they would have tables full of food as soon as the new regime came into power. Only to discover that they sleep hungry every day. Those are the people who are out on the streets. Mr. Speaker, the demonstrations that you saw yesterday were about Kenyans. Kenyans asking for equitable distribution of opportunities within government amongst 42 tribes of this country, so that not only 2 tribes get involved or get employed within those opportunities.
What's your point of order, Honorable Ichungwa?
Honorable Speaker, I empathize with the Honorable Rosa Buyu. But Honorable Speaker, we cannot use the floor of this House to whip up emotions. And it is a fact that a student of Maseno University was shot dead, and it is also a fact, as has been reported, that young man was shot during the Monday demonstrations. It has been stated, Honorable Speaker, because it is one thing to say that...
What is out of order?
What is out of order, Mr. Speaker, is when a member rises in his place and purports to be speaking...
Order, Honorable Chunga, order. Proceed, Honorable Rosa Buyu, finish.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Thank you for protecting me.
You will have your moments.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for protecting me from Honorable Ichungwa, because even when I'm not in this house, he says he is so embarrassed, he's so astonished. Where is Rosa Buyu? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform him I am here. This is Rosa Buyu. Mr. Speaker, he's already taken my time and you must give me 1 minute. I plead with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
you will have no minute, but proceed.
These elections, these demonstrations...
Order. Rosa, you've run out of your time. The Honorable Naomi Wako, followed by the MP for Teso South. Order.
The mic.
The MP for Teso South. Order. Order, Honorable Minnie, you will have your moment. Order, please. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion of adjournment, which we all need to contribute because it has affected the lives of Kenyans. It has affected our businesses. It has affected our economy in a very serious way. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have always witnessed demonstration by the opposition. But this time round, I wonder why they are doing it now, because we are only 6 months old, and it is quite clear that they lost election and lost completely. They would have just waited for another 5 years for them to vie and win the election if that is what they want. But this time, our government and our president is working so hard to recover and to revive the economy that was destroyed in their hands. Today, when they call people to demonstrate in your regime, under the handshake regime, which you participated fully, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. You destroyed our economy. You destroyed everything that Kenya had during that time.
The MP for Migori. Woman Rep, order. Order, please. Order. Proceed. Proceed.
You participated in the Uhuru regime.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the demonstration organized was just to destroy our economy, was just to frustrate our government, and I'm here to tell them that our government is strong enough and we will never bow down. And if you think that the practice that has always given you, the handshake, whatever, the nusu mukate, this time round, you will not get it. This time round, you will not get it. Because we understand, we know very well, during the daytime, they go on the streets, they encourage people to demonstrate, and during the night, they come to us to negotiate. We will never give in. Mr. Speaker, protect me, Mr. Speaker. Protect me, because they may have carried the stones in here. And so, Mr. Speaker, our economy was fully destroyed by these people. And today, they want to bring the same nonsense to the parliament, because we are trying to talk about that. We are trying to correct the mistake they have made. We are trying to tell people the mistake and the destruction they have caused. And they are shouting, they are pointing fingers, they are standing up as if they are on the street.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether...
Order.
I want to know whether...
Order. The Honorable Naomi Wako and all other members of parliament, please address the chair. Address the chair. Don't address yourselves across the aisle. If you have such a burning, issues to raise, and they're very powerful points, you will have your moment. Most of you are going to get time. We have ample time. Order. MP for Cliffy South. Order. The MP for Teso South, followed by the Emilio Riambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. And I think from the onset, I want to say that I support it. And I want to encourage honorable members that let us debate soberly on a matter that is so important, like the one we are debating on. And let's separate it from emotions. Mr. Speaker, when I was coming to Nairobi yesterday from my constituency, I almost lost my flight because of the strikes at Maseno University. And I think as a mother, my sympathy and condolences go to the family that lost their son as a result of the demonstrations. So this is not a matter that we should take lightly. If there were no demonstrations, that boy would not have died. So we must also learn to take responsibility. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are policy makers, and we have a role to play to contribute towards bringing down that cost of living. So whereas we're talking about high cost of living, and we agree, it has taken a toll, particularly on the low-income households, and especially the hustlers in this country. But is Mandamano going to be the solution? Is picketing going to solve the issue of the high cost of living? There are other options, alternatives, motions, bills, and the budget that we have just approved in the policy statement, that we can channel resources towards programs that are going to improve on the economy and thereby bring down the cost of living. Honorable members, picketing can be done. It is there provided for the Constitution, Article 37. But can it be done peacefully without interrupting and disrupting the same economy we are claiming that the high cost of living? On Monday, what happened sadly? This country registered low productivity. On that Monday, there are people in those demonstrations who depend depend on their daily endeavors, depend on their casual work because they live from hand to mouth. They went home and slept hungry because they were engaged in the demonstrations. On that Monday, businesses were disrupted in this country. And on that Monday, the people who depend on services, deliveries, delayed services across the country. So this is not a joking matter. There are many other ways we can address this issue. These issues do not only affect the proponents of the Mandamano. The issues affecting this country affect all of us. And this is our country, we live in it. So if we destroy Kenya today, then are we going to run to another country? Is there another country that we have beside this country? So let us debate this issue soberly. I agree with you, but there are even people who have suffered, besides even dying, there are people who suffered injuries as a result of the demonstrations. So demonstrations is not the solution. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Busia County and to appreciate them for ignoring the calls for Mandamano. And they continued with their normal business as if nothing was happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Millie Odhiambo, Mheshimiwa, followed by the Mheshimiwa Kalasinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to send my condolences to the family of William Mayange, who was killed in Maseno. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak in this house, there is a family that is grieving, and you can never recover a lost child. So I just want to say pole to the family of William for the loss, unnecessary loss of a youthful life. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya says all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. And Article 1(2) says the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through elected representative. And Mr. Speaker, one of the members who was speaking, my dear friend who I interrupted as she was speaking, was saying that we speak here and we should not speak outside and we should not let our representatives speak. I want to educate her that Article 1(2) of the Constitution gives that right, that we can exercise our mandate directly. And when we demonstrate, we are exercising it directly. So we cannot be having tyranny in the house. We can also have tyranny outside the house. Mr. Speaker, I also just want to say that Article 37, and I want to agree with members across the divide, and I want to thank Honorable Muya for speaking very soberly and saying that Article 37 allows for picketing and peaceful picketing. And I want to say both our side and their side are saying the same language. Let us have picketing which is allowed under Article 37 with no condition, because the Constitution does not give condition except peaceable picketing. And Mr. Speaker, in peaceable picketing, the mandate lies with the police. The citizen of Kenya does not have arms. Mr. Speaker, those who maintain peace and order are the police. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that those who are killed, as we have heard from the boy who was killed in Maseno, was killed by the police. And I also want to add that when the business community restrained from doing their business, they restrained from doing their business because of fear-mongering by people like my good friend, who I don't want to mention lest he can stay per point of order. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that those who close their businesses close because of fear-mongering. And we know my friend who does fear-mongering. Mr. Speaker, because I know other members want to speak, I want to say this. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this House direction that it is actually wrong for us to be mentioning other people who are not here and calling them names, like regrettably my good friend Honorable Chungwa called Honorable Raila an urban terrorist. Mr. Speaker, if it weren't for your order, I could also have called Honorable RUTO national terrorist, but because of your order, I'm not calling him a national terrorist, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that my good friend Honorable Chungwa must tell us whether he's also of the LGBTQ community because of his preoccupation with Uhuru Kenyatta. That guy is a man, bwana. Don't be too preoccupied with Uhuru Kenyatta. Order.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Order. You cannot discuss the conduct of Honorable Ichung'wah without a substantive motion. So you're out of order on that. Order. Come. Honorable Ichung'wah, if we desist, order. If we desist, order. Honorable Mbaya, when the chair is on its feet. Order. I mean, we want to have a situation in which everybody is heard in silence, whether you don't like it, whether it's outrageous, whatever it is, unless it's absolutely out of the order, or the orderly running of the business of the house. Just wait. When you get your moment, rebut. You know what I mean? You get your moment, you can then say the counter and give your counter argument. But if you keep on saying order, point of order, Miri. Can we have the next speaker, Honorable Karasinga? Order. Are you on a point of order, Muhammad Ali? Is it absolutely necessary? Okay, proceed, Honorable Ichung'wah.
First, Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for protecting me, because the Honorable Millie was on the verge now of discussing me without a substantive motion. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, it is important to point out, and maybe she was not listening to what I said, because if you listen to what I said at the beginning, I indicated when I mentioned about economic terrorism and urban banditry, I said what I have described elsewhere as economic banditry and economic terrorism, Honorable Speaker. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Millie, as much as you have ruled her out of order, must then withdraw what she has said and apologize to the House.
Because Majority Leader, you made your point. Honorable Karasinga, followed by the MP for Wajir South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I am touched, Mr. Speaker. And the charging the Speaker I've had today is that if our friends, Mr. Speaker, who led the demonstration cannot be satisfied with the loss of life that we had, Mr. Speaker, and they are calling for others on Monday, how many liters, Mr. Speaker, how many liters of blood do they want to see so that they stop this nonsense of demonstrating and testing life in this country? Mr. Speaker, if we have to bring down the demands they have given us, Mr. Speaker, it's very okay. We have no problem with it. But Mr. Speaker, if for example, I was a candidate for Kabuchai, I floored a person. If that person goes to ask me to open the server, where do I get it? Where do I get the Speaker? Raila Odinga, Mr. Speaker, must tell us the truth. Honorable William Samoei Ruto does not have servers to open. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when we want prices of food to come down, prices of food was 250, Mr. Speaker. In the last regime, they were keeping quiet. We have moved it down to 170. They are making noise, Mr. Speaker. Where do we want? And Mr. Speaker, finally, how do we bring down the price of food? If we don't go to the farm, we stay on the road, picketing and demonstrating. Now rains has come, and rains has come, we must go to the farms. Mr. Speaker, the last word I can say, if you lead demonstrations and you cannot control them, and you cannot control the thuggery they do, I can refer to him again, Honorable Raila, as a street robber who is causing problems in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Okay, the Honorable MP from Wajir South, followed by Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very. It's not working. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion of adjournment. I think for the last couple of hours we've been treated to heated arguments on the floor of the House, where we've observed every the sides of the House sticking to their guns. But I believe when it comes to the debate on these demonstrations, we need to take a step back and look at actually what is at stake at this point in time and at this point in Kenya's history. Yes, the cost of living is very high. Yes, we have so many problems, and Kenyans have every right to picket and demonstrate. But what the question I want to pose is it actually the right time to demonstrate when our economy is suffering, when we need to lower the cost of living, when we need to do much to fix what is a sorry state of our economy? I come from a business community that suffered a lot during Monday's demonstrations. And we lost one Kenyan's life. I would like all of us to think critically about where our country is at this point in time. And let patriotism reign. I have covered demonstrations and riots and street demos and all kinds of picketing in many parts of the world as a journalist. There are many ways to show your dissatisfaction. But stopping business in two of the most important business districts in the country at this time when we need to fix our economy, I believe is not being patriotic. And again, responsible opposition requires matters be dealt with in institutions like this one. I would therefore like to appeal to my party, AZIMIO, to rethink these demonstrations for the sake of Kenya and Kenyans at this critical time when we need to do a lot. I just want to point out one thing, Mr. Speaker. Where was the dollar rate on Monday, and where is it today? I rest my case. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kamket, followed by the Honorable Muhammad Ali. Order, you're allowed. Proceed. Okay. The Honorable Kamket. What is happening? Why don't you go to somewhere where there's...
Thank you, Mr.
Order.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Republic of Kenya, the country by the name the Republic of Kenya, is a creature of the law. The Parliament of the Republic of Kenya is a creature of the law. The standing orders that we follow in this House are part of our laws. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya directs any question as to the validity of the election of the President to the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya. That question was comprehensively addressed at the Supreme Court of Kenya. Any question, Mr. Speaker, as to the validity of election of any member of Parliament has been addressed or are being addressed at the High Court, and so on and so on. Mr. Speaker, listening to the demands made by the opposition, Mr. Speaker. The demands to open servers should have been made at the Supreme Court. They made those demands and they were proved wrong. Mr. Speaker, the demands about the IEBC are demands that are beyond, that are ultra-vires the law. Mr. Speaker, we are not related in this country. We are Kenyans by law. I come from the Pokot community. I am not related in any way to any person from another community except by law. And if we are related by act of marriage, it's customary law, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, for the opposition, Mr. Speaker, to demand that we do anything outside the law is to be anarchists. The behavior, Mr. Speaker, by the leaders of the demonstrations and the demonstrators themselves is nothing other than an act of anarchy. And Mr. Speaker, if that is what they want, Mr. Speaker, they must be prepared for what the police will serve them. Because the police of the Republic of Kenya, the job of the police, Mr. Speaker, is to keep the law. And anarchy anywhere is anarchy everywhere, Mr. Speaker. There can be no law, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, as I speak right now, Mr. Speaker, there is curfew in where I come from. And many sub-counties in the North Rift because of the behavior of some people. Mr. Speaker, if the law applies to us in the North Rift, it must apply to these anarchists in town. The same law, Mr. Speaker, that applies to us in the North Rift must apply to those people whose aim and whose all aim, Mr. Speaker, is to come and destroy the properties of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, if the cost of living is indeed high, as indeed it is high, Mr. Speaker, we cannot come and start destroying the property of Kenyans because of the high cost of living.
MP for Budalangi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order. You have clearly heard Honorable Kamket insinuating that what was happening in Nairobi is comparing to people who are carrying guns in the villages, terrorizing people. And here is a constitution, people following constitution, picketing, demonstration is enshrined in the constitution. It's banditry enshrined in the constitution.
Order. The chair, Raphael, order. The chair does not rule on the basis of insinuations. Order. You have to be very specific. Proceed, Kamket. You have run out of time, Kamket, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you have run out of time. Muhammad Ali, followed by Kaluma.
Shukran sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nimeona hisia tofauti kutoka kwa bunge.
Order.
Lakini nataka kwanza kuzungumzia kijana aliyeuawa. Tangu mimi kuzaliwa, na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi na umri wa miaka 41. Katika taifa hili ni mtu mmoja peke yake huitisha maandamano. Na haya maandamano si ya amani. Katika kila maandamano lazima mtoto wa watu afe. Hawa watu wanaoitisha maandamano ni wale walifanya zile salamu za check, wakasalimiana, wakapeana pesa, wakapandisha bei ya unga hadi 230. Sasa wanakuja kutufunza sisi vile ambavyo tutaendesha hii nchi. Ni lazima Raila Odinga aambiwe ukweli kinaga ubaga. Waswahili wanasema mgema akisifiwa tembo ulitia maji. Raila Odinga lake amelitia maji na hatutakubali haribu nchi hii. Miaka 41 tutakuwa tukiitisha maandamano. Haya maandamano yanazuia wafanyabiashara kufanya kazi yao. Haya maandamano, Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba unipe na unilinde na unipe fursa niendelee kuzungumza. Leo nimetaja Mungu wenu, lakini ukweli mtaambiwa.
Honorable members. Honorable Muhammad Ali, I had given a previous ruling here in which I said, avoid imputing improper motives as much as possible to people who cannot defend themselves here. You can get your message across without mentioning names. Proceed, Honorable Muhammad Ali.
Shukrani sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Unajua kuna watu Mungu wao akitaja hawatulii. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, yale ambayo nataka kusema ni kwamba nchi hii Rais William Ruto ameshika usukani juzi. Ni miezi misita, hata mimba haingii, mtoto akazaliwa kwa miezi miwili. Ni lazima mpatie rais aliye mamlakani nafasi ya kuongoza hii nchi. Hii nchi imeharibiwa na wale ambao wanaitisha haya maandamano. Juzi tumepoteza pesa katika taifa hili. Watoto wameuawa kule Kisumu. Na ajabu ni kwamba Kenya nzima ni sehemu mbili tu inafanya maandamano. Mbona Mombasa hawana shida? Mbona Central hawana shida? Mbona Northeastern hawana shida? Mbona Western hawana shida? Ni kwa nini ni lazima iwe ni Kisumu, Kibira na hapa Embakasi? Mheshimiwa Spika, tumechoka kama viongozi. Ni lazima hii Kenya iendeshwe katika njia ya haki, katika njia ya kikatiba. Hatutakubali muungano haramu, muungano wa kusumbua wananchi kila siku. Biashara haziwezi fanyika, watu hawezi tembea na amani. Unataka, angalieni Afrika Kusini, wameomba wafanye maandamano. Jifunzeni kutoka kwa wale. Jifunzeni kutoka kwa wale. Sio kuingia barabarani, kupora mali ya watu, kupiga watu, kuumiza watu, alafu mnakuja kusema mtatuongezea maandamano iwe Jumatatu na Alhamisi. Hii nchi iko na serikali, hii nchi iko na Wakenya, hii nchi iko na sheria, na hiyo sheria ni lazima ifuatwe. Hatutakubali tena. Sikiza tena vizuri. Sikiza, usipige kelele kwa mambo ambayo huelewi. Sikiza vizuri. Hatutakubali tena akili ndogo kutawala akili kubwa ndani ya jamhuri hii. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Order. Honorable Kaluma. Order.
Yeah, I thank you.
The MP for
the
MP for Tigane West. Order. After Honorable Kaluma. Proceed.
I thank you. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mutunga, you are after the Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful to you for presiding over this important subject. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to remind ourselves. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to remind ourselves that. Please, may I make my contributions?
Order. Honorable members, Honorable Kaluma will be heard in silence. Honorable member, member for Migori Town, Migori County. Order. Honorable Fatuma. Order. Honorable member for Migori County and your neighbor, please wait your moment to give your positions. You will have a moment. Yeah.
I thank you. Honorable members, allow me to make my point.
Proceed, Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to remind this House that these great leaders we are talking about were members of Parliament at some point in time like us. A time like this, Honorable RUTO was seated somewhere there or here. Honorable Raila was seated somewhere there or here. I can tell you Kenyatta was seated somewhere here. So I wanted to request all of us that at a time like this, no, the nation is looking at us and let us give leadership.
Honorable Nelly, order. Honorable Nelly, and a few members of parliament. If you keep on shouting across the aisle, I will do the needful. Proceed.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because I want to be a leader now, let me only quote some provisions of the law. On national security organs, Honorable Speaker, I request the members to hear what Article 239, Sub-Article 3 says. It says, in performing their functions and exercising their powers, the national security organs and every member of the national security organs shall not act in a partisan manner, shall not further any interest of a political party or cause, or prejudice a political interest or political cause that is legitimate under this Constitution. I leave the members to think about what else I'm saying. Honorable Speaker, at Article 239, Sub-Article 5,
Owembaya, listen, says, honorable member, please. Proceed.
I'm reading the Constitution. Let me read. No, you are a leader. You are a leader. You are a leader.
Order. Proceed, Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, may I continue?
Yeah, continue.
Article 239, Sub-Article 5 says, the national security organs are subordinate to civilian authority. Honorable Speaker, let me also read Article 245, Sub-Article 2B. It is not my work to read for you.
What's your point of order? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, he is deliberately avoiding to read 4. A person shall not establish a military or a paramilitary.
Order. MP for Kilifi South. Madam Gogo. One order. Order. Okay, order, honorable members. The chair is chairing the session. It's not allowed for you to talk across. It doesn't matter whether he's your son or he's your nephew or he's your husband. It doesn't make any difference. He's a member of parliament and you're a member of parliament. Honorable member, when somebody chooses to read certain articles of the Constitution, it is his choice. You are order. You do not tell him that he avoided this. You can rise up on your own moment and read the one that he has avoided. Order. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hope my time was not running. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the command of the police, this is what Article 245, Sub-Article 2B says, that the Inspector General shall exercise independent command over the National Police Service and perform any other functions prescribed by national legislation. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to take a political or partisan side over this matter. But Honorable Speaker, I woke up in the morning, and this is important to me.
Continue.
I'm bothered when every time there is a demonstration announced by any group, the police go and surround a place like Kibra. Beforehand, I wanted to request you members, those are the people in Kenya who are living hand to mouth. What do you want those people to do when they wake up planning to go and fend for themselves and you have barricaded all roads? How do they take their children to school? How do they live with their families in those tear gas we push there? The struggle we are having is which side should be supporting the police, Honorable Owen Baya. It is not our duty, it should be independent. What was that boy of Maseno University carrying? Was he armed or what was there? I want to request that a time comes when we need to talk as leaders. The problem we are dealing with is caused by this parliament, and that is why I'm saying we need to reflect. Let us reflect, members, how electoral commissions are established across the world and question whether this model is working. Ask yourselves what happened in 1997 under IPPG. What elections did it give us? What elections did it give us in 2002? What was the referendum in 2005? What happened when President Kibaki, relying on the law as we are seeking to do now, created the commission unilaterally for the 2007 election?
The MP for Tigania
West. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honourable Speaker, protect me from the likes of Wajala who are making noise.
Order. Proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Hello. Honourable Speaker. Okay, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this.
Order.
Honourable Speaker.
Order. Proceed.
What is out of order, Honourable Speaker?
Proceed, Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we are discussing a matter of national importance. Most of us here, Honourable Speaker, are vilifying a very important issue. Honourable Speaker, in this country, one person by the name Raila Odinga has never organized a peaceful demonstration. Even when he was trying to say that he'll do one this time around, we knew for sure he is going to organize a chaotic one. Honourable Speaker, I wonder where picketing involves removing, destroying the infrastructure. I wonder where picketing involves people fighting the police. Honourable Speaker, we have a constitutional law in this country, and we have a law enforcement agency. Those who produce the constitution and the laws of Kenya must have known that there is need for enforcement at some point. That is why we have the police protecting the Kenyans and Kenyan businesses. When we have people's lives being lost in such incidences, Honourable Speaker, we should be asking ourselves one question. Supposing the rest of Kenya rises up, supposing everybody rises up in this country and decides to fight for themselves, where would these few people be? They should know that they lost the election because they are few. If you are just so few and you lost the election, you have always lost the election in this country. That person should have lost hope. What we need to advise Raila Odinga is that he should lose hope, because he has lost the election every time. There is not a single time he has won. Every time you pretend you have won, and he has never won. So we better say the truth here, and he should take it from us that the only way Kenyans will go is through the ballot and through an election. There is no negotiation. There cannot be a negotiation for a family. If Raila Odinga was really democratic, would we have his brother in parliament and his sister in parliament? Would we have his son, his daughter in the East African parliament? Would we have all that? What kind of democracy is that, Honourable Speaker? What democracy is that? Is that what you want to teach the other Kenyans? Is that what you want us to believe? We cannot believe that. Kenyans will not do what Raila wants. And even if he rolls on the road, he will have to wait for 5 years for another election. We are not going to be allowing some of these things to be going.
Order. Honourable Memusi, what's your point of order? Order.
Honourable Speaker,
be able to reply on this.
Honourable Speaker, this is a house. This is a house of rules.
Order. Yes, Honourable Memuse, you are on a point of order.
Speaker, this is
okay. The Honourable Waluke can now.
This
say.
is
Are you on a point of order?
Yeah.
Yes. What's your point of order, Honourable Memuse?
Speaker, this is a house of rules, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And the only way we can debate in an orderly manner.
He is on a point of order.
The only way, Mr. Speaker, we can debate in an orderly manner is if we follow the rules.
Absolutely.
That you rule on that seat.
Yeah.
You have stated here
that nobody should mention names of those who cannot defend themselves here. Mr. Speaker, please, if that is a ruling, please, if any member wants to debate, avoid mentioning names. We will debate on this issue on sober.
Order. Madams, we will have, who is on a point? You're on a point of order on the speaker, and the speaker is standing. Order. Honorable members, if it is the public functions of anybody who is a public figure, that public function can be discussed, including the president. You can say the president sent the forces, did this, did that. The Honorable MP for Tigania West, you're a lawyer. What about you are Kiboret? I can forgive you because you're a first timer. You don't talk when the chair is on his feet. Order. Order. Listen. I am hesitating very much because of the interest in this thing for me to throw out many of you. But I'm sure one of these days somebody is going to do that. The point I'm trying to tell you is that I'm trying to educate you on how to use your mandate and practice it very well. You can discuss the public functions of any public member, any member of the public. The only thing you cannot discuss is private matters or her private matters. You can discuss the public functions of the president and say that he ruled this, he did this, it is wrong, you cannot, but then discuss that matters that are private. So if you just listen that, and for God's sake, if somebody says that a leader of the opposition organized these things and did this and this, it is perfectly in his right. And for you to be a dignified member of parliament, to behave like somebody out there in the crowds, the moment somebody's name is mentioned, you keep on shouting, it doesn't make any, it denigrates and lowers your own dignity as an individual. Nobody is the holder of the dignity of somebody else. You are the holder of your own dignity. The way you conduct yourself in the house here is what is going to make you the responsible, dignified leader Kenyans are looking for. And shouting does not include that. For God's sake, don't engage across. So, Honorable Member for, you have finished your time, in my opinion. It's all you can stand. Follow the order. Order. I'm on my feet. Order. I know your time has been taken, but that's unfortunately the nature of things. Order. Waluke is going to talk, and he's going to be followed by the MP for Taita Taveta. Order. And all of you will get, listen, honorable members, when somebody is on the chair here, he has to do quite a bit of balancing. Order. Fatuma, I have all along been restraining myself because you are not doing good. Please. Order, continue. MP Oluke.
Members, Kikaria.
Yeah, what's the point of order, the MP for? But point of order on what? He has not started talking. On the ruling of the speaker. On the ruling of the speaker. I'm blind. Yes, Margaret, Kiboret.
Can you confirm whether we have the quorum, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Order. Yes, Kiboret, what's your point of order? What's your point of order, Kiboret?
Give me the mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order is we are forced to shout because you don't give us chance, and you first timers and women, you don't give us chance, and you have turned us into hecklers in this one. Mr. Speaker. Give us chance to...
Order. Proceed, Honorable MP for... Yes, what's your point?
Mr. Speaker, you need to balance. If you have picked from the other side, those people from the other side again come and sit here, and you want to pick them the way you have picked Waluke. Waluke is on the other side. It is well known. So we need somebody from this side. Waluke is not ours.
Order, Waluke, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me chance also to contribute on this.
Yes, something is escaping your mind, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member, Kip, has said you are blind.
Who is the Kip?
The Honorable, yes. Is he in order, Mr. Speaker, to try and imagine that the Speaker does not have eyes? And yet, Mr. Speaker, you want us to just forget about that, Mr. Speaker? Is he in order?
I haven't heard.
You should withdraw and apologize unless indeed you are blind, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Kiboret. Honorable Kiboret. The one thing that is a crime that can never be forgiven in a floor of the House is for you to question the wisdom of the Speaker in running the House. Under the circumstances, you're going to stay out of the House for the remainder of the day. Proceed. Honorable Kiboret out. Yes, Honorable Member. Yes. Order.
Point of order. I said under our standing orders, point of order. The Speaker can be blind. But if a member brings the issue of the quorum, it is upon the Speaker to order the clerk to confirm whether we have a quorum.
Who has brought that?
I brought it.
Who has raised that? Who has raised that?
Point of order. Nobody.
Proceed, Honorable Waluke. Proceed, Honorable Waluke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me chance also to contribute to this. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleagues in this House that leadership come and go, but the country remains. We are making a lot of noise as members of Parliament instead of respecting the House and contribute on issues that can help the people whom we represent. Honorable Speaker, I am here today telling the people of Kenya that I'm a member of AZIMIO, as Wanjala say, a member of Jubilee. But, Mr. Speaker, I condemn the maandamano that is affecting this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whether I cross or not, this country is ours. Whether you are in opposition or whether you are on government side. Mr. Speaker, we need to respect this country. We need to support the government of the day because it is there until it is time when it time ends. Mr. Speaker, for those who are making noise, I want to remind them that the government is there and we are supposed to, it is only one government and it is only one president of this country. Whether you make noise
whether you cry or whether you laugh. The president of the country is one, the country of Kenya is one, and all of us as members of parliament, we need to make noise when the election is nearing again. So with these issues that is going on, loss of properties of people, even some poor people losing their properties, losing life of our children, like the student of Maseno. Mr. Speaker, it is not something that we come here to make noise the way we are making. Mr. Speaker, the duty of the police is to protect and prevent the people of Kenya and their properties. So, Mr. Speaker, for all of us, as we are here today, this maandamano, even if I'm in opposition or opposition side, I cannot support it because it is destroying this country, it is destroying the economy of this country, and Mr. Speaker, we must team together to build the economy of this country. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, we need to support, because this government is barely only 6 months, not many years in power. 6 months. Let us give the president of the day the support to recover the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. But don't just come here and make noise to each other, abusing each other, calling others' names. No. That will not help whether you are in opposition or whether you are on government side. Mr. Speaker, thank you for those few remarks that I've made, and thank you for listening to me, honorable members.
Owen, you are on a point of order. He's on a point of order. He's on a point of order. No, he's on a point of order. Yes.
I want to say this to members of this House. There's one thing in this House that unifies us all, the Speaker of the Assembly. When he sits on that chair, even me, even the President, when he walks in this House, but as long as the Speaker is there, we can shout against each other. We can do all those things. But there's one thing, members, we must always uphold and respect is the Speaker. We cannot shout at the Speaker. That's why even when we go out there, we get there, we bow. That's why when the Speaker walks in this chamber, all of us stand, because we must hold utmost respect for the Speaker. So, my honorable members, there are many things we can do in theater, but there's one thing we cannot do is to disrespect. I've seen members of my coalition, as they've been told to move out, they shout at the Speaker. And they, and they call names at the Speaker. That is the act. You are not only disrespecting the Speaker, you are disrespecting the House. The mess, when it is put here, is a symbol of authority, which is represented by the Speaker. So, honorable members, we can shout at each other, do many other things, but I want to ask that we respect the Speaker utmostly, because that's when this House will stand. I thank you.
The MP Women Rep for Taita Taveta, followed by the Women Rep for Migori.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia fursa, hatimaye na mimi pia naweza kuchangia. Bwana Spika, nataka kusema hivi, ni jambo la aibu sana. Miaka nenda miaka rudi, mambo ni yale yale, maandamano. Wahusika ni wale wale, na mhusika mkuu tunamjua. Anaitisha maandamano, miaka nenda miaka rudi, watoto wa watu wanamwaga damu, wanakufa kwa maandamano. Mambo yao ni yale yale, kuibiwa, tumeibiwa, kukataa matokeo ya uchaguzi, kuleta visababu ili waweze kupata ile ilisemekana juzi handshake ama nusu mkate, na wakishapata ile nusu mkate wanakula peke yao. hawagawanyi ile mkate na wale watu ambao wanaenda kuwa maandamano, hata na zile familia za wale watu wamekufiwa na wapenda wao. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri kulalamika ama kulalama kama kuna kosa, lakini kuna njia ya ustaarabu ambayo tunaweza kuleta hoja zetu, na tumeona watu wakifanya hivyo kwa njia ya ustaarabu. Lakini si haya mambo ambayo tunajionea katika Kenya yetu ya watu kwenda barabarani kuharibu mali za watu, na hata hatimaye watoto wa watu wanapoteza maisha. Hadi lini kina mama wataendelea kulia kwa ajili ya watoto wao? Mheshimiwa Spika, itafikia mahali tutawaambia watakula mili za wale watu ambao wanafariki. Haifai na wala haistahili. Tunayalaani hayo maandamano kwa sababu si maandamano ya amani kama vile wanavyosema. Kwa hivyo tunasema namna hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima tuheshimiane na tumpatie rais aliyoko mamlakani nafasi ya kufanya kazi. Hata mama akishika ujauzito inachukua miezi 9 kuweza kujifungua na kupata mtoto. Hakuna mimba inazaliwa na miezi 3 ama miezi 4. Kwa hivyo tumpatie rais ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto nafasi ya kufanyia watu kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wanaogopa kwa sababu wanajua William Samoei Ruto ni mchapakazi, na ndio maana wanaona wakimpatia nafasi atawaaibisha. Ndio maana wanataka kwenda barabarani. Kwa hivyo tuungane sote pamoja, tuache maandamano. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
The woman rep for Migori, followed by the MP for Emurua Dikir. Woman rep for Migori, Fatuma Mohammed. Proceed.
Okay, shukran. Mr. Speaker, first I'm very sorry for my conduct today. That is not like me. But I must also confess that I was agitated. Because every moment they stood, they kept on referring to Raila, Raila, Raila. And honestly, as an independent member of parliament, that got me. I am not ODM for your information. I am independent. So when I speak, I am an independent mind. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other side has been talking so much that there are better ways of addressing this issue of maandamano. Just in case to refresh your memory, Honorable Raila, Right Honorable Raila Odinga gave 14 days for action to happen. There was no maandamano within the 14 days. But because this country, Africa as a whole, has one habit that the only language they understand best is maandamano. And so we give you what you ask for. We asked for 14 days for you to act politely, and you did not act. Mr. Speaker, sir, the first time maandamano ever happened in this country, for my short time I was in school, there was a man called Henry Thuku. In 1938, he led a Kamba politician protest. That was not Raila Odinga, and they got what they wanted. The country has brought this habit that maandamano is the way forward. So unless, as long as they don't listen to what wananchi want, we will keep on going for maandamano. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that was my first time ever I was born to participate in a maandamano. I did not carry a stone. I was sweetly dressed with a red lipstick. I did not beat anyone, but I was tear gassed. I looked for a stone I did not get. And I'm sending a warning. You tear gas me, the police, this time I will get a weapon to defend myself. Because you cannot tear gas me when I'm singing a word that I think works for me. So the police should be told by their bosses that when it is peaceful, keep it peaceful. I attended where Right Honorable Raila Odinga was having his coffee at Serena. And then he said that he wants to walk out and address the media. I accompanied him to address the media. Before he uttered a word, and the media men were all there and women, they threw a tear gas at him, a tear gas that hit me, a tear gas that hit other women and men. I did not carry a weapon. So why are they saying all the time that anything that happened is because of the demonstration? The boy that died, the Maseno University boy, and may Allah have mercy on him, he died out of a bullet. He did not die out of Ruto must go word. Those words do not kill, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we are speaking with pain because a child has been killed. That boy was singing his own words, I don't know what, but he must have been saying, Unga must come down. He must have been talking as a hustler that they stood for. So today to come here and blame Right Honorable Raila Odinga for the sins that the police are doing under executive order is ungodly. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2022, no, it was not 2022, 2017, 2013, before that one, 2007. 2007, I know people who are in power today who were on the streets when I was a baby, and I saw familiar faces that are today in State House, and they were saying somebody must go because they felt their votes were stolen. The same right today, when somebody else is singing, it becomes wrong. When they were singing, it was okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, maandamano will continue. Aluta continua. The country must be saved. I rest.
Emeruka Dikir. Emeruka Dikir.
Asante Bwana Spika. Yangu tu haitakuwa mengi Bwana Spika. Ningependa tu niseme ya kwamba ni jambo la kustaajabisha Bwana Spika, wakati nchi zingine zikingangana na mambo ya kujenga nchi zao, wakati wananchi wa nchi zingine wakimambana na kutengeneza nchi yao, nchi yetu Bwana Spika yenye ilitoka uchaguzi juzi inangangana na mambo ya kupigana. Bwana Spika, ningependa tu niseme ya kwamba sisi tulimaliza uchaguzi juzi tu, na kila member ambaye ako hapa Bwana Spika akiambiwa warudie election hawezi kubali. Kwa nini tulikubali tuliposhinda? Kwa nini tunakataa wengine wakishinda? Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, ningependa niseme mimi siungi mkono hii mambo ambayo inaendelea. Bwana Spika, unajua maafa yenye imetokea Kenya hii tangu uhuru ni mengi sana. Watu ambao wamekufa wakipigania haki, watu ambao wamekufa wakiuawa na maserikali yenye zilikuwa. Bwana Spika, histahili saa hii wakati demokrasia iko Kenya hii, bado tunaona maafa yenye inaendelea Kenya hii. Kwa hivyo nataka niombe marafiki zangu kwamba hii serikali ni changa sana. Sisi wengine tumepitia magumu, na nataka kila mtu asikie, hata ningependa hata Salasi asikie mheshimiwa. Sisi wengine tulifungwa, sisi wengine tulipitia mabaya, lakini tumesema lazima tuvumilie, tuone hii serikali ifanye kazi, tupee nafasi ifanye kazi. Wengine wakiona polisi wanatorokea choo, wanajificha kwa choo, alafu wanatuambia Bwana Spika ati wanataka, Bwana Spika, sisi tunajua Kenya serikali iliyopita vitu yenye ilitenda, tunajua uwizi ambao waliifanya, tunakumbuka vizuri sana. Kuna wakati walichukua bilioni 16 usiku moja, within madakika 26 wamebeba pesa. Wengine walichukua bilioni 90. Bwana Spika, sababu hii maandamano yanaendelea saa hii si ati kwa sababu watu wako na njaa, arazi tuko na njaa, lakini hatujaamua kwenda maandamano. Kuna watu ambao wanataka kuficha yale maovu waliotenda wakati serikali ilikuwa inakufa. Bwana Spika, waja tukuambie, na lazima tuambiane ukweli. Sisi tunavumilia, tunanyamaza tu. Watu wajue hata sisi tuliumia, lakini hatujauliza chochote. Tumesema serikali iendelee kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanapea pesa, watu wanafanya maandamano, watu ambao wanalipa hii watu ambao wanakufa kwa maandamano, tunataka kuambia, mlikuwa na serikali ya handshake, mlitawala mwaka 5, mlishindwa kubadilisha uchumi ya Kenya, mlishindwa kuleta maendeleo Kenya. Wacha mwenye ameshinda apambane na kazi mwaka 5, nyinyi mrudi muulize kama amefanya hajafanya. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, mimi ningependa kwanza niulize rais ambaye alistaafu kwamba alipata wakati wake mwaka 10 hakuzumbuliwa, aenda apumzike. Waja kusumbua raia, waja kusumbua Kenya, waja kutisha wa Kenya. Tuna mambo mingi yenye tunaweza kukuuliza, lakini hatutaki kuuliza, hatutaki tukumbuke yaliyopita. Waenda nyumbani, kaa starehe zako, kula starehe zako, wachana na Wakenya wafanye maendeleo yao. Asante Bwana Spika.
MP for Kajiado Central. followed by the MP for Wajir North. Order. Yeah.
Thank you.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking you for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important and weighty issue. And Speaker, let me first start by saying that a very weighty and important issue has been brought before this House. And I want to urge my colleagues to debate on this weighty matter in a very sober manner. Kenyans are watching us. The issues that we are discussing here mostly affect people outside this House. For any member to rise and say that we are hungry, Mr. Speaker, it's absurd. It's to abuse the word hungry. Kenyans out there are hungry. Mr. Speaker, I do not see any other way out of this matter that we are discussing other than dialogue, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record. I want to go on record on this matter, Mr. Speaker, that this country belongs to all of us. And this country has been divided into two. Whether we acknowledge, whether we try to refuse that issue, the country is divided into two. The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga commands half of the population of this country.
Order. Proceed.
When matters affecting wananchi are raised, and we see arrogance from leaders saying that there is no way that we are coming to sit down and talk of matters that affect this country, Mr. Speaker, I think we are heading the wrong way.
Order, honorable members, this is a house of debates. Have the thick skin to listen to your opponents, and then when you get your moment, you go ahead and do what you have to do. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your protection.
Proceed.
Members of this House,
I am not entertaining any more points.
Members of this House should be very concerned with the unemployment rate of this country. Anyone, today it is Raila Amolo Odinga calling for maandamano. And there are thousands of young people ready and willing to obey that command. Tomorrow it will be somebody else. We are talking about businesses in this country. How many of the unemployed youth care about the businesses that we are talking about? Many of our young people are doing what they are doing because they have nothing to lose. Members of this House should be concerned that this country, there are those who have nothing to lose, and they are becoming more than those who have something to lose. For as long as we have a country that half of the population have nothing to lose, we're in trouble, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge members of this House who are representing people to be sober when addressing this matter. Mr. Speaker, I want my voice to go on record as saying I recommend dialogue for two parties. There is no other way, Mr. Speaker. Dialogue. The people who are advising the president should take this. Please tell the president, sit down. Raila Amolo Odinga is not asking for anything personal. He is asking for issues that are affecting this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Wajir North, proceed. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that the freedoms...
Order.
I'm on the floor.
Honorable Member of Parliament for Nakuru Central, when the chair is determining these things, there are many considerations. I'll tell you what kind of considerations. There are parties, there are regions, There are all sorts of things, so relax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Gikaria has already wasted my time and is a good friend of the rights and freedoms in the, is stipulated very well in our Constitution. The right to demonstrate, to associate, to picket, to do all that is well clear in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, however, that doesn't give the guarantee to at least go out of our way to disturb the peace of Kenyans. There is limit to every right, in as much as they are clear in Clause Article 19 and 37. That doesn't give anybody the immunity to destroy people's property, to go for the lives and limbs of Kenyans. Kenyans have done an election. We are just out of an election, Mr. Speaker. The election was conducted very well. There were people who were agitated. They went for an appeal. I am talking within the framework of our law, Mr. Speaker. It's not a matter of being heckled. There was a petition, and the Supreme Court has pronounced itself, and there is the 5th president of this republic, William Samoei Ruto. This is undisputed. When you listen to why there should be demonstrations, I read a lot of hypocrisy. Why do I read hypocrisy? They talk of expensive life for Kenyans. 6 months into the presidency, these were things perpetrated by the former regime. A relationship between his excellent... Let me speak. I'm on the floor and the speaker gave me the permission.
Proceed.
I am on the floor kindly.
Proceed.
6 months ago, just 6 months ago, there was a government in power. A relationship, an uncalled for, ungodly relationship between the opposition and the government of the day, joined hands to mess the economy of this country. I can honestly tell you the former president Uhuru Kenyatta could not actually clear the menace of jiggers in Kiambu County. He could not fix the problem of our economy. I can tell you the opposition went to bed. The opposition went to bed unconstitutionally with the government. Here today they are telling us it is William Samoei Ruto who has messed the lives and livelihoods of Kenyans. That's an unfair accusation on the president. Mr. Speaker, I have seen we will only realize peace if only we will do one thing. Unless we will put in our laws that there will be free and fair elections only and if only Rao wins elections. That is when we will have peace. Otherwise, we can't be taken for granted. We can't always have... Police do not have the pleasure to tear gas people. Somebody somewhere must be on the wrong side of the law. They don't have the pleasure. And let me tell you, they were on record. They carried themselves with so much civility on 20th. Mr. Speaker, they handled the demonstrations very well. All I want to say, look at elites like Professor Makau Mutua on his article on Sunday, trying to explain that the sovereign, the highest office on land, is with the people of Kenya. I do agree with him. I do agree with him that a poor interpretation of the law, Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer, sovereign power is delegated. It is delegated direct, it belongs to the people. It is delegated to, let me speak kindly. I'm being interfered, Mr. Speaker, and time is up. I can't finish. I can't finish, Mr. Speaker, my point. Kindly, I seek. Proceed. What I'm saying, the sovereign will is delegated directly or indirectly through the democratically elected people. It goes further to clause 3. What does it say? Sovereign power, whether that, it's not talking of direct or indirect. Sovereign power is vested with the executive. So William Ruto is the de facto sovereign power carrier. That I can tell you for free. It is in law. You can't just attempt to march to the State House and claim that you are demonstrating. That is a coup.
Order, order, order. Honorable members, I would have loved to give an opportunity to each and every one of you, but so is the nature of things. Time is not enough. Some will lose, Some have won, and those ones who never got a chance this time will get it the next time. Honorable members, and now, honorable members, the time being 7, order. The time being 7 a.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, the 23rd of March, 2023 at 2:30 p.m.